graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts.
Someone as wonderful as you.
I appreciate that, and we welcome you with big open arms here, of course, in Oceania. Now, for those of you who are also relatively new, I guess you could say, to our region, here is the explainer of where we currently do see things. We are in the top 6 playoffs of Stage 1.
Yeah, top 6. You know, this is a stage where people are just playing for money. The prize pool, it's what these teams are really playing for. But the top 6 from Stage 1 who have qualified for the playoffs will be directly getting a ticket to Stage 2. And the bottom 2 have already gone back, and they have to go through the whole open qualifier gimmick again to be able to make it to Stage 2. So the top 6, I'm sure that they're feeling pretty happy about that.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that does turn out when it gets into Stage 2, because, of course, there is going to be that Ascension slot that does go in the next stage. But for right now, in Stage 1, these current 6 teams, and I guess you could say the 2 that have been eliminated as well, are going to be playing for some money. We've got a prize pool of 50,000 Australian dollars at the moment.
Yeah, first place going to be walking away with the lion's share for 14,000 AUD, but second place not too bad either, 10,000 for themselves, and after that it's just steadily descending order. Like you mentioned, those 2 teams that have already been relegated to relegation are going to be getting 3,000 each, but all things considered, there's something for everybody who made it all this way, so that's definitely nice.
No, absolutely. And of course, we've already had one day of playoffs so far be played. That was our games yesterday to determine who is going to be able to continue on in this upper bracket of things and who is actually going to go down into the lower bracket. So we'll start off here with Bobo and Next Gen. Of course, we were, kind of expecting yesterday's games to go both in the 2-0 variety. We did actually get that in the end, but the first series provided a little bit more of a tighter series. The first map went pretty cleanly over towards Bobo, and it was really into the second map of Ascent that they were pushed a little bit.
Yeah, I think that series, that particular game ended up going into overtime, so it was definitely much closer than what was predicted and expected, but nevertheless a really fun match to watch, and really showed off the potential of both of these teams, especially Next Gen. And of course, Series 2, that was quite fun to watch as well, between 95X and Team Who there. Again, it was a 2-0 like you mentioned early on, but I felt like this one was just a stomp, for lack of a better phrase. Like 95X were just like having fun while making it look easy.
Yeah, off the back of their boot camp as well, really putting in the hard work to find the rhythm, find the flow to continue in this upper bracket and push towards getting into that grand finals, take home a lot of the money. Of course, in the 2-0, we had a couple of standout performances on the side of the Who Plus 2. You look towards Vissla on the first map, but unfortunately couldn't get the job done in the end. And here we do see the bracket for where we are currently. Honey Badgers and Bobo in the top, as well as Funker and 95X. The losers of those games are then going to be meeting Next Gen and the Who Plus 2 down in the lower side of the bracket.
Yeah, we might actually see a recap of day 1 if things go that way, but I don't know if that's going to be exactly happening. Like you mentioned, game number 1 is game 1 is going to be Honey Badgers versus Bobo, but I think that both teams have a lot of players to recommend them.
Yeah, well, speaking about players, we always do like to check in with our top performing players so far of this tournament. Of course, it's going to be our top 5 players in ranking of ACS, and Swell has been dethroned. Crunchy is currently sitting at the top of this leaderboard now on 281.
Yeah, just absolutely popping off there. Yesterday was a really, really good day. And of course, the funny part is 4 of these players, they're all on like the same team, like 2 teams. And it just goes to show they're going to be playing again today. So I'm super excited to be seeing them back in action.
No, absolutely. Of course, we always love to see how individuals are going to be performing throughout the course of these games. But what we do want to know is what the order of the games we are going to be seeing today, what 2 best of 3s we will be getting. And of course, we are going to be starting off with a spicy one, and even the second one is a spicy one. So we just got a really great day of games. We have Honey Badgers and Bobo first, and then Fun Crew and 95X.
Yeah, I mean, the upper bracket semifinal has to have something to recommend it, and like you mentioned, these are going to be 2 really, really good matches. The first one in particular, Honey Badgers versus Bobo. I think these teams have been playing against each other for like several months now, always clashing. And of course, Honey Badgers, they are at top on the top right now, considering that they managed to find that early group stage victory over Bobo. So Bobo is definitely going to be looking for some revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've seen a couple of shakeups throughout rosters in our region so far, and we'll be seeing what this is actually going to look like. But for right now, it's the Honey Badgers that we are going to put into the spotlight and see which players we are going to be getting in the server today.
seems pretty similar to yesterday. I think that one player has swapped out, but who I have my eyes out for in particular are going to be Zui and Mirza. I think that they were both pretty instrumental in the victory yesterday, over the course of the group stage, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to be shaping up today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Noobster coming into this roster definitely feels like it brings a little bit of stability as well with the performance that he's being able to develop in. And then you got Maishu as well, a player that I always liked to duo with back in the day, which was always really fun. But they're competitors, which technically might be a little bit more fun and energetic in the server today, given by these changes coming on in. It's gonna be Noz, Crunchy Dragon, RDW, and Nellery, of course, the manager coming in instead of Yifeng today. So I think that potentially spices up this roster a little bit.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I have the utmost respect for managers and coaches who can just step in and take that player's slot and fill in when necessary. So, of course, pretty excited to see how Nellery is going to be performing today. But the rest of the roster, very solid names. I think some of them, like we mentioned, were on that leaderboard already. And Crunchy is probably looking to establish himself a little bit higher on that ACS score if he can do that today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things that comes to our mind just from yesterday was on Pearl, that B long push with the Marshall. He was able to find 3 headshots. I saw a Twitter post from the other team, from Stackmandu, I think it was. He was not happy with how that one actually turned out, farming Crunchy some frags. But we'll take a look at 2 of our players that are going to be in the server tonight. We'll stack them on together and see how they do perform. It's going to be Mirza and Noz.
Yeah, I mean, statistic-wise, they're both pretty close to each other. I think that at the end of the day, it might just come down to what exact role these players are going to be picking up. I think for the side of, Bobo in particular, they seem to be having a little bit of fun, especially during the last couple of games that they've played. So I'm pretty excited to see what exactly Noz is going to be picking up on the server, because I believe yesterday he was on Killjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, one of the things that we'll probably be expecting from Mirza come this series. If they're taking it full seriously, Mirza will be dropping on the Killjoy or the Cypher. For Noz, I mean, it's any guess. Like, the thing about Bobo, any player is capable of any role. We look towards what Twitter showed us again a little bit earlier. RDW puts out a tweet to say what agent should he be playing today. I saw people saying Yoru and such. I told him to play Neon. I have a guess on what he's actually going to be playing, but I don't want to leak anything just yet. We'll let those waters settle for a little bit, if you guessed what I mean. But we'll check in with what maps we are actually going to be getting into this series today, because that could determine a little bit of changes for what we actually do get. Icebox and Lotus are out. I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see Lotus, but it does mean we're going to Fracture and Pearl, and then if we need it, Zach, we're going to finalize on Split.
I really, really hope it goes to Split, because ever since it's come back into the map pool, I just haven't been casting enough of it, so I really miss that particular map. Always a pleasure to play on and cast, but where I'm getting ahead of myself. Map 1 is going to be Fractured, chosen by Honey Badgers. I think that this is a pick that they can really tend to shine on. They've had a pretty decent success rate as well historically, being able to beat teams like Fun Crew on it. So I'm pretty excited to see how exactly it is going to go for them. But what do you think about Pearl?
I think Pearl could be quite interesting. I mean, we saw that Bobo did a pretty good performance on it yesterday. It was the map that they got quite cleanly over their opponents. A little bit of fun again. We had RDW rocking in towards the Jets, so just different rosters for them coming through. I kind of wonder again, what changes are we going to get for the rest of the guys if we already know what RDW is going to be throwing into it. I think at the end of the day for Bobo, they're just kind of going into this with a little bit of fun to have some laughs and banter and see if they can do some serious damage to take away some extra cash. But for a team like the Honey Badgers, that are trying to find a good trajectory as well, get into that grand final, maybe reassess things between stage 1 and 2, having already qualified for stage 2. If we've got substitutes coming in and they're not players that are fully instilled in the roster just yet, it might be time to figure out weaknesses and strengths and what you may need to find in a replacement.
Yeah, Pearl for Honey Badgers, I think that's the heat map that we're seeing. A lot of the engagements seem to happen directly on site. So you do see that they don't like to fight for mid as much as they like to just hold on to the sites or go for the sites. So it's a pretty interesting kind of playstyle on this particular map. But it also really enables different kind of compositions depending on what you want to run. You can go in for that double controller. You can try to usually the standard for Pearl, I would say, is going to be double initiator. But with that kind of a heat map and that kind of a pattern, it could generally go either way for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, we're going to be starting off on Fracture here in this series. I think it's a really good chance for Honey Badgers to look to take away the first map in this series, and then Pearl. So Split, maybe if we see a good performance from Bobo, I think maybe we will get that. But we are just waiting a few more moments, everybody, for the players to get into the server and sort things out. So in the interim, we're going to throw it to a cheeky break. And when we do return, we'll look to get this series started on Fracture.
that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You've come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom. And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajak, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite. Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You've come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabriel Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees, and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Thank you everyone for being patient as we were getting all the players into the server ready to start off this series on Fracture. Of course, if you are just joining us, you probably should already know why you are here and who you are here to watch, but it is going to be the Honey Badgers taking on Bobo in our first semi-final series of the night.
Yeah, definitely going to be a grudge match for the ages, and this one it decides who's going to be moving on to that upper bracket final and who is going to be relegated to the lower bracket. So definitely going to be an exciting series to watch, and I'm personally very excited to see what exactly each player from Bobo is going to be picking, because it's like a lottery at this point.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the exciting elements, to see if we're going to get anything that's kind of straightforward and makes sense, or if we're going to get something that's very silly and then we try to break down plays and they make a fool out of us because we're trying to do something that really doesn't have any much sense behind it. But regardless, we have the agent selections up on our screens right now. And we'll let them kind of play out, see if anything's going to be here. I mean, it makes sense that Nelly is going to going on some type of smokes. Usually you would have Crunchy going on it, but in the substitute role, things do change up. RDW is going on Harbor, so that's something that I was alluding to when I was mentioning before about the smooth sailing, smooth waters, anything like that. But I mean, apart from that, you know, it should still be pretty exciting with these lineups that we do have.
I definitely agree. Fracture is one of those maps that I love to watch because of the sheer variety and duelists that you get. You see that Ray's getting a lot of love, the Neon sometimes, and you're going to be having the Jet as well for some team comps. But in this case, it's going to be the Rays versus Rays versus Neon head-to-head that I'm going to be personally keeping my eyes on. But that apart, talking about Bobo's agent composition, I personally really like it because I feel like that double controller is just starting to come back into meta on certain maps. Like, for example, on Pearl, it's like super favorite. And just having Harbor really, like, after watching Lock-In and seeing Harbor getting like a lot of love from teams around the world, it's just fantastic to see the potential that he really has to run with, especially alongside that Brimstone.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the international teams at Lock-In, Stack's doing a really good job. When it does come to Icebox, made it really, you know, powerful. And then you got other players and other teams trying to adopt it really early on, and actually managing to beat DRX at the end with their own composition was really cool. But first and foremost, we have this series ahead of us, so let's get into this one. Honey Badger's going to be starting on the attack and Bobo on defense.
Yeah, and Honey Badgers, they're already venturing a little bit early. 4 players going towards this arcade area, pushing into that B site. Nas will get the information, does spot at least 1 player, but not exactly sure how many are there. They're going to be just making their way into site here. A lot of utility being expended to try and take that control. And it seems like Bobo are content to play for this retake, looking at the positioning of these players.
Yeah, tap on toward the spike and push in through. Noel's able to find one, traded out by Shier, and the spike is down in a bit of a problematic spot, isn't it? More frags to come on through from the Honey Badgers as they gain player advantage. There's a lot of time on this clock that they can wait with. Shorty of Gal manages to dispatch of RDW, and now it's Dragon with 22 points of HP. The spike dart taken out of him, so Honey Badgers know where he is, and they're going to come hunting.
Yeah, zero hesitation as they go for it. They get the plant down. They manage to take down all of the players from Bobo, and I think that's every single trademark of a successful round coming through for Honey Badgers. But just the way they went for it, they seem to have like zero hesitation, but they were also super methodical about it when it came to like expending utility to clear out angles and stuff. And I believe that push from Bobo before the as the spike was going down was really well timed. It just felt like if there had been more people behind it, it would have been just a bit more successful. But either way, Honey Badgers are going to be walking away with that pistol, buying on the back of that. You're going to see a Bulldog and 3 Spectres online, while it seems like the Neon is just going to try and hold on to that Ghost. Never mind, they're upgrading as well. So 5 guns on board right now in this anti-eco. They want to try and hold on to all of these heading into the next round and, you know, just not lose any players. That would be a generally successful round here. Oh.
Yeah, already some big damage done to Noz. He's going to be heading for the hills in this one, as it is a pretty successful entry into the B site already from the Honey Badgers. The affordance that you do have when you're rocking a Neon that can really get up close in your face relatively quickly. We'll see kind of what damage Bobo are going to be able to do, but you know, if it's nothing more than 3 guns, it's one of those just throwaway rounds. We wait for the guns in the next round. But at least for now, Dragon has found my cue.
Oh no, the corner is unchecked, and that's going to be the KO getting that particular kill. 3 players left right now, all of them with sheriffs in hand. If they can connect a couple of shots, they can at least get rid of that armor. It is going to be a head through from Dragon, the second one on the round, in fact, as they try to do a little bit more economic damage. The pain shells pushing the Cypher out of the position, but not exactly able to do a lot of damage. These last 2 players are just trying to detain the remnants of Honey Badgers on side. All of them tagged up super low here. It's just Crunchy left right now in a 1v3. Does get that first kill, but Honey Badgers will still walk away with a round, but it was so expensive. They lost 3 Spectres on that particular run through.
Yeah, I think going into that round, if you're Bobo, you're pretty happy with the outcome of it. 3 guns that you've taken away for Honey Badgers makes it more of a bonus round that they're forced into, as opposed to running with those Spectres and the Bulldogs to potentially get some damage onto you. However, with the upgrade for Bobo on these agent kits, they're going to have to be dropping down onto the light shields for 3 of them. I kind of want to see a situation where Dragon forces himself to getting this ultimate orb. He'll then be able to find the showstopper, but looking at the radar, currently going to be positioned into a main. There's no one home for the Honey Badgers there, so they do have free reign of getting that ult.
Talking about Honey Badgers, though, they're just going with a strategy. They really don't want to fix what isn't broken, which is this B split that has been working out great for them so far. This time, though, it's going to be RDW stopping it right in the tracks here with that Judge, just holding onto this tower and anchoring it perfectly. There is also going to be Noz with that Cypher utility on site for backup. They're not giving it for free this time around, and with that first split going firmly in the favor of Team Bobo, it seems like Honey Badgers are just going to be stopped in their tracks. They did expend a little bit of utility, trying to like really get in, but aside from that, they're just testing out the waters from what I can see here.
Yeah, that's going to be a gun down for Gao as well. RDW still positioned in the same spot with that corpse, as the time is just allowed to tick away. Bobo not overextending anywhere, waiting for the Honey Badgers to come through towards them. Again, we're kind of looking for the same thing of the previous round, just some damage from the lesser equipped team. We're starting to get that. Maishu able to find 1, but the remainder of Bobo will just look to clean up the rest of the round.
Yeah, definitely clean plays coming through there. You do not want to push a Judge in that tower, even if you stun them, whatever else you do. And you can see the smiles as well in the Honey Badgers players' faces. Like, yeah, it was their bonus round. They could have maybe done a little bit more, but all things considered, this is going to be where the real fight really starts up here between these 2 teams. Both teams are going to be having their full buy right now. Dragon with that showstopper online might be the difference maker in this particular one. Ultimate economy, I would say, is pretty much even for both of these sides, aside from that showstopper online for Dragon. But anyway, heading into this particular round, I feel like just utility-wise, Honey Badgers, they seem a little bit better prepared, and with RDW not playing on the same site anymore, I think that their job has gotten just a little bit easier as they try to go in.
Yeah, it's going to be a trade for positioning in the map right now. However, Bobo gaining control of A main with 3 players. Same can be said for Honey Badgers over at Arcade. And Gao's even pushed a little bit further than most might expect. He's got those trap wires that have been laid out. However, Shia has been laid to rest. A great shot from RDW now. They're going to have an idea that things are tending towards this B site.
Yeah, they managed to clear out all of A main, and they know that arcade has been a favorite area so far for Honey Badgers in these 3 rounds so far. That cyber cage being put down is going to give away information that it is going to be where it is, but that beautiful cage, I'm sorry, that tripwire is going to at least catch out a player. However, the Naz is going to be caught looking at the camera for just a bit too long. A 1-for-1 trade right there. Advantage still in the hands of Bobo as Crunchy manages to get yet another kill. 2 players left right now. Spike hasn't gone down. In fact, he's going to be dropped in a really awkward position. These players from the side of Honey Badgers are going to have to struggle to try and really get it through. That wall from Neon is going to make things a little bit easier, but it is going to be the breach trying to isolate these fights. Gets only 1 though, and Dragon will be able to clean up duty. Didn't even have to pull out the rocket for that one. It's just going to be clean headshots all the way.
Yeah, nice shots to come out from Bobo as well. Great positioning from Crunchy, great timing, and as you mentioned, the trap wire that was there from Noz to assist with those frags as well. 1 away from the Reach ultimate with that Rolling Thunder there for Crunchy, but as you do mention, Showstopper's already available for Dragon. RDW with the Reckoning, it could be good to come into a round to stop any quick assaults from the Honey Badgers or maybe into a retake. So far for the Honey Badgers, they've been able to showcase that they can get into that B site. I think it's really just going to come down to now a little bit more methodical action, because they keep trying to do that and they keep losing it. You know, you got to go back to the books, and with the pistols this time, the Bucky from Gao, they're going to be changing things up.
Yeah, for sure. They do have that Neon Ultimate online as well. That Overdrive can prove to be extremely dangerous if, you know, you don't hit a headshot right away, especially with that buff that the headshot multiplayer got for that particular thing. And it's going to be Crunchy holding the off angle here, trying to really contain this A main angle by themselves, but it's going to be the KO who opens things up with a headshot and a body shot on that Sheriff. Gun also picked up right now by Gao there as they venture forward into the spawn. Not quite able to do damage, but still buying a lot of time. Dragon staying alive though, along with RDW, might be the kill that they really need, because both that Showstopper as well as that Reckoning you used in conjunction might be what they need. Again, you can see the combination coming through in utility here, just functioning as a perfect distraction. And these last 2 players, they're going to be isolated towards main. Not much left in the way of utility either. Nos goes for the defuse. I think that Cope is going to make their job even easier against these pistols and Sheriffs, and it's all going to be down to just the KO here. A 1v3 and don't do it. And yeah, it's not going to be the knife coming through, but it is going to be Bobo winning a round after a very successful retake.
Shame on Noz. Time's out and stolen the knife from RDW, but I guess you could say some pretty good positioning and timing for the Honey Badgers members to utilize those pistols to get into the site. Forcing out the Reckoning, I guess you could say with a plant is okay, but just if you turn that and you take that rather in isolation, it's not too much, because the credits are still going to be there for Bobo. Now they've got that Rolling Thunder for Crunchy. They've got the Neural Theft for Noz. But for yourselves, you have 4 ultimates of your own that you're going to be able to throw into the mix in this new round. And now that RDW is using the operator on the Harbor for a push early on, talk about fun, talk about silly Valorant, he's going to miss. So that's down for the count at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. After seeing that operator, it seems like Honey Badgers with nothing to do with that side of the map. They're going to be going in for this quick execute on this particular side. Instead, the Rolling Thunder invested as well. Not quite connecting with anyone, because again, Bobo seems to be opting for this tried and tested retake strat that's working out in their favor. The counter reach also is invested as well. But unfortunately for the side of Bobo, all these players are going to be completely unimpacted by it. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake right now. 3 players towards main as they try to somehow isolate these fights. If Dragon can get a Showstopper right there with the perfect timing, it might be what they need. Gets 2, one of them being himself, but still, it does seem like all Honey Badgers have to do is really buy time here.
Yeah, but are they going to be able to do that? Cove in as well as 0 point. That's going to keep things at bay at the moment. Allow Gao to go on a bit of a tear. 2 frags for himself. And it's all down to the captain in Noz, but it's a little bit too far for him at the moment. And he can't find an exit kill either. Shia to put a close on that round. And surviving with 3 for the Honey Badgers is not a bad shout either.
Yeah, that fight definitely got a little bit scrappy there, but all things considered, like you mentioned, it is going to be Honey Badgers triumphing on keeping 3 of their players alive as well. So definitely a round that they desperately needed, considering the situation the economy was in. Both teams still able to, you know, buy up, but those are a lot of ultimates invested by both of these teams, especially Bobo in that last round. Both the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder being used is only going to leave him with the Neural Theft. Nellary is only 1 away from that Orbital Strike though, so that might prove to be really pivotal. Talking about Orbital Strikes though, Noobster also has 1 of their own. So if they can get that spiked out, again, it's just going to be a lot of time that you can buy off the back of that sheer util. Right now though, you do see Bobo using that Harbor utility to try and get some early information. Really able to just push boundaries quite far, and now they managed to clear out most of B main. So they know that A is probably going to be where this hit is concentrated already. You can see Nellary getting ready with the smokes and utility there.
Yeah, might be a bit of an explosion crunch in towards this ace side at the moment. A lot for Nellery to contend with. Incendiary already going to be dropped, and now the pressure does start to build with all the util that Honey Badgers are throwing at him, and he's going to be stunned up. Dodging that orbital strike gives enough time for the rest of the Bobo members, however, to get over here, and that's going to be a required factor as well. A 2-for-1 still in favor of Bobo. Spike not yet established, and as it does start to go down, this is where the retake is going to be coming.
Yeah, player advantage still in the hands of Bobo right now. They do have that aftershock to try and clear out that pivotal angle. You can see Nas watching for it. Again, it's going to be just a 1-for-1 trade, but the player advantage is still in the hands of Honey Badgers until, of course, Dragon does exactly that, brings it down to a 1v2. It's all down to just Snoopster here. Does have the positioning, though, able to get that first kill, and it's going to come down to this 1v1 fight. The spike not exactly planted for Noobster here. Doesn't have the orbital strike to work with either, and now they have to come check this positioning out.
Oh, he's missed the incendiary
as well, but it's not going to be hitting. It's not connecting. Dragon can just try to stick it, and it does seem like this player might have no idea. Noobster goes to check, but it is going to be Dragon triumphing on top there as Bobo gets to round number 4, taking the lead yet again.
Oh, it's close for Noobster, though. Dancing around that smoke. Very nicely done to be able to find the first attempt on that defuser. Couldn't quite get it to half. And in the end, the difference that well-placed incendiary could have technically done, he's on low HP. So a situation that he's kind of forced into a corner, but he tried to navigate it, and it just didn't work out. Dragon one step ahead. And the round to Bobo. They've got enough credits to go into this next round as well. It's just going to be crunchy down to the light shields, but for the rest of the utility, everybody is going to have what they want. Can't really say the same for the Honey Badgers, however. A couple of Vandals in the mix, as well as a Phantom, a Spectre, and a Sheriff. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do in terms of damage. Yet again, maybe they can swindle away around an avenue of approach, potentially get a kill, use Mercer's neural theft. But apart from that, you know, we really need to see some sinister shots from them.
Yeah, the pace of the game as well has completely changed. Honey Badgers, we've been seeing a lot of really quick executes coming out in the first couple of rounds. They've been gradually slowing things down, just, you know, grouping, getting some information, and then going in for a really quick push. This time around, once again, they're concentrated towards this ace side hit here, and it is once again going to be the Brimstone trying to anchor it on site. There is some Cypher utility as well, if I'm not wrong, so that might prove to be really helpful for Nellery.
Yeah.
But with this lack of noise and this lack of information, it might just be very difficult.
But one of the things is for Honey Badgers, they know that it is Nellery playing on the side itself for a lot of times. However, when you try to bully him and he's got a judge, it doesn't really work out for you. Dragon might lose his life to Mercer here, but damage has kind of already been done by Bobo in this round. Mercer going to be able to dispatch of him in the end, but as Noz brings in the neural theft, that's going to be the remainder of the information that Bobo need to look to secure this round.
Yeah, it's all down to just the Breacher. They know exactly where he is as Noz takes off his hat and tells us, you know, that I know your position. That's going to be the kill cleaned up as well without a lick of damage taken by Noz. So another great round coming out of Bobo, who are surely but gradually extending their lead bit by bit. Again, just being able to farm up on those ultimates. Nellery has that orbital strike still active. Dragon as well, only 3 away from that showstopper. Considering that this will be the second showstopper in about 8 or 9 rounds, that's pretty impressive, I would say. What's not impressive, however, is the economy for Honey Badger. It's not much to work with. Already last round, they were scraping the bottom of the barrel when it came to the buy, but right now it is just going to be Sheriffs across the board. Not much in the way of ultimates to work with, though. If Gao can get 2 ult orbs or maybe a kill and an orb, that's going to be the overdrive, which might make or break the round here.
A change up once more for Bobo. A couple of members surrounding A-holes. Gonna have Dragon there, holding the line. RDW is going to be able to find the first kill of the round. Cascade as well to hold off any approach that the Honey Badgers members might have looked to do on the back of it. And it really is just gaining control for Bobo around the map at the moment, individually winning all of these duels. Nellery is even just going to use the orbital strike for good measure. And we'll see maybe if Xiao can find any kills on the tail end of this round. It is just that eco, remember, as well, so nothing to read into it too hard, as we'll look to see Honey Badgers get some guns coming back in the next round.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned, if this particular player can get a kill or and then die after that, they will be able to have their null command active as well next round. So that might be an ultimate to really watch out for. Oh no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. And it is going to be the knife coming through for RDW there. You know, I think we've been seeing these Bobo players try to get a knife for like a couple of rounds now. I'm glad that it finally materialized. I do feel a little bit bad for the poor player from Honey Badger still, just a bit.
Look, at the end of the day, it's all fun in the server. A kill with a Vandal and kill with a knife. Still 200 credits at the end, so it doesn't really matter. But there's the guns that I was mentioning for the Honey Badgers to come through. And look, they've got a couple of ultimates on the horizon as well. One from the Overdrive, as you mentioned there on Gao. Yeah, two from the rest of the players as well. So it could get into some territory that they can fashion something good on this attacker's side. There's currently going to be no one home for Bobo on the A side itself, as they look for a little bit of that dish control. Crunchy going to be waiting with that fault line as well if there was any noise, and as he did use it rather. He's heard Sand's control from the Honey Badgers, so he might just need to concede this and look for a 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, I think that does seem to be the attitude on this particular site here. You do see Nellery sometimes anchoring it down, but overall the rest of the team just has an attitude like, we can take it back, we have enough utility, and we'll make it work out. In the meantime, it is going to be Mirza taking a duel with RDW on the opposite side of the map, buying a little bit of time at the very least. And this post plant from the side of Honey Badgers is pretty interesting because everybody is going to be towards main. They don't have that orbital strike online yet, so these players are going to have to try and get a couple of kills to have, like you mentioned, some of those crucial ultimates really online. Naz is going to be the one watching the door here, ready for a possible push coming out, and does manage to find the timing, in fact, able to take down the KO there. That's a huge kill right now. The spray through as well, doing quite a bit of chip damage in the process. The flash decided Naz is able to get one more kill, and the convergence is impeccable right now. It's just down to the last player. Mirza in a 1v5 situation as the spike starts to get diffused. Is it planted for him? That is going to be the question. It is going to be the code to block off that frame of vision though, and a flawless retake comes out of Bobo. Oh my, Naz did so much work there, and he did it with such perfection.
Yeah, you wouldn't even think that that was a gun round to come through from the Honey Badgers, all things considered. Not a single frag from them, caught out in positioning, caught out individually, and even when they're actually getting some utility down, flashing their opponents, Noz just holds mouse one and he's able to get you. So quite unfortunate for the Honey Badgers that that round doesn't go in their favor. Yeah, very well might be something like a 9-3 if it continues the way of Bobo's side. If you're a superstitious person, maybe you rely on that, but 8-4, if benefit of the doubt, this is just going to be that eco round for the Honey Badgers. Noobster going to have the best weapon on the board with that Guardian. And potentially, if there's a way for Honey Badgers to deploy a couple of these ultimates in this round and they can capitalize on them, that would be very good. But other than that, you'll have Vol 5 in the next round, which will be the last of the half, and maybe you do just rely on getting the fourth on this attacker's side.
Maybe. I mean, if every single bit of advantage they can get, if they are in a situation where they have more players, it might be beneficial, like you mentioned, to invest those ultimates in this particular one. Once again, the setup from Bobo is pretty good. They are going to be having players on site, Nellery on site. This time, though, they're going to be catching them off guard with that beautifully timed flash. In fact, with those sheriffs, it is going to be two players with Bobo taken down as a spike will be planted, and I think weapons, at least one weapon can be retrieved from on top of that site. Yeah, so that is going to be three players remaining on Bobo to try and make this retake work. They do have that showstopper to work with, but looking at the post-plant positioning, I think this is the best that Honey Badgers have really managed to set themselves up for.
Yeah, null command from Shia, meaning no more utility for Bobo, no cove available for RDW at the moment, and he's even taken down. So things go from bad to worse for Bobo in this round. Tap onto the defuse, it's going to be seen out by Shia. I think maybe he even wanted to get a flash in the mix, and it's actually going to go a little bit deeper as well. He capitalizes Shia 3, Maestri for the close, and Honey Badgers are able to indeed steal away a fourth round.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, they also do pick up those guns, so not that they needed them considering it was an eco round. They managed to also conserve most of those ults. They only really used that null command once they had it on board, but aside from that, they still have 4 ultimates to work with in this particular round. In fact, both teams are going to be really, really rich when it comes to ultimates. I think that for the side of Honey Badgers, they just have a little bit of an advantage considering they have both that orbital strike as well as that rolling thunder available. For Bobo, though, I'm really interested in seeing how they're going to be playing this particular defensive round here, the last one and a half. Are they going to be going in for a little bit more of a retake setup like we saw in the first couple of rounds here? It is going to be Dragon this time pulling up that operator and immediately starting things off with a beautiful opening pick onto that Cypher.
Yeah, Mirza down for the count. No neural theft to be able to be utilized now, and you need to have your headphones on if you are Maestri. Luckily so he does. Catches Noz and Nellery with their pants down, unfortunately, and that's just going to flip the round on its head. Honey Badgers 4 players to Bobo's 3, and they're going to book it over towards the A side of things. Noobster taking out Crunchy puts Honey Badgers in good form to be able to close this one and find their 5th.
Yeah, like, the side once again available for free now that they've gotten those two people who pushed out from drop. And the ult runs out from Gao before without even using anything, but it doesn't matter because Noobster is still hunting for those kills, looking for the headshots there. Does manage to find one before being traded out. It's all down to just RDW here. A 1v3 to clutch out. The Rolling Thunder available as well. Not quite impacted by it though. And now they might not expect his position here. The door is still going to be open. Does give away the sound though of the push coming out. And now if there's a lineup, it might just happen. But it is going to be Gao just barely escaping with their life. For a second, I thought all three were going to line up.
Switching sides.
Wow.
For a world in which that was going to happen, quite unfortunate to me that RDW didn't actually use the Reckoning once his position was noted either. The door was still open for him to potentially be able to capitalize on it. But regardless, Honey Badgers, they are able to close out the half with 5 rounds, so it's pretty respectable. You know, a pistol round in the second round, you're looking at the tied scoreline, you take an L in that bonus potentially, and then you got your gun rounds to really start to fine-tune your defensive side. So I think they're pretty happy with the turnout, regardless when they see Bobo find 7.
Yeah, all things considered, like you mentioned, it was looking like a 9-3 or 8-4 half, but 7-5 is pretty respectable. Very, very easy to catch up. All it takes is one pistol, like you mentioned. And now with the side switch on a map like Fracture, I feel like with the comp that they're running, the high information, high utility comp that Honey Badgers is really like opting for, I think that they're gonna have quite a good time on defense if they can, especially connect shots like that.
Yeah, some damage delivered on both accounts. Following in the bot as well. Dragon to lead the charge. Paint shells available if they do get in towards the site. Crunchy gonna permit a little bit of entry as well with stunning off on drop, and it's actually gonna be hitting 2 of his teammates. So that's quite unfortunate. A Cove on down to either permit entry or to get a cheeky quick plant and duck on out. And it does look like it's going to be the latter. A 5 versus 5 pistol. We're seeming getting these a lot more common lately.
Yeah, with all the utility online, everybody just seems like they want to go in for that retake situation here. Talking about the retakes, though, it's Honey Badgers. They are going to be on the prowl right now. RDW actually going for a bit of a cheeky cross here. Oh, no.
You can't use the no-no rope in the halftime of the round. That's just not how things work out. And actually, you know what's happening right now? It's cheeky. Noobs is just already on the defuse, and he's swindled it. Everybody's not even focused at the moment on the actual objective. Everyone's just trying to find frags.
Yeah, that turned into a very scrappy fight. I don't think anybody expected Noobster to just, you know, sit in a smoke and stick it, but that's exactly what he does. Pro's so fake, and you can see exactly why. But, you know, talking about that run, I think all of us were too distracted by RDW trying to pull off I don't know, Mission Impossible play. I could almost hear the theme music running through, but unfortunately he's going to be stopped right there as tracks by Gao. They do get the plant down, so it is going to be a force up coming through. Light shields that nerfs to the Stinger, not making heavy shields viable anymore, but still in the right angles, that could be quite a powerful weapon. And it does seem like Bobo, they're going to be going for this arcade push a bit closer angles to try and contend with. Nobody really openly peeking into it either. And if they can get onto site, it might be what they need. But this camera is going to be watching out for everything, so Mirza has a handle of the situation.
Yep, first point of contact spotted on out, a 1-to-1 favoring, you know, one can make an argument for both sides at the moment, but those trap wires on the site itself are still here from Mirza, and that's where the strength is going to favor over towards the Honey Badgers. The plant looking to be established by Dragon is going to be stunned up. My Shoes throws in the aftershock as well, but it's the push from Noosa that is able to find that frag, and things just go from bad to worse for Bobo. They're forced up into this round, and now it's just going to be down to Noz, the flashpoint, to get him off the line as well. And that is going to seal the deal. The defuse makes it a tied scoreline now, 7 apiece.
Yeah, and it's also more complicated for Bobo considering that they did force up this round. Usually, you know, in this anti-eco, you expect to lose, but you do have the advantage of a full buy going into the next one. Bobo aren't going to be having that. They're going to be going in, they're going to have to go in for an eco round on this particular juncture, while their opponents can still comfortably buy up. So the weapon advantage is definitely not in their favor. Ultimates-wise, both teams are still charging up. It's only been 2 rounds in the half after all. So, I mean, a Thrifty could work. We saw Honey Badgers pull it off in the last half, but it makes things a little bit more difficult, and Honey Badgers, they're poised quite adequately to try and steal the lead back here, I would say.
Yeah, the force up for Bobo doesn't go their way, even with a plant. You know, look what they're playing with in towards this new round. It is still pennies, half shields, Sheriff's around, and she already feeling a bit of pressure with that 0-point revealing one. Fragment dropped. It's going to bring in some rotations for the Honey Badgers to just reinforce this A site, but they think better of it. around such as this, you kind of want to be seeing the Honey Badgers hold on to all of their weaponry to have a really good go at the next round, which will be the delayed bonus round. Crunchy, he may actually even find the Rolling Thunder going into that next round if he chooses not to use it in this one, if he gets another orb or a frag.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I do like about both of these teams, especially Bobo in particular, is how willing they are to like really farm up these orbs. Like every round you've seen, like wherever they're executing, whether it's towards arcade or whether it's towards this main area, they've been able to get that alt orb and try to work things off. Talking about working things off though, it is going to be Galo just messing with that Guardian, able to get those 2 kills right off the bat, doing quite a bit of damage as well to a third player, Dragon, in that smoke, trying to be playing this close angle. There are going to be 3 players from the side of Honey Badgers right now, just anchoring the site, waiting. They're aware of the possibility of Nas peeking through that horizon, able to get that kill. The spray in the smoke as well. These 2 players, remaining players from Bobo, are going to be tagged up so low here. Dragon does find 1 with the Sheriff, 60 HP left. How much more can this player really do here? And the answer to that is going to be nothing. Bobo do find 1 kill, but it is going to be Honey Badgers retaking that lead in an almost flawless round. And all things considered, the fact that it was the Neon that went down and the fact that they have their overdrive, it's not even going to put too much of a dent into their economy in this particular round.
Yeah, 1 kill from Bobo does really nothing. Gal's even going to be bringing out an operator to just really see what damage he can deliver. If that's a missed shot, potentially, then you look to utilize the overdrive. If you do start to get rushed by Bobo, I have a feeling, or rather I would kind of like to see a little bit more of a grouped up approach from Bobo. You've got that Rolling Thunder, use that into the A site, drop a cove, get a plant, get out, but make sure you have a little bit of a contingency as well, because last time you did something like that, Noobster was able to just stick in the sky smoke, so and is definitely going to be in the forefront of their mind. Regardless, you can see 5 members are over here at A for Bobo. Let's see how this Rolling Thunder turns out.
Oh, they've already managed to rush their way onto side, and Dragon has gotten 2 beautiful openers right now, looking for more as well as they push forward towards that CT, instead opting to go towards drop. Now that they do have side control and the numbers advantage, the spike will be going down. Now they're going to be able to get that plan. Dragon also just 1 away from that showstopper, so that might be a pivotal kill to watch out for as well. The problem is that on this retaker, the operator is just comparatively so much weaker. Weapon advantage still towards the side of Bobo as well, and if Gao is not able to connect a couple of shots or use that overdrive pretty soon, this retake might be over before it even begins. You can see them rushing in, swapping out for those advantageous weapons. It is going to be Dragon, though, getting the 3rd kill on the round, on track for the ace. Will pop that showstopper, as they are hungry for these frags right now. And I think that at this point, the best option for these last players does remain to try and at least hold up these weapons. You can already see Gawood running away with that operator, but RDW reads it perfectly, is able to go for the reflank and get that kill, and it's just 1 player left alive right now from Honey Badgers, looking for these exits, is able to get 1. The question is, will they be able to save this weapon as well? And I think they should be able to, assuming that this confrontation with Nellery goes their way. Does spot the player, but it's going to be Crunchy who in fact gets the frag, and 8-8, we're back at even scores again. Whew.
Not a bad rounds. Bobo really getting dragged through the mud courtesy of Dragon. 3 kills, entries in toward the site. And look, I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. Crunchy getting up that Rolling Thunder relatively early on in the rounds as well, to provide a bit of assistance into the entries. And the rest of it is just pretty clinical from Bobo to secure the 8th. You look towards the damage that it does to the Honey Badgers economy right now, and they've still got enough to get a purchase. The overdrive from Gao will be utilized here, but they'll be waiting to see if there's any information, any noise from Bobo, currently playing all 5 members to the top side of the map, seeing if there's any aggression from the Honey Badgers. That's one of the things that you do start to consider when there is a neon, when the overdrive is available, when you're sure that there's going to be another purchase. They will be grouping up, however, over towards Arcade. Yet again, RDW operating Harbor. I don't like it, but at the end of the day, point and click, shoot adventure, see if anything can come of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that he has gotten 1 frag so far off that operator, and I think that the side of Honey Badgers will expect it as well, seeing that it was their own player who gave him the generous gift of that particular gun. Talking about gifts, though, it is going to be once again the tripwires being a menace onto this particular side. Dragon this time around, though, getting away with their life. It's all down to Gao, though, with that Bucky trying to do as much damage as possible, but only able to get 1 before finally being shut down here. The side is completely lost right now, and with that neural theft, they're going to know exactly where these last 3 players on the side of Team Honey Badgers are. Dragon able to find 1 more through the smoke, and it's just going to be these last 2. Not much left in the economic tank, and at this point, unless they get a couple of kills really quick, it might just be better for them to hold on to these rifles.
Yeah, you might be considering the save at this point in time. Bobo, once again, they've done well to realize the situation that they can just waltz in towards the B site. They do lose Crunchy, courtesy of Gao with that Bucky, a tower, but again, it was Dragon leading the charge, getting on in, clearing Gen early on with the boom bot, and then it was Noz to pretty much put the nail in the coffin on the remainder of this round with a frag on a Noobstar and a Neural Theft to back it up. So Bobo, they will be reclaiming their lead coming into round number 18. And the question now for Honey Badgers is, will they even be allowed to hold on to these two rifles? Because Noz is going for a hunt. He's able to find one, and now it's just going to be Maishu that will be able to hold on to this Phantom to the next.
Yeah, in a safe position, far away from any hunting Bobo players that are looking to take his head off. But talking about economy, once again, it's going to be Honey Badgers in a very rough spot here. They should be able to just scrape together a buy if some players compromise. I think that they are very close to some pivotal ultimates to work with. So if they can get a couple of kills right off the back of the round, it might be what they need. For example, KO is only 1 away from that no command, only 2 away from that rolling thunder for Maishu. So definitely a lot of ultimates that they are very, very close to. So it might be worth considering that force up. Once again, though, it is going to be Bobo setting their eyes on this B side here, where this time around, there's going to be 3 players stacked out and already pushing out right into the crosshairs of Noz. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's quick, and that's what Bobo were waiting for in the previous round when they saw that Gao did have that overdrive. It's just 1 round later, and Bobo managed to shut it down quite quickly. Will they be expecting Noobster on this line? However, they do see that Shia is going to lose the duel to RDW over at the dish. Things falling apart for the Honey Badgers. This defensive round, 3 players alive. They need to get a pick. They need to get it now to try and get back into this round.
Noobster tries to push through the smoke, make a play, but unfortunately not quite going to work out. In fact, Dragon with the straight on the Vandal is going to be able to take down both of them. And once again, it is going to be this lone breach looking for perhaps an exit, but RDW with all the confidence of the world will push, get that last kill, and push Bobo to double digits here. You know, this Operator Harbor is kind of growing on me here.
He's going to make me say that it's valid. He's going to make everybody say that it's acceptable, and I just don't like it.
It's growing on me.
When you're playing Agent Roulette, you may as well play Weapon Roulette too, I guess.
It's certainly entertaining, and the fact is that he's able to find enormous value considering how the players from Honey Badgers keep walking into his crosshairs there. But on this particular round for Honey Badgers, not much of a buy left. You do see that Guardian on Noobster as well as a Spectre on Mirza, but aside from that, it's just going to be pistols across the board. The nice thing is that the overdrive wasn't invested last round, so with Gowl, if they're in a tough spot, they can pull it out and try to use it to get a couple of kills. But they have a lot of ultimates to work with. We've seen Honey Badgers convert that Thrifty before off the back of some ultimates, and if they can do it again, it's going to be the breath of air that they desperately need to try and stay alive in this particular match.
You see it's the contact round, and that utility, it goes unanswered. Unfortunately, Maishu with the flash here, not able to peek off the contact. And I mean, this is just one of those eco half-fire rounds for Honey Badgers where we'll see what sort of damage that they are going to be able to do. But again, once more, the fundamentals for Bobo, even if they are a team that we're questioning, you know, their continuation in the region and this aspect of players, you know, they've still got those protocols down pat. They still know what they need to be doing to try and win a map, and that is nothing different coming in towards Fracture right now. More shots out. Those are able to find one. That's go time. That's going to bring in the overdrive from Gal. We'll see if he can be the point man to get a couple of frags here back for the Honey Badgers and maybe steal away this round. However, he is put down very, very quickly by Crunchy. And as Noobster's good for 1, it will be the aforementioned player in Crunchy sealing the deal.
Yeah, unfortunately for Galo, checks the wrong side. Do I look left or right? Goes for the left. The player was on the right. Unfortunate circumstances. Happens all the time in my ranked games. And yeah, that's very rough for Honey Badgers because that kill might have made the difference between that retake happening and not happening. Crunchy being tucked away in that corner just manages to clean up all 3 kills by themselves. And now this round, I would say, arguably is a round that's do or die for Honey Badgers. They have scraped together a buy once again. They're going to have rifles across the board for ultimates to work with. Everything seems to be in their favor except for the momentum aspect. And they have to win this round, for lack of a better phrase. Otherwise, they're looking at this map just going down the sewer.
Yeah, pretty much. Honey Badgers, another chance here afforded. However, we have seen them be able to figure things out with the lesser weapons, but we've got Bobo really just a bit more fine-tuned at the moment. Again, it's going to be RDW looking to find an opening kill with this operator, slowly clearing angles. Spy cam this time from Mirza. Not going to be the choice of information on the site right now. As the Sky Smoke actually goes down from Noobster, it is going to force Bobo back for the time being to reassess the situation.
Yeah, they're playing it a bit more slow. They've been going in for those really high explosive pushes in the last couple of rounds, but after a bit of a default. But now, after so many rounds where they've waited for an entry pick and then gone in, they're just going to be regrouping towards this A site instead, where there are still two players from the side of Honey Badgers kind of anchoring it down. It is going to be the Neon and the Breed, so a lot of stall utility really available with those stuns. I think that's another reason why Bobo are going super cautiously about this. But talking about ultimate, it is going to be RDW using that Reckoning right off the bat to try and clear off the side. The stun is perfect from Crunchy, and they're able to get a beautiful kill onto that initiator pick. No more KO ultimate or utility available, and with 4 players remaining, they're gonna have to try and go in for this retake here. The Rolling Thunder invested to try and deny the plant, but that combination of those two ultimates isn't gonna actually find anything. It's gonna be Dragon, in fact, popping off one by one, able to get through with the same showstopper. It's all down to just that last player right now, and unfortunately for my shoes, I'm only gonna be able to find one as Bobo gets a match point in absolute style.
Yeah, maybe when you think that the Honey Badgers combinations of utility to force that spike from being denied and not planted would maybe get them away in, it's just the retaliation that comes through. They don't clear underneath the site. Dragon preemptively dropping some paint shells, able to take away one, and then that showstopper is able to get that party started. Another round over towards Bobo. 12-8, 4 map points now in the opening map of Fracture. This is the choice of Honey Badgers, remember, as well. So Pearl on the horizon. This is the time and chance for the Honey Badgers to still make something of this map, to get it a bit closer, try and force us into overtime. That's definitely what they'll be chasing.
Whenever I look at people traveling up and down that zip line, it just gives me flashbacks to when somebody got an ace on it. But I digress. Nobody this time around falling prey to any lurking Honey Badgers players towards that zip line. It is in fact Bobo going to be, again, weighing their options, just waiting for a push coming out of Honey Badgers, and after a couple of seconds of that, just regrouping to once again together try and hit this side. Once again, they've gone for that. It seems like they're going for that A side. It's worked out successfully for them before in the past, and I think that tripwire might be walkable under.
I think Mirza needs to recheck that wire, because that's going to do absolutely nothing. And fortunately for Bobo, Shia is on the other side of the map. So if they are trying to break in towards A, they can use all of their utility. An opening kill on towards Maishu, but it is Gao on the bottom of the site, overlooking Dragon, who once again has been able to just enter a site with those double satchels. Nobody has been able to punish him at the time being for what feels like 5 or 6 rounds or something to just get in towards a site very quickly. It is onto the retake right now. Shia popping that null command and backing it up with a null theft from Mirza. Does give good information. Noobs are onto RDW. They are starting to formulate a good retake. Noz has been taken down as well. And now as they look to get onto this spike, a incendiary is dropped by Nellery. They can't quite defuse it at the moment. The smoke is there to afford some protection. He finds the first one, and now all he needs to do is play for the time. Another smoke. He's going to look for the spam, potentially through it, but Shia is going to deny that, and Honey Badgers, they will hold on for now.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice retake. Just really quick reactions coming out of the KO and the Cypher, and of course that positioning coming out of Mirza there to be able to get up towards drop and just find the timing on Noz. That was really, really clean. Like you mentioned, they stay alive right now. 3 more rounds left to push this from relegation into overtime, and I think that Honey Badgers, they're definitely capable of it. All they have to do is, really try and pull that momentum out of the grasp of Bobo, which they managed to successfully do off the back of that round. However, they have used every single ultimate in their pocket. They played their last special card. And for the side of Bobo, they still have that Rolling Thunder online. Nellery only 4 away from that Orbital Strike as well, and that might be the difference maker in this particular matchup. As close as it is, as close as the weapons are, these ultimates might be what causes the difference. And it's going to be a really, really quick execute onto this particular site with that Rolling Thunder here. However, though, the stun from Maishu might be what they need, except RDW just gets a headshot.
Clear advantage for Bobo. Neural theft yet in again. RDW to find Mirza, and there was no chances for any mistakes of the Honey Badgers in this round. It had to be flawless. And now that that spike is planted with no assistance of ultimates for the Honey Badgers, Shia will manage to find RDW at least. There's a crossfire in towards the holes of A right now. Gao to slide on in. He's able to find Crunchy. Now they're looking to find even more. Nellery potentially on the chopping block next. Gao doing a good work to find all of these frags, but as he's taken down, it's all going to come onto Dragon. He's been so pivotal in Bobo's attack on this half so far, and with an open plant as well. Does Noobster have a smoke to drop on it? He does, but it's in the open. It's all down to Noobstar, a one-on-one against Dragon. There is the smoke, and it just comes down to a bit of luck from Dragon. Where can he put his crosshair? Nearly out of ammo. That gun also has 2 bullets. No way, it's another one. Lucky for Noobstar, but Dragon, he still will at least find the kill in the end.
It's always awkward when it's a brim smoke. It's just so hard to spam, especially when you do have a Vandal in hand. But yes, Honey Badgers, they went around that they had absolutely no business winning there. And off the back of that, they're going to be having that orbital strike available as well for Noobster. We saw them trying to get off a little bit of a combo the last time around. They used it, didn't find much value with it. This time, it might be exactly what they need to prevent Bobo from really running away with it. Economy still on the healthy side for Bobo. They are going to be able to buy up in the next round as well. But Honey Badgers, they've built a bit of a cushion, investing all of it into this particular round. At this point, every single round is do or die, not just when it comes to economy, but otherwise as well. Gao going in for a bit of an early pick, not quite able to find anything, and it seems like this time around they are looking for some aggression towards this A main area. However, Dragon will be the one to once again find first blood.
Biggest change of Breach util in A main. Satchel for Dragon to get out of dodge, and Gao activating those fast footwork as well. Able to just get out of there. But it is going to be at least that 1-to-1 as Noz does fall. Bit of time for the dust to settle. Crunchy's gone for a little bit of a lurk look. The rest of the squad of Bobo going in the tunnels together. That's a good shot, isn't it? She up. Straight shooting on towards Crunchy, and now the information from Noobster as well, with some absolutely brutal shots with this Guardian just down towards Nellary. He's had a bit of a hard one with 5 kills only in this map so far, and I don't think he's going to be able to translate it into 6. I actually lie. Gao's giving him that one. So is Shia. Okay, maybe we're now starting to cook with a little bit of gas. What a round it would be if Nellary can finish on 2 HP, but unfortunately not. It's 11 for Honey Badgers. Ladies and gentlemen, we actually might get a bit of OT here.
I think you jinxed for Nellary there twice. Once when he said he wouldn't get
hey, look,
2
if
more
he's getting kills, it's fine. It's fine.
2x jinx there. But yeah, anyway, you know, it's really kudos to Nellary for stepping up. You know, you don't expect a manager to do this. Well, at this point, actually, Nellary is doing almost as well as Mirza, I would say. So, statistics apart though, I think that for Bobo, they just seem to be struggling to really close things out here, and they've given Honey Badgers enough time to really get back into the game, and you just don't want to give a team like Honey Badgers that kind of opportunity. Talking about opportunities though, it is going to be Dragon taking the early attempt at getting control of this A main real quick. Only a couple off that showstopper as well, and that might be an ultimate that we've seen them find value with once and again, time and again. It is going to be Mirza though playing in this extremely cheeky spot. The goal protecting Dragon though, still going to be able to get that kill, and it is going to be 3 kills quickly going the way of Honey Badgers in exchange for just 1. It's all down to these 2 controllers right now in this 2v4 situation. Spike's still in their possession, but that's about the only thing that's in their favor.
4 members of Honey Badgers early on towards the A side as well really didn't bode well for Bobo. And as they do try to break into the side, it is just that combination of util. Mirza, yeah, he might not be having a great performance for the frag department, but those trips absolutely crucial to the success of Honey Badgers in this round to try and push us into OT. It's Nellary and RDW. Dragon was 1 away from dropping 30 frags, or maybe it was 2. It's one of those. Really putting in a hard performance on this duelist right now. 30 seconds to try and get this plant down. And Bobo are just waiting to see if there's a mistake from Honey Badgers, and there it is. Noobster will be taken down by a sleeping RDW at the first point in time.
1 enemy remaining.
Now as they do try to break in towards the site, they are just going to get deleted. It is 12 apiece. It is overtime.
Wow, game 1 of the day, and we're already going to be heading into overtime here. But with Honey Badgers and Bobo, I wouldn't expect anything else from these 2 teams. Like we talked about Dion in the beginning, this is a bit of a grudge match. These teams have been time and time again tested against each other, and the fact that Honey Badgers is going to be the one starting up in that upper bracket might give Bobo a little bit more fire, considering that this was the only team that they lost to in that group stage. So definitely going to be an interesting map, and this is only map number 1. We still have Pearl and Split coming up possibly, and I think it's very likely that we're going to be seeing a split if the teams, you know, keep up at this rate.
Yeah. It's going to be one of the hard things as well if Bobo do drop this map and Honey Badgers are able to find it after having 4 map points, after having Dragon put up, you know, more than 10 kills from the rest of your team as well. Really goes to show that individual performance sometimes doesn't get the job done. It can fall on deaf ears if the rest of the team isn't picking up. But for Crunchy, for Dragon, it is always Dragon, isn't it? 30 frags achieved. And now it's just going to be down onto Mirza and Noobsa to try and get something back in this round for the Honey Badgers. They are currently split up as well, so there's maybe an opportunity for them to get a pick off on the A site. IDW is repositioning himself. He might actually have this duel against Mirza. Or maybe it's going to be Crunchy walking away in the sands. They've spotted each other out. But can Mirza bail? It's not a duel that he wants to really be seeing.
2v3 still, and it just seems like Noobster and Mirza are testing the waters right now, possibly considering a rotation towards this B side instead, where they know for a fact that there are at least less players. They know that 2 of them were last spotted towards this A side. But again, it's the Cypher utility on that opposite side that you really, really don't want to contend with, especially if it's going to be someone playing as radically, and I say this as a compliment, as Nas, who showed up in that defensive half as an absolute rat with those tripwires and being able to get those fantastic kills time and time again. They're going to be trying to go back into this A site hit here. Mirza on the drop, looking at the position, is aware of one towards Sands. Does he know that RDW is still going to be on site?
It's very cheeky, isn't it? A bit of an off angle at the moment. Those smokes are going to give up the goat in this one, and they don't even clear the stairs. Now the head, I think, has maybe been seen as Mirza's. RDW, he doesn't even need to drop onto the site because Crunchy at the door goes back to Halls, finds the final kill. So maybe we're asking from Bobo to get that one round in regulation and seal the deal on this map. But hey, Honey Badgers fought valiantly to get a bit of a comeback happening. They did that. Now they are back onto this deficit where if they drop the next round, it's map done.
Yeah, you do see Gao going in for that operator as a bit of a last-ditch attempt on defense so far, at least. It seems like Honey Badgers, they've managed to pull a couple of rounds together at the end, but they looked very, very shaky in the beginning. It does seem like they're the team that performs well under high-pressure situations, so perhaps this might be the impetus that they really need to try and take it into yet another overtime. But again, this time around, Bobo, they're not going to be messing around. They're going for a really, really quick hit onto this particular side, and this time nobody's going to be on there.
If it's a 50-50, you've gotten the better one, a coin flip, it's landed on the right one that you predicted. Nobody home for the Honey Badgers. No utility, no trips of Mirzas that get you, no flashes of My Shoes. It's looking to be a full retake, and Crunchy's even pushing the dish at the moment. It's a little bit unfortunate, though, for him that he does get taken down, but there is a trade, at least, by Dragon finding Mirza. See that Shia is just watching behind for any possible flanks that may come on through with Gao into the site at the moment. They are waiting. They are hoping that Dragon is going to be the one to be taken down. He's been such a pivotal factor at the moment. It's an open plant once more. There's a sky smoke from Noobstar. We've seen how this goes before, but the paint shells are going to bring any attempt at that defuse off at the moment. You've got satchels for Dragon still to bop them off. You've got incendiaries going down, and now Noobstar is finally going to start on that defuse. Throw your satchels in Dragon, but he's dead. The defuse is taken down. It's a half tick to come through now, and Gao can't get it done. So the map is over. It's 14-12 to Bobo.
Yeah, they steal away Honey Badger's map pick, and for a second I genuinely thought we were going to go into like another overtime. It looked like the spike was going to be stuck through completely, but finally it seems like Bobo, they've learned from their mistakes. They spray at it, they get the shots, and more than that, just the fact, like you mentioned, that Dragon had those paint shows online, that was the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close at the end there. Again, you know, you don't want to see these rounds by Noobster being 3 out of 3 for those attempted Sky Smoke defusers. Just kind of ridiculous at the end, but well placed for Bobo. Dragon really putting up a great performance. I'd love to see when we do get these statistics as well, how much ACS he actually did manage to get. We'll go ahead and bring that up in just a moment as well. Actually, right now, let's have a look at it. Dragon, 352 ACS with 33 frags at the end of that map. Talk about a great performance.
Yeah, definitely the definition of popping off. Also 5 first kills, and I mean, you saw how in a lot of these rounds Dragon was just willing to satchel in, create that distraction, and not just create that distraction, but also, you know, being able to get that first kill while creating so much space is huge. But, you know, right behind Dragon, it is going to be RDW and Nas both stepping up. Nas on the defense being just that incredibly annoying Cypher who places these trips that always net a couple of kills, and of course RDW as well on that harbor, our harbor operator, for lack of a better phrase, really being able to have an impact, make a bit of a splash, I would say.
Just feels like anything RDW touches, he can turn into gold at some point in time. It's very, very ridiculous. But of course, we can see in this 14-12 that the economy was up and down a little bit more so for one team than the other. But at the end of the day, you know, both teams were still able to at least get us towards this overtime area and push us into a pretty exciting finish to the map as well. You were thinking that potentially it could have gone either team's way at the end of that one. Just another millisecond and that spike could have been defused. But it does mean here, Zach, that fracture is done and dusted, which means around the corner we are getting ready for Pearl. So make sure you all don't go nowhere. We'll throw it over to a cheeky little break, and when we do return, we go have another map.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7.
Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Of course, map 1 has been done and dusted in our series. We've had some great shots, we've had some great players, and we've had a good win out by Bobo. But of course, if your eyes are hurting, you know, it's something that can happen these days. We've got the thing for you. Make sure you guys do check out our friends at BioCode.Lab. They're offering us a code. It's LPL Season 1. If you use that at the checkout on BioCode.Lab.com, it'll get you a cheeky 20% off your order as well. So, I mean, if you're looking at getting some Biocode Lab, that's definitely the way to go. I've actually had it myself. I've got a shaker around somewhere as well. You know, it's in the wash at the moment, actually, because I did use it the other day, funnily enough. Make sure you guys do check that out. Exclamation mark Biocode Lab in the Twitch chat as well, and that'll help you all out. But of course, Zach, map number 1 has been done and dusted, as I did say in this series. Around the corner, we're looking at Pearl.
Yeah, and if what we saw on Fracture was any indication, I feel like both these teams are absolutely going to be bringing the fight here. Really, really close game. Like you mentioned, it was overtime. It could have gone to anyone's game, but I feel like Bobo as a whole just had a little bit more cohesion. I feel like Dragon, of course, was that huge impact player, but even otherwise, everybody was really able to just set him up for those entry frags and for creating that much space time and time again, whether it's the Harbor utility from RDW or just those stuns as well as those flashes from Crunchy. Every single player was able to step up huge, including their substitute manager type Nellery there. So I definitely think kudos goes to them. And it took them a few rounds to get into shape, but once they were there, they were there.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you know, a point in time in this game where it was 12-8, there was 4 map points for Bobo, but Honey Badgers finally getting themselves activated and doing what they needed to do to get back in towards the map. But at the end of the day, the overtime scenario does just go a little bit better for Bobo. Very close scenario as well that actually could have seen a little bit more overtime, but the denial of the defuse in the smoke. Once bitten, twice shy. Noops, that you can't get away with that for a 3rd time in a row, unfortunately. So we do start to consider what Pearl around the corner is going to look like. Of course, it is the choice to come out of Bobo, which should give us the indication that they'd be a little bit more comfortable in bringing that map into this series because they have picked it.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely hope we do see more of RDW's Harbor plays there. I think Pearl is one of those maps where Harbor really manages to shine through. But, you know, before we talk a little bit about comp, let's look at the MVP of that particular match, that overtime game. It is going to be Dragon, of course. 33 frags, if I'm not wrong, across the entire game. And 352 ACS, first 5 kills, which is what I really had my eyes on. That's exactly what you want from your duelist player. And the fact that Dragon is able to consistently do that for Bobo is really what makes him that MVP for not just the series, but the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm to pick apart one, you know, fault of Dragons, if you could ever find something on this guy, 27% headshot rate over 33 kills. I think you might want to be checking out that one. But of course, as I did mention, we do go into Pearl. I'll actually be interested to see if we are going to be getting RDW back on the Harbor. It is a map that can bring in a Harbor. I kind of want to see him change it up. I want to just see something different from Bobo. Keep it entertaining, keep it fun. But for the Honey Badgers, I mean, you know, they'll probably look to still keep it to what they're normally using. An Astra, Fade, KO, Killjoy, and Phoenix is what we're probably going to be expecting from them. Anything other than that, you know, is going to be a change up, and then maybe we do get a little bit more spice added to this dish that is Pearl.
Yeah, for sure. I think that when it comes to Bobo, though, I'm personally excited for that agent composition. Like, one particular duelist that I would love to see, and Bobo, if you're listening, I would love to see some Yoru here on this particular map. I think that G2 goes and really popularized that particular agent on Pearl, but in general, I just feel like Yoru has so much value on this particular map, whether it comes to like quick rotations, whether you're gonna go for some very sneaky attacks, and just overall confusion and pandemonium, which I think fits very well with Bobo's current playstyle. I would really, really love to see a Yoru as well as a double controller setup come up. So yeah, if you're listening, Bobo, I would really like that.
Yeah, of course, so far for the showing on Pearl from the Honey Badgers, they are flawless at the moment. They've played it 3 times. They've been able to get some pretty good victories. You know, the closest series, funnily enough, that they actually got pushed on this map was against the Cooper Troopers. That went 13-9, and we know that the Cooper Troopers was one of the teams that got eliminated in that bottom 8 area. 95X, they actually managed to win 13-5 pretty damn comfortably. So it's not like this map coming in towards Pearl is not in the wheelhouse of the Honey Badgers. They certainly have their protocols and fundamentals down. They certainly have the plans of actions that they're going to be able to do something in this map to try and equalize us and then get over into Split.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Honey Badgers, but I think Bobo are no slouches at this map either. I think in their game against Next Gen yesterday, they did manage to pull off a very convincing 13-7 victory, and that was with them running like a double duelist comp. I think we did see RDW on the Jet yesterday. I have no idea what we're going to be seeing him on today, whether it's going to be the Harbor again or something else, or that Yoru, hopefully, fingers crossed. But, you know, I've gone on enough about the Yoru. I think that when it comes to this particular series, it just comes down to Honey Badgers going for their tried and tested tactics that have worked for them historically against just the raw chaos that Bobo is bringing to the board right now, and I am here to watch it. We are going to be looking at agent select, and yeah, no messing around. Honey Badgers are just going for whatever they always play. They're not messing around at all.
Yeah, well, it does look like with RDW locking in the jet, we do potentially get the same composition that we did have in yesterday's series. And yeah, pretty much so. So it should be kind of interesting. You know, we have a lot of info that we can go on in the previous map yesterday against our friends in Next Gen 13 to 7, as you do make mention to. And there was an essence of Next Gen that they were potentially able to do something in that map. You know, McKinley was putting up a really good performance for his squad on that IGL department as well. But one thing to mention, you know, I think we might not be seeing too much more on Next Gen with the unfortunate LFT posts that I did see a little bit earlier. So we'll wait and see what confirmations we can get around that. But for the moment, Zach, we do have the Honey Badgers taking on a Bobo. It is do or die time technically in this series with the Honey Badgers being 1-0 down. It's not elimination, at least they do have that lower bracket run if needed.
Yeah, for sure. There's always that lower bracket. This was a lock-in where everything is single elimination, but I digress. It is going to be map number 2. To recap, map number 1 went into overtime. 14-12, Bobo came off with the victory. Now they look to cement a 2-0 win over their longtime foes, Honey Badgers, in this map, which is their pick. They do have that double duelist comp available, and they're going to be starting off on defense. Start talking about Honey Badgers, though. Again, they don't want to like mess around either. Going in for that pretty quick execute onto this B site here, trying to do as much damage as possible. 2 players lurking, though, towards mid, trying to really find some timing or at least catch Bobo off guard there. But you know, so far it just seems like while Honey Badgers is taking up space, Bobo are happy to like just hunker down and anchor these key positions, which so far they've been doing absolutely well.
Yeah, one of the strengths of Bobo yesterday was really playing reactively, playing with the time, bringing rotations and drawing rotations of Next Gen, specifically when they were on that attacker's side. And on defense, they were pretty much an immovable object. They just didn't really let anything through. In this round, it's really nothing too dissimilar, isn't it? Honey Badgers playing a little bit slowly over towards Art, over towards long of A, just waiting to get a bit of a wrap around. You do see that Crunchy is playing over a dugout at the moment on the A side of things. You've also got then Dragon looking to be potential first point of contact, actually, and he's going to be able to find the first opening kill onto Merzer as well. Now that RDW has also come over towards A, it's going to be pretty difficult for Honey Badgers to break in.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, a lot of backup, the entire firing squad there. Oh, the Prowler doesn't tag RDW, so that's going to make their job even more difficult as they try to push forward. Do use some utility for this particular corner, but nevertheless, the picks are going to be good. Dragon being able to pop up, get 3 on the round. It's all down to just this last player, and Maishu, unfortunately, is going to be shut down once again by Dragon, who has not cooled down at all from last round. In fact, if he was bringing the explosives last time around with that raise, definitely going to be on fire right off that this first round with that Phoenix. 4 kills, just 2 away from that run it back, and I think this is something else that's going to be a factor when the side switch happens. Bobo, they just have those 2 duelists with extreme firepower, and literally in the case of Dragon, and if Dragon can farm up that run it back a couple of times, it's just going to be free.
Yeah, he certainly turned up the heat coming into this pistol round, that is for certain. Going on to a Phantom as well with the light shields is pretty spicy. Bodes confidence for him. And he's going to look to just take first contact yet again over in mid. Nallery with that Prowler. Not able to send it far enough to try and find Noobster. It's going to be actually RDW who does find the first frag of this new round. It is no force up to be seen from the Honey Badgers. Going to be running into these classics to see if they can potentially find any lick of damage. A plant would be great for them as well. But they, of course, have to get into a site to be able to do that first and foremost.
I always love watching people fight that Killjoy turret. It's just so difficult for people to. It's just so much damage before it finally gets broken, even in like rifle rounds. So it's always fun to watch. And on these anti-ecos, it's just brutal. It's like going up against player number 6. Hardly a fair case to be made. But yeah, Nos takes a little bit of chip damage, still manages to retain the site. And Honey Badgers, once again, they're going to be going on for a full-on rotate towards this B site. Once again, the bait hasn't quite been taken. There is still going to be RDW anchoring that particular angle. And once again, it is going to be this point of contact between Dragon, who unfortunately I think that the timing might be there. Mirza is able to find that first kill, and that opens up the site for so much right now.
Yeah, RDW down. That's going to be a plant potentially for Honey Badgers if they can do so. However, the player with the spike has run into the duel, and that is not what you want to see. Mr. Nellery able to pick up a couple of kills. The 3K is pretty much halfway to what he was able to find in the previous map in the first 2 rounds. So, yeah. Jolly good show. Jolly good show.
Yeah, definitely a huge improvement there. Also, like, helps kind of farm up that Killjoy lockdown, one of those ultimates that you really want whether you're on attack or defense here, especially with it getting that little bit of a buff. It's much more harder to break right now. I think the KO Molly no longer does the job, for instance. But yeah, anyway, the Killjoy lockdown for the side of Honey Badgers is getting halfway charged up. It is going to be their full buy kicking in this time around, and they did manage to take 2 weapons off the hands of Bobo as well, so that's going to be a little bit more of a loss. Never mind. RDW is just going to be buying up that operator instead, something that the side of Honey Badgers might not quite expect. A very, very eclectic buy right now, but it's still going to work out as the shorty comes through.
Yeah, that's pretty cheeky from Nalarit, but in trying to retrieve the weapon, he does get taken down. The alarm bot's going to be popped with the Nano Swarm. Maishu going to be forced on back, so for the time being, there is a little bit of silence that could have potentially happened, but it's an ambitious shot from RDW that doesn't go his way. Player advantage for the Honey Badgers as they extend in through Link. Knowles is going to be forced back by the combination of utility, however, into the Nebula, finds one before being traded out.
The side of Honey Badgers has also managed to pick up that operator, so something else that Bobo has to contend with. 2v3 retake attempt has to come through right now from the side of these players on Bobo. Both of them towards spawn, have to regroup, have to clear out so many angles before they can really try to venture forward here. However, it is going to be Crunchy and Dragon available. A lot of utility between them when it comes to smoke, stuns, whatnot. So they are going to be trying to make their way forward. Right now, the players from Honey Badgers, they're going to be trying to hold these crossfires right now. Dragon already finding that first is going to be huge right now. However, the 1-for-1 is good. And at the end of the day, that's going to be Honey Badgers walking away with that full buy and stealing that operator, so the economy for Bobo is going to be in such an awkward spot.
There was a chance there for Dragon in knowing where both members were, but he couldn't quite find the first one that needed to be done. Player coming out from the halls, of course, baited out by that operator playing in the Link. Nevertheless, that was that bonus round from Bobo, and with a significant amount of damage delivered as well, they will have a pretty comparable purchase coming up to this first gun round. You do make mention of that operator, of course. It's going to be in the hands of Gao now. See if he can find an opening kill over towards any aggressive forces at A that Bobo look to send. Now it is the Haunt as the rest of the members, or rather 2, Crunchy and Dragon, start to push up through A main. So little does Gao know, he did have the kind of right idea to position the operator over toward the A side of the map, rather, as it is just one of these default rounds from the Honey Badgers. A good curveball in. It's Gao and Mirza find the first 2 opening kills, and that might even just seal the deal in this round.
For sure, yeah. I like the patience coming out from them. They expected the push, knowing the economy was in a bit of an awkward spot, and managed to find the kills as well. Once again, the 3rd kill just found by lying in wait. It's going to be the last 2 players for Bobo. One of them armed with only a Sheriff, RDW, and the second does have that Phantom to work with. But how much more can Nellery really do here? Does have the information from the Haunts that there is going to be quite a bit of an assault on this particular site here. But with the economy being in the spot that it is, and the player disadvantage being so huge, it might be better for these last to just pick up those rifles and try to hold on to them for the next round, if they're allowed to, considering that the net is closing in.
Yeah, potentially so. Nullery does get taken down, and now RDW, he's got a sniff of where Shia is. See if he can get any little damage to come through, because the economy isn't too built up for the Honey Badgers, and it does really only equate to a tied scoreline at the tail end of this round. Now the hunt may be on, but you got to give props to the Honey Badgers still to be able to win those duels outside A main. You know, the flash that does come on through from Dragon, it is dodged, navigated quite well for the remainder of the round from the Honey Badgers. Full clearance of that B site. Now it's that tail end where they are just going to a little bit of a hunt onto RDW. Not too far forward, of course, because they know that they need to hold their weaponry. And unfortunately, Gao's lost his life, which means the operator is deleted.
Yeah, I don't know quite how that happened, but yep, that's got to be the operator offline. That's probably one less thing that Bobo has to worry about right now, seeing that it wasn't picked up once again either. Talking about ultimates, though, both teams are pretty close to a lot of pivotal ults right now. Run it back available for Dragon there, as well as Gao. Also, just that Cosmic Divide that might let them put down the spike for free. Only one away for the side of Honey Badgers, only one away from both that lockdown as well as that Nightfall from the Fate. So a lot of ultimates to work with. All depends on who gets these kills first. However, though, Bobo is going to have a little bit of a weapon disadvantage aside from that one rifle that RDW really managed to save, so that might make things a bit troublesome in this particular round here.
Yeah, well, it's all well and good if Honey Badgers are going to be able to get into the A site, but eventually you're going to need to go back and get that objective. They've left the spike in spawn. With no aggression, though, from any of these squads, it's all well and good. Yeah, Mercer's going to be sent back to go and get that. Just these pistols, really. Bobo saved Vandal. And the Marshal from Dragon that has reared its ugly head over at the back of B holes. Finds a bit of damage on towards Noobstar, so he's going to have to reassess the rest of this round in terms of his own duels that he'll look to be facing. But with the pressure that's being built up around that B site and no real of any information over at A, that's where Honey Badgers are just going to look to send things over. And if they can find Noz, there's not going to be anybody else with Bobo for the time being.
The lurk around is going to be perfect for the Astron. They are going to be able to get that first kill, trapping Noz between 3 different players, making things even more difficult right now. The ult is committed by Dragon here, picks up that weapon from their teammate, and are able to get 2 kills or just 1 kill off the back of that. Right now, though, the trades are still good as Crunchy manages to find 1 altar over the Deagle. The second coming in from Nellery, in fact. Cosmic Divide invested as well, along with the Nightfall. All the ultimates in the world being popped, and these last 2 players from the side of Honey Badgers have to prevent this diffuse from coming through. Sees just a corner, able to get the kill, but Bobo will be able to clean things up finally. Dragon finishing off the defuse, and that's a thrifty.
I guess, look, I would still kind of class that maybe as a thrifty because the pistols did a lot of damage for Bobo. The Vandal, you know, it didn't really do too much, and that Marshal actually did some good tag damage on towards Noobstar. So I guess one could weigh up in terms of economy and stuff that it is a thrifty, it isn't a thrifty. Regardless, it's a round for Bobo that they probably shouldn't have been able to get. Realizing the situation, stopping Honey Badgers from really trying to set themselves up in a post plant, finding all the damage, and the combination as well of the ultimate. Nellery using the ult to just force Noobs to back. Very well placed. Anywho, new round. B aggression from Bobo. 0 point to be destroyed. So the Blades are still dancing around for RDW. Meanwhile, we're going to see again if Gao can sneak in towards this A side. Crunchy goes into the Astral Realm, but he still manages to navigate that kill. Maybe a little bit lucky there.
Yeah, the timing could have gone really, really badly for Crunchy there, but it is going to be Gao who gets taken down, unfortunately. First kill in the reposition is going to be immaculate as well, letting Crunchy get that second kill almost for free, taking almost no damage, just a little bit off that armor there. And the rotation has come through as well. RDW with the backup here to be able to back the teammate up. Not quite able to get the kill though, but Crunchy still able to make that rifle sting, getting the 3rd on the round. Looking for the ace as they get the 4th down. It's just 1 player remaining. Noobster against the world here. Position given away by that turret as well to make things worse, and Crunchy is going to be just holding the angle. He wants that ace. It's going to be do or die right now. All the utility from the teammates being used in conjunction. Noobster though will deny the ace, but still the round is in favor of Bobo. Yep,
denied the ace in the end, and you lose a teammate as well. You lost them pretty much in succession, so you line up. That's quite unfortunate when you've got you know, hungry factors for the kills. Look, regardless, again, another round over towards Bobo, and they have enough economy to get another purchase here, the operator for RDW. But you flip it over for the Honey Badgers, and we can't really say the same thing, right? Light Shields, Sheriffs are going to be here, a Marshal for Noobstar, see if he can get some revenge on towards Dragon, who was able to get some damage in the previous round. But apart from that, 4 ultimates. I'd be very interested to see if Honey Badgers actually choose to use any of them in a round such as this. So the slowest start yet again.
Work with. The timing is found by Noobster there, but not quite able to connect the kill. I think they're just trying to sell a fake at this point, but it is going to be Nellery who spots it out. It's going to be trying to work with Crunchy to try and anchor the site once again, and Crunchy is able to just do so much damage with the help of that rifle. Finally gets taken down, but the trade is still there. And now these last 2 players from the side of Honey Badgers, how much more can they find? Especially considering that they know for a fact that turret is just being locked down by, Art is just being locked down by that turret. Oof.
Yep, shot from Dragon. There's that headshot. Both build up that percentage. You know, 27% in the previous map. Do you want to see more? Nah. Only play. Bobo, another round. That's the 5th. Pretty convincing in a lot of these so far on the defensive side, but I think this is going to be a swing round. This is going to be a very important one for the Honey Badgers with all of their utility with the weaponry and with the ultimates that they can really use to back things up for them. I would love to see something quick as well. Nothing too, you know, you forget your normal strategies and kind of throw caution to the wind, but getting a little bit more control of B long potentially. We've seen some aggression from Bobo there. We've seen some aggression from Bobo hell at even A main, but A couple of rounds where Gal's just been able to lurk in through A and be punished by Country doesn't really bode well. So it is quick. It is good at B long. They get that control and they can start to establish these ultimates. You would expect Mercer to drop the lockdown in combination potentially with the Nightfall, but it is actually going to be the run it back from Gal looking to lead the charge. They'll establish a plant and now we'll get a post plant.
Spike planted.
They are going to take down Mirza, though, who's trying to like lurk around and find some damage. The flank is going to be quick as well, able to just doing dragon things, getting those fights 1-to-1. However, Gawa is able to trade it back. Still expects that second player as well. Might be able to get yet another kill, and it's going to be the operator on RDW, so that's going to make things even more difficult on this particular retake. Crunchy spots out the body, not quite able to get the kill, though, as it is going to be Maishu coming back on top. These last two players from Bobo, they have so much work to do. It's just down to RDW in a 1v2, the clock ticking, not enough time, and at this point, the operator's save is the best option for them. And Honey Badgers, they strike back and get to 3.
The difference that Crunchy finding the kill onto Maishu actually could have found in the round, because it means that Noz doesn't get taken out. They can act accordingly to go over toward the halls. RDW is already keeping Gao at the long ramp entertained, I guess one could say. And it potentially could have been a successful retake for Bobo, but a couple of crucial kills go the way of the Honey Badgers, and they do successfully gather their 3rd round, and they don't look to invest a couple of ultimates too, right? They've still got that lockdown. They now have that Cosmic Divide as well for Xia. That can be pretty powerful to get in towards one of these sites as well. So in not completely ult dropping, they really do afford themselves another round possibility here in the 9th. The thing is, though, Bobo do have all this weaponry yet again to still be able to play with. And they do have a different change in their setups as well. It's not Noz playing over on this B site this time by himself. It's actually going to be RDW with the operator. And then you've also got Nellary there.
Yeah, a lot to really contend with. Like you mentioned, the economy is still in a decent spot for Bobo, so they are going to be able to buy up. They did expend a few ultimates, but they still have that lockdown and that run it back available for easy retake, I would say. Similar for the side of Honey Badgers as well, though the operator is going to be the one to sing out. RDW getting that first blood, still has that dash available as well, and if through the smoke, if they get this kill somehow, that's going to be absolutely bonkers. Yeah. Cosmic Divide is invested. Gao gets a little bit more space, and off the back of that, at least a spike plant should be a viable opportunity, but Bobo has a Cosmic Divide of their own for that retake, so it's not exactly a done and dusted possibility here.
Yeah, one would expect for them to be able to drop it here. However, they can't use that lockdown anymore, as Mercer does manage to take out Noz. Going to be 2 players into the halls forward, so for the Honey Badgers. And it is just a little bit of time that Bobo are looking to set up on this retake. They're a little bit paranoid of Mercer's flank as well. It's Dragon to lead the charge. The curveball actually gets himself as well. That's quite unfortunate. Even a bit of disorientation, but as that Cosmic Divide does go down, it's time for Mercer to activate, looking to deny the defuse. Xia's there as well, but it's all Mercer. 4 kills in the round, 5 HP to spare, and Honey Badgers do gather that one.
That was the lurk of all lurks coming out of Mirza there. The fact that they were, like the Cosmic Divide also worked in his favor. The fact that it was able to just isolate these picks one by one and deny the defuse for the side of Bobo, that was exactly what Honey Badgers really needed. The timing was just impeccable there. And kudos to Mirza for being able to pull that one off. Bobo, their economy looking a little bit rough now. They do still have enough money for an operator on RDW, but 3 players are going to be forced to play on light armor. And with this lockdown available for Mirza right now, it might be the quick B execute on the cards, or sorry, A execute on the cards.
Crunchy couldn't quite gather the ace last time, but now he's got a bit of a test to see if he can get some damage. Immediate rotations here, but that null command is going to be popped out by Noobster. Crunchy, see if he can get anything here, or do they just choose to let that null command expire with the plant going down? It'll be a 5 versus 5 retake and a lockdown that actually can be utilized from Noz as well. No lurks this time for the Honey Badgers to throw out. Everybody's going to be together, but it's going to be the exchange of lockdowns. Ever so slightly quicker is going to be the attackers on Honey Badgers. So if it all gets weighted out, Bobo technically do have that advantage of timing. But now, when they do start to pop, it's going to be 2 defenders detained. A little bit rough.
No charges left. Walk off, G. My ultimate's ready.
Oh, they managed to get half the defuse down, but they're going to be pushing from every single direction. Not able to get those 2 kills, so it's going to be absolutely pivotal. RDW trying to stick the spike through the smoke. Will they be able to do it?
You got it.
Yeah, it's going to be another smoke defuse. RDW says, hey, guess what, Noobster? You're not the only one who can stick things through the smoke. I can do it too. I know my smokes are shorter and stuff, but still, that's going to be a defuse that comes through. And honestly, the image that comes to my mind when I think about those two lockdowns is just like that is the Venn diagram of absolute doom there. Like if you're caught anywhere in that circle, you are gonna be paying for it. And despite two players being detained, though, I think they did quite well.
Absolutely, but of course, you know, it was really well placed for Bobo to at least get that spike half defused. It makes it so much easier for RDW just to get the rest of it. And with two players of the Honey Badgers being detained there out of action for a little bit, the difference that them actually being alive bodies does, right? Because Mirza can use those nano swarms to potentially get in some good damage earlier on. Just a little bit of an unfortunate scenario for them, but it is a round that's been set in stone. You do have the economy to go in with a pretty comfortable buy in this new round. And for Bobo, can't really say the same thing for one of the players, unfortunately. Nallery going to be down onto the Stinger. He's going to be currently playing on the B side itself over towards the link of things behind Dragon with RDW. So very strong-sided B site for Bobo. As Crunchy has pushed himself up a little bit more forward at A. He is very big to be able to survive, but in being taken down here, Zach, that means no smokes anymore for Bobo.
One down.
Who needs smokes when Nos can pull off kills like that, gets two of their own, and still jumps and stays alive, dodging that operator shot as well. Three remaining players trying to push through from Honey Badgers. A lot of utility that really manages to catch them out, and it's going to be RDW this time around, holding down Anchor in this corner here on the site. They are going to be trying to flash, but don't quite clear it. So the wallbang is going to be impeccable coming through. And these last two players from the side of Honey Badgers, how much more can they really accomplish? With the operator, Gal was able to find one, but with 20 seconds left on the clock and a 1v3 to boot, I don't know if there's much else that this player can particularly do here aside from just trying to hold on to that particular weapon if they're allowed. Nice shot.
It's scary now. It can be quite problematic if Nallery loses his life, but he does. Gal, 7 seconds to get this plant, but where is Noz? 45 HP. There's time. This is very possible for Gal. This is almost, quote, a throw from Bobo. A little bit too hungry from Dragon, going for a knife. Bobo might have dropped this round at the moment. The crosshair, the gun barrel, it gets the better of him. The angle, better, more superior for Noz. Starts off things with that 2K and closes it with the 3 and the defuse.
Yeah, that looked incredibly scary for a second. I thought that Noz was gonna probably go running as well, but Noz is like, you know what, guys, you guys can have fun. We saw this in the previous map as well. You guys can go have fun. I'm just gonna anchor down the side and play for the objective, and that's exactly what happens. Just one away from that lockdown, and remember, I think that they only used it in that previous one, so that's definitely gonna be a major ultimate that if Noz can get a kill, that's gonna be a really pivotal ultimate that Bobo will have online. They also do have that Nightfall as well as that Blade Storm on RDW, which is good because the economy is looking just a bit desperate right now for both teams, in fact.
Well, you got to invest everything in this round. That is the last. So we'll see if Maishu is going to utilize this Nightfall over towards the A site. Crunchy is going to be the first player to find a potential duel. Gout just able to escape from that one. But he will gather the runner back on the back of that. So could be quite pivotal for the front man to get on in. But Crunchy, in finding that first kill, he's going to try and get a second one. Shut down from Maishu. Quick frag, quick extensions in towards the art as well for the Honey Badgers. RDW has to bail from that situation. And with that Nightfall coming on in, Honey Badgers is going to claim A.
They finally managed to make their way onto site without a numeric disadvantage, which is what they've been facing for a lot of rounds. However, though, the Nightfall is going to be invested in counter, and immediately off the back of that, RDW is able to take up some space and get that first kill as well. Mirza now stuck between a rock and a hard place, has a teammate to back them up, but it is going to be Noobster finding that kill nevertheless. 3v3 right now, and this player tucked into the corner might be the difference maker if they go unchecked. However, the wallbang damage is good right now. Dragon with the operator, not quite able to connect the shot, and now it's all down to just Noobster. The lockdown as well to make things even worse, despite having that 0 point, not going to be able to do much there.
It's real rough for him, isn't it? Because he has to respect the lockdown on the defuse. It's a little bit late, all things considered. It'll be the half that does come through from Noz. The blades are missed from RDW, but there's no time for Noobster to get him off the defuse. And whilst he does get the constellation frag at the end, it's a round that goes over toward Bobo. Another lockdown that works wonders from Noz over at the A site.
Yeah, that's 2 for 2 right now at this point. Sure, nobody was detained, but the defuse nevertheless materializes off the back of that particular ultimate, and it was nice. It was nice that it was really the key factor that made the difference. Because considering the HP on both of these players, I feel like without that lockdown, Noobster could have easily clutched it out. But yeah, it is going to be an 8-4 in favor of Bobo. I think last time around it was 7-5. We did see Honey Badgers make a comeback. This time around the road looking a little bit more rough, and with Bobo switching over to the attack side and this double duelist composition, I think that the Honey Badgers really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah. I do wonder what sort of attack we're going to get from Bobo. Is it going to be pretty copy-paste from our previous days' adventures, or is it going to be different? It's going to be some mid-control, though. That's what we know for Bobo right now. Pink in anything towards Art as the Haunt goes through. It is actually going to get a reveal onto Dragon, so a bit of information for Honey Badgers at the current time. Really focused on containing this Art position.
First blood does materialize though, as Dragon is able to get that clean headshot onto my shoe there. Once again, Bobo starting things off with a little bit of an advantage. Caught onto sight. It is going to be, unfortunately, taken down as well. It is going to be Mirza who strikes back, but nevertheless, the trades are good right now for Bobo, and this seems to be the biggest difference maker between these two teams. Just the coordination that Bobo has in comparison to Honey Badgers. Two remaining players right now trying to do as much damage as possible, but Dragon on the lurk, Dragon on the hunt, Dragon looking for kills, not able to find anything, and it's gonna come down to 1v2.
Oh, but Crunchy manages to get him off the spike, and with the Gao already being low, all it takes is one from the Ghost to seal the deal, and the pistol over towards Bobo is gonna make things more difficult for the Honey Badgers now. No defuse. Do they choose to go for the force up here? Do they choose to try and keep Bobo from gathering double digits, or do they just have to take the knee and then, you know, potentially give themselves only 2 chances before it gets onto this series point?
I mean, considering that it was Bobo and the attackers and they did get the plant down, economically at least it would make sense for Honey Badgers to just like take the L and try to move on and possibly go for a buy round and make a comeback, because they've proven before that they have the resilience, the mental fortitude to try and make those comebacks work out. They are going to be investing a little bit. You do see sheriffs across the board. That's going to translate to light armor in that next round against these players. But, you know, Honey Badgers, they are extremely nutty and precise with these sheriffs, so I wouldn't put it past them to, you know, make this Thrifty materialize.
We'll see. Gao, ill timing. Does fall back towards the holes. Maybe it's a little bit better for him. He has a bit of a closer angle that he can reposition from. Tailwind's going to expire from RDW. As Bobo do look to get in towards this B site. And this is one thing that they were really good at doing in yesterday's game. Drawing rotations over and then potentially going back to the other side of the map. However, this time they are going to be looking to stick here at the Bravo site. As it is just these sheriffs to come through from Honey Badgers. It's a great shot from Noobster. But is that all we're going to be able to see from the Honey Badgers in this round? Because Bobo are absolutely cleaning house.
Yeah, they are taking names right now, only losing 1 player in the process as they get to double digits. Only 3 away from being able to take this series 2-0, and they look very, very close to doing it. This is going to be one of Honey Badgers' last chances, arguably, to prevent that from being an occurrence. They do have their fullback kicking in, 2 players on light armor. No ultimates really to work with for either team, although Dragon is only 2 away from that run-up back. Same for Gao as well. So these Phoenix ults could materialize if they can get a couple of kills, depending on which side does do so. Weapon advantage is pretty much even on both sides. You do see 1 Bulldog on Dragon, but aside from that, I think that this round it's going to be genuinely on even footing, and Honey Badgers have their work cut out for them.
It's not really a bonus round when you think about it, right? Bobo on par with the weaponry of Honey Badgers. 6 rounds the difference. The first opening kill is going to be really large for the Honey Badgers if they are able to find it. And luckily enough, with the last bullet, Noobster is able to dispatch of Dragon. Sitlo, he's only the current player at this B site. If Bobo turn up the scale and they go a little bit faster in towards the B site, they potentially could catch Noobster off guard. Look for an early plant before anybody else of the Honey Badgers could get here. But that 0 point is actually going to stop them right dead in their tracks. 3 revealed. You got a minute to go to reassess the situation here if you're Bobo.
Oh, that was a really, really nice combination of utility and headshots coming out from those two players on mid, able to take down the lurk. Nas no longer on the board, no longer a factor. Crunchy though makes up for it, again being able to just find these gaps in the smoke and get those kills. Through the Haunt is able to detect both of these players, but unfortunately not quite able to connect the kill. The flank though from Gawa is going to be there. That's going to be a major factor in this particular matchup. Spike goes down, but in this 2v4 situation, how much more can they really find? It's all down to just Nellery here, unfortunately, will go down, and Honey Badgers, they strike back 10-5.
All right, maybe this is the time we get a little bit of stability from the Honey Badgers. They had a good run in the tail end of a Fracture. This is a little bit earlier than the tail end of what could be on Pearl, so hopefully we do see something start now from them. But it is a little bit of a mountain still to climb, isn't it? One round out of the 6 that they had needed here to try and tie things up first. And they do have another round of guns that Bobo are going to present us to try and contest with. RDW one away from Bladestorm. They're going to push in towards A main to try and gather that one. There are 3 members of Honey Badgers here as well, so it could actually be a pretty good fiesta over at the A site to start off this round.
Yeah, bring the party to us is what Honey Badgers seem to be saying. That Haunt right off the bat is going to be trying to get some early information. Nobody really pushing out though. The Gawa does use that Phoenix ultimate with the help of the Haunt, able to at least detect a couple of those players, but not quite able to connect the shots. However, the counter peek is there right now. Dragon is more than good for the trades though, and Dragon will invest to run it back off his own. Will let them heal up as well completely, so it's definitely an advantage. Not quite able to get the kill though. Nas on the lurk is able to find that crucial frag right now, and things are back down to a 2v2. Dragon back at full HP, though no armor left on this player. Yeah. No ultimates for either side, so that might be something to consider.
That was more of a party than I was expecting over at the A side of the map to start things off. It's a 2 versus 2 now. A lot of time on the clock. So let the dust settle, shake off those nerves, get your feet ready to boogie again. Honey Badgers, that turret can actually look towards the back of Art for Mirza. So he can just have full focus on towards anyone gathering info in towards the side itself, into anyone pressuring him from water. If they wrap around, he's got his alarm bot there as well. So his utility is actually really nice for himself at the moment. But 30 seconds do approach on the clock. And Honey Badgers, they don't know that Bobo are creeping in towards this site, or rather now that they do, Mirza has to fall back, allow the plant to go, and then it's going to be this 2v2 with the post. However, Dragon, he's pushing over towards the spawn at the moment. Noobs defines him, so it's all on Noz.
Yeah, that 2v2 really devolved into 2 1v1s, and neither went in the favor of Bobo there as Honey Badgers. They are able to bring it back right now. They will have that null command available on Nooster, as well as they are able to get the defuse it. Now they have, I think, a lot of ultimates just very close to fruition or available for both of these teams. However, though, I think the biggest problem is the economy right now for the side of Bobo. Not much that they can really work with. You do see 1 hero rifle possibly on Crunchy, but they might just opt to go in for a half buy instead, considering their economic state. Once again, just they will have that lockdown right next round or Nas, or even this round if they want to. Also just 2 away from that Nightfall. A lot of ultimates that are available for them next round for sure, but this round they might just try to play it out.
Yeah, see what damage that Bobo are going to be able to do. The next one could be a pretty powerful one and potent with those ultimate abilities. Bladestorm going to be immediately popped, however, from RDW. He's going to be at the back of the pack for Bobo at the moment. Straight in through mid, however, gaining some quick arc control. Will destroy that turret. That's going to draw some rotations from the Honey Badgers as well. I want to see something big, though, from Gao. He's currently by himself over at the B side of the map. Looking to see if there's any lurk, any late flank, any repositions from Bobo back towards the B side of things. But they've already progressed so far through Art in towards the link. Looking to pressure in towards water as well. A big opening duel here, and Noz is able to find it. Imagine if they get my shoe too. They can't quite do it. Eventual trade here, Zach. It's 3-on-3. There's a chance for Bobo.
Yeah, there is for sure, especially considering that they managed to pick up those 2 rifles. Noz looking still very low, but with 3 ultimates online, this is definitely a round that's suddenly much more winnable. Lockdown going to be invested by Noz right now to try and clear out this A site. I think that it will work out. It is going to be pushing the Astra into this corner. However, they can still watch towards main. Cosmic Divide invested as well to make sure that it is going to be safe to plant, but it doesn't. It's going to be the Astra who doesn't care. Still going to be pushing forward. The plant comes through, but the kill not quite materializing,
Ooh.
unfortunately, and Nas stays alive, has both of those nanoswarms as well to try and work with. And this might be what Bobo needs to make this Thrifty completely work in their favor.
Uses the first one just to allow himself to get out of a tricky situation. Second one on towards the spike, but with that null command being ripped from Noobstar, he's not going to be able to activate it at the moment. So it's going to come down to RDW to see if he can potentially help things out. The fact that the Grabwell pulled the spike off the default position means that RDW can have a visual on towards that objective. He finds that first kill. He's looking for the swing, but look at that. It's the good old timing from Noz to be able to chime in and get that kill where required. The Thrifty to come through. I made mention to it. There was enough there for Bobo that can potentially get the job done, and do they ever?
You know, just talking about Naz's utility there, I think that was what really saved the round for them. Like, first of all, that second nanoswarm on the spike that they were able to trigger, but more than that, just the alarm bot near where RDW was playing. You know, I think that somebody tries to push him. RDW was able to get a headshot, and with that Phantom through that wall, it shouldn't have killed that player, but because of the alarm bot and the 2x damage, it does. So a really clean round coming out from Naz and that utility there. In fact, I think that entire round, although you did see players across the board getting kills, it just comes down to Naz and his utility usage.
A big contribution of Noz in that round. No one can argue against that, but we'll see if he's going to be able to translate that into this new round and get Bobo onto number 12, as the guns are going to be in the hands of everybody here. I guess you could say down for Shia that he is only on that Spectre, so a little bit of a downgrade for himself. An opening fight going the way of Honey Badgers will be sorely welcomed, and it's actually going to be happening here as well with the pressure building up around A. Bobo are being forced to submit.
Yeah, it is going to be an early kill onto Dragon. No more flashes available right now for the side of Bobo, who are just, I think that once Crunchy spotted so many players, the legion of them, an army towards that A side, they're just going to be happy to like really just go in for that B take instead. And they are going to find it almost entirely abandoned. Just going to be Noobster in a position to be able to create impact and deny that plant right now. A really pivotal kill. And of course, the Haunt is going to distract this last player as well. It's all down to just RDW. You know, this player has done so much for the team before, but in this kind of position, not quite able to connect the shot, and it is going to be a seventh round coming in for the side of Honey Badgers, who stay alive.
Yeah, a couple of unfortunate bits for Bobo in that round, but really good for Honey Badgers. The first opening kill, 3 of the members looking to chase down Crunchy, and in the end, he's kind of been baited in by Maishu throwing that Haunt, turns around to try and destroy it. But really, you know, it's on Noobstar, right? He was a bit sneaky beaky over at that B site, playing at the back of the halls. No one able to reveal him out. An early attempt at a plant to come through from Bobo, completely denied, and then Noobs is able to seal the deal as well by finding poor old RDW there in a tricky situation. So the Honey Badgers won't be seeing Bobo find round number 12 just yet. Bit of a similar start to this new round. Honey Badgers having 3 over towards A main, as Bobo all look to go through the art area.
Yeah, weaker buy as well for Bobo, though you do see the run it back in being invested by Gao, not quite able to find anything though, as it is going to be shut down in its towards the tail end by Nas. Talking about that though, it is going to be Dragon who ventures just a little bit too far into Forbidden Waters, caught off guard by that timing on that Astra, and immediately it's going to be a gun that's dropped that you can see Nellary considering whether it's safe to go for it, but just the fact that there are so many players ready to hunt them down, it's going to be a factor against it right now. You do see some smokes invested to try and possibly save Nellary from dying a horrible death, but it comes just a little bit too late.
That's a bit of a rough scenario for Bobo here. Moses util able to be popped, and he gets the free clean one on towards Noz. If he can get anything extra on the tail end of this round, he's going to be good for 2 in total. Now just down to RDW once again, but I don't think he's aware of Noobs are already pushing in behind from the side itself. It'll be Gao to claim the kill on the back of the curveball as well. So little by little, Honey Badgers, they do start to approach the 11 that Bobo have found themselves with in this map so far. The decision of Bobo right now, however, is going to be to in fact force on in. They've got all that utility that they want, and it's just going to come down to that shields that they are not going to look to sacrifice down. 3 members with the light shields there, so we will be seeing what sort of impact that actually will have.
I mean, to be fair, the only player with the Phantom is going to be my shoe, so it's not too much of a sacrifice. If you're going to be hit by a Vandal anyway, the headshot is going to do you in. Perhaps that's going to be what they're really expecting. Or hey, if you can hit a headshot yourself, it's not going to be too much of a big deal. Once again, it is going to be them going for a little bit of mid-aggression, a little bit of mid-control here. This has worked out for them in the past, especially if they have like a split on that A side coming through. But all 5 of them, in fact, are going to be looking towards mid. And once again, it's going to be Gao going for that early on flank attempt through the attacker spawn there.
Honey Badgers have really liked going for these flanks. It's predominantly been through A main time and time again, but now they switch up and Crunchy is just not aware of it whatsoever. And it's really interesting because it's dirty territory, right? You should be expecting a team like Honey Badgers to be taking space on the other side of the map, especially if you don't have any of your utility. Noz hasn't put his turret or his alarm bot watching the flank. You've got no bodies watching it either. It's a bit of a misstep, unfortunately, for Crunchy to be caught out by his lonesome self. And it's a frag for Honey Badgers that actually does more than they think, because Crunchy is that controller. He is the one to provide smokes, to provide a bit of safe passage for his team to get into water sight. So as soon as MyShoe spots any of these Bobo members over at the B side, he's going to call for the cavalry to all stampede over here. And it should be a pretty damn good retake from Honey Badgers.
Yeah, they do have that lockdown to work with as well if it's necessary, but so far it's just going to be plain old utility, really tagging up these players. That Molly is going to do provide some time here at the very least, but in the meantime, it's going to be Noobster on that backside once again, just proving to be a constant menace here before finally, actually not even being shut down. Noz able to find that kill, but still being burnt alive in the process. RDW holding down the cross, able to get that kill right now, and they get the spike down with 1 HP. RDW has to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, able to get a kill before finally being taken down, and in that 2v5, it comes down to a 1v1, and Noobster with a 3k will close it out. But that round got too close for comfort, for anybody's comfort, whether it's Bobo or Honey Badgers.
Real big from Noobster though, lining 2 members up of Bobo, crossing on towards the site. You know, when you do lose Crunchy, you got to have some sort of way to get into the site. Dragon with that blaze provides a bit of a wall to try and get that passage in, but Noobster, Mouse One, very quick with it, able to find that consecutive spray down. And now it's a bit more of a dicey situation as well for Bobo, with even lesser weaponry that they did have in this previous rounds. Honey Badgers 1 away from finding digits, and the plan of action for them is not really to change too much. It's going to be the same B long push, a contest into the club essentially here, as we do see that RDW on the jet is going to be there with Nellary behind him. As soon as they see those bodies as well, they just have to concede that fight.
Yeah, a little bit too much for them to chew off. However, this is a thrifty round, and I really do like how this particular team, both of these teams do in these particular rounds here. This is going to be RDW leading the charge. The Astra gets spotted out, running for their life, desperately trying to stay alive, and it is going to be the side possession garnered right now by these players. From Bobo, a beautiful shot by RDW. The knives will shut down the Astra, and that's going to be no more smokes for the retake.
This is huge. That's 2 frags. Dragon can get out. He's got the run it back as well. This is actually a very good position that Bobo are seeing themselves in. Blaze Storm from RDW. They've now got that lockdown in from Noz. This is a thrifty, remember, to come through if they're able to claim it, but it's going to be Gao pulling out utility at the wrong time. The lockdown will pop. It's time for Gao, MyShoe, and Noobster to see what they can fashion in this retake. It's Noobster to lead the charge. The first one onto RDW. Remember, Crunchy's got a star on the spike. He's going to pull that grab well as well. It's Gao to find 2 kills, rather. Dragon down for the count on that run it back, and they're starting to find these kills. But the problem being, Zach, is the spike has just ticked away too far, which means the round is Bobo's at the cost of losing those 2 members in the end.
Also, I just like that play from Bobo. They could hear the flank coming towards them, and they were like, rather than let these guys on our opponent team farm up those ult orbs, let's just die to this fight, because it was an eco run anyway. We're gonna have enough money to buy. We don't really have much to save. I think Noz only had a sheriff by the end of it, so they just decided to die to the spike instead and prevent their opponents from getting that little bit of extra money and ult orb. Every little bit helps, and they also managed to bait out that run it back from Gao there, so that's gonna be a huge ultimate that they no longer have to worry about in this particular round. Talking about ultimates, it just seemed like Honey Badgers still have the advantage here. Only 3 rounds to go to push it to get another overtime. They did it the last time around, and they still have the economy to work with as well, but this time Dragon is going to be shutting down any kind of push. 2 kills, in fact, from the duels of Bobo as they absolutely pop off.
Yeah, it's massive. It's a great start to close out this map, potentially here and now, to make it 13-9, to get the 2-0, get that first slot in our upper final, which would determine who gets into that grand final first. I'm going to see now if Honey Badgers can get anything back. Going to the A side of the map will be giving a test over towards Shia. Misses the shot with the operator. The smokes are being popped. It's a good flick on towards Dragon, at least to get things near to an equivalent fighting force. However, Bobo already just steamrolling in towards the site, getting a plant to wherever they want. It's going to look to be over towards default. And as Noz finds Noobstar, it makes things even more difficult for Honey Badgers to get back into this. Actually, it's not even a default plant here, Zach. It's on the back of site. So this lockdown is only really going to be providing a bit of space and coverage for Honey Badgers to get into the close scenes of the site. And as they do start to get on towards that spike defuse, the nano swarm is popped, putting them off the defuse. Merzer and Shia, good for one kill apiece, and now the fight has to come. Gravwell to bring them off. It's just great utility usage that they're throwing down, and Noz will line them up as well, which means Bobo are the victors.
2-0, and I think that was a 2-0 that neither you nor I was expecting. But you know, just the way Bobo played, despite their switch in the agent roles, despite everything that they're going through, they just managed to put on quite a phenomenal show. And that last round was just beautiful. They expected that defender lockdown to come through for the retake, so they went for the CT. They got the control, they got the plant down, and they just played it to perfection. I just love how Bobo are looking to be absolutely in form right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I probably wouldn't have put as my prediction to be 2-0 towards Bobo in this series, to be completely honest with you. I think, you know, being able to have Dragon absolutely popping off in that first map was a really big factor for them to claim Fracture. And then you come over towards Pearl. You got Noz doing what he needs to. You got RDW absolutely dancing on you on this jet. And then, you know, even the rest of the squad, it was a very big effort by committee on Bobo's front in this map. You had Nellery putting through some early kills as well to start off the affairs from Bobo. So I think, you know, in terms of team slack, there wasn't really too much for Bobo that was there.
Yeah, and I think just Noz in this particular map, like we talked about how Dragon had the most impact in that last one, but this time around I think that Noz gets a massive amount of credit here for just how he managed to get those lockdowns on time and single-handedly win rounds off of it. Like, so many rounds you saw that lockdown come into play and just create so much of a difference, whether it was a thrifty, whether it was like a full buy, just so much impact coming through for that particular player. As for Honey Badgers, I think that once again they showed signs of greatness. It just never really came together by the end of it, and by the time they could actually find something that worked for them, it was just too much damage already done. Like, it was 7-5 last time around. This time it was an 8-4 half. It's just getting progressively more difficult for them to like really react to how Bobo's playing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if there's anything to consider when it comes to Bobo on Pearl, we look towards the previous series as well against Next Gen, and, you know, it was pretty good. It was pretty clinical, right? It was 13-7 against Next Gen, and here Honey Badgers, they get a little bit closer on 9 on that defensive side, but we'll take a look rather at our final statistics here on the map. It's Noz leading the charge with the MVP for Bobo. On the flip side, however, Gal for Honey Badgers, but at the end of the day, you don't get that victory, which means it is the Honey Badgers who technically had the better seed coming into this playoffs phase. They had that top position, or one of the 2 top positions in our group stage, and they have been knocked down to the lower bracket now.
Yeah, they're gonna be down there, but I think if Honey Badgers has anything to say about it, they aren't gonna like really go out without a fight. I think that they can still achieve like they can possibly make a comeback and make that lower bracket run. I think if any team can do it, it is going to be Honey Badgers, and they're going to be going up against Next Gen if that match does happen tomorrow. So I think that is definitely a possibility for them to be able to like really come back, I would say.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Of course, remember, folks, there is Valorant throughout the remainder of the days this week. From Tuesday down to Sunday, that grand final will be a BO5, so make sure you are all going to be ripe and ready for that one. We do have our next match ahead around the corner. That there is going to be Fun Crew versus 95X, so make sure you all do get a refreshment on that beverage, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes for that next series.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7.
Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Valorant Challenges for Oceania. We are one series down for our endeavors tonight, which means just around the corner we are ready to get into the thick of things with our next series. That is going to be, of course, Fun Crew taking on 95X. Now, I am Komodo. Joining me today is Zach. Quick little thoughts on what we had on our previous series here.
Yeah, just a reminder to people who are just tuning in or who may have somehow forgotten in that short ad break that we had. We did have Bobo go up against Honey Badgers, and Bobo walked away with a really quick 2-0 victory. Map 1 went into overtime, and Map 2 was quite close as well, 13-9 if I'm not wrong. But nevertheless, it is going to be Bobo establishing a bit of dominance. But, heading into series number 2, I think that we're going to be looking at, like you mentioned, 95X and Fun Crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll start off with a Fun Crew, see what players we're going to be getting in the server for them tonight. And likewise of Honey Badgers, their placement means that we didn't have to see them in the server yesterday. They get a free pass into this final here, but it's going to be Lou, Andy, Norson, Scroll, and Precious. So we'll see if these guys are going to be able to take over 95X today, who had a pretty decent performance in yesterday's series.
Yeah, I think decent's like underselling it for sure. 95X was kind of able to pop off, but Fun Crew, they managed to find their share of victory before. In fact, I think that in the group stage of this particular split, it was Fun Crew who managed to pull a pretty clean 2-0 victory over 95X. Though I'm not sure if it's the same iteration of both rosters that are going to be playing tonight, so that remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll go ahead and look at their opponents, at their composition of players. It's going to be 95X here. It's Mike, Minimize, Panda, Swirl, and What. Of course, all rocking on those jerseys. You do love to see it when we've got some orgs back in our boys. But we saw a great performance from this team coming into yesterday's series. So we'll hopefully be seeing a big one for them tonight. Of course, we heard from Minimize in our interview yesterday. So yeah, maybe if they win, we'll get them again, see if there was any little changes after yesterday's series in prep for today's. But of course, here, Zach, we are hoping that we get a good series from both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely not a 2-0, hopefully not. But that remains to be decided by these teams. And of course, I think that we did talk about some of those super impactful rounds that we saw in that game between Bobo and Honey Badgers. I feel like after yesterday's dominant performance by 95X, but I expect to see more of that same kind of synergy and coordination coming out of these particular players.
Oh, absolutely. I think the potential for this game has, a lot to be very flashy and very consistent for both of these teams, kind of like the previous series did, and we got to see that on Fracture. But we'll have a look at our head-to-head. 2 players that we put on the spotlight for the current time, and we have picked here the players that we've got high ACS, the players that we've got high potential to do some great damage on the duelists.
Yeah, I think Swirl, we also saw Swirl really show up on that MVP board there. I think that he's 2nd right now or 3rd overall. I think Crunchy did manage to overtake him, but he has a chance to kind of claw it back here and bring himself back up to that top of that leaderboard here. There's some potential for that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're exactly right in saying that Crunchy had taken over the lead with Swell being in 2nd. So it's the time for him to redeem himself, given by Crunchy's performance in the previous map. But speaking of maps, where are we going? What are we going to get in the server for this series? We're going to be starting off with Ascent, then over towards Icebox. That's an absolute no-brainer for Fun Crew. It's their best map if it's not banned. And then Split if we do get it in the end. Now, Zach, last series, we didn't get the 3rd and final map that we both potentially thought was going to happen. Do you think in this series here we actually are going to get it?
I think that we are going to get it. I'm going to go on the side of Hopium anyway, because like I mentioned, Split is a map that I really like to watch and cast on both levels. So I'm really going to hope that we're going to be getting it. And the first 2 maps, like you mentioned, they are going to be, it is going to be a favorable map for both of these teams. I think that yesterday against the Hoopless 2, we did see 95X just absolutely pull off a stomp on Ascent. I think it was 13-5 by the end of things. So it's a map that they have a great deal of practice on as well. And they struggled just a bit on Icebox. They did win eventually 13-8, but they still showed a little bit of signs of struggle. And like you mentioned, it is Fun Crew's best map. So I think that the potential for a map 3 is definitely there.
Yeah, it's very interesting though as well, because we look at the statistics that we've had for Ascent so far for a team like Fun Crew, losing to Next Gen 13-10, losing to Mammoth 13-2. Just in those 2 series in themselves, I think you'd be pretty worried going into Ascent against a team that you might be, seeing as a stronger competitor to those 2 teams there. But look, maybe it just was the players on the day not really feeling it. Maybe they're going to be ready for the map coming in toward it today. And then of course on Icebox for 95X, they had gone hard on practice. We saw, you know, a new composition for them to come out in the previous series, rocking in that harbor as well for Minimize, doing massive work coming through there. So I think coming into this series, I would probably pit 95X as my pick. Whether or not it's 2-0 or 2-1, I don't know. I think I'd even kind of lean on the side of 2-0 here.
I think that it's definitely a possibility. I think that on Icebox, it's a lot of work for Fun Crew to do, because the last time that these two teams faced off on Icebox, they barely won. I think it was 13-10 when they did go up against each other in that group stage. And Fun Crew, I think that they still have I think they have a little bit of changes coming through in the players. While for 95X, they've gotten a lot of practice in the meantime. They had that boot camp as well, if I'm not wrong. So definitely looking way more of a contender in this particular playoff stage, especially after yesterday's performance. So I think that the potential for a 2-0 is definitely there, though I hope it goes to map 3.
We'll take a look at a little bit of the statistic breakdowns for Fun Crew at the moment. Icebox is a map that they have played for the longest time, it feels like right now. It was the map that you would definitely associate with their success throughout a couple of the stages in the previous years of play in Valorant. But of course, you know, you look toward Ascent there, a 1-2 record, of which I mentioned Next Gen, I mentioned Mammoth. I didn't actually mention that win that they have gotten there to make it 1-2. That was against the Cooper Troopers, where they won in a staggering scoreline of 13-1. So they do have the essence of knowing what to do on Ascent. I really just think of when it comes down to Fun Crew, it's how are they feeling on the day. You know, I really do think that that's kind of one of the teams that, you know, map dependent, it goes a long way for them.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like they're also one of those teams that's like you mentioned, apart from just having a good day, it also comes down to like momentum. They're a very momentum-focused team. And if they can get rolling, they're really able to just pull together those stomps. But if they start off struggling, it's not a good sign for the rest of the series. And map number 1 is going to, like you mentioned, take them immediately to a map where they've had trouble before. They only managed to pull off a win once. And yeah, it was in a dominating fashion, but it's in a team that didn't make it to the top 6. So against the likes of 95X, who have a very excellent track record on Ascent, I think that things are going to be much more challenging.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see, of course. This is why things are always real cool when we do wait to get in towards one of these maps to see exactly what, you know, things are going to come out with and how things are going to look. But we'll take a look quickly at the heat map here for 95X. You know, it's something that we always do like to break down. Where do a lot of these kills look to happen? Are they within the sites themselves? Are they more so in towards entries or a bit of post plants? Are there any things in mid? And it kind of is more focused for them in towards the site itself there. Which is, I guess, to be expected.
I mean, it makes sense to me, especially on a map like Ascent. You know, always you do have that viability of that operator trying to like hold down mid or trying to like watch those angles on short. But overall, I feel like a lot of these angles, these tight corners for the defenders, it makes a lot of sense to play a bit passively. Let them walk in, bomb them with utility, and try to get some kills. And it seems like 95X likes to go for that tactic as well, getting up close so you can see the white of their eyes and then taking them out.
Yeah, well, you guys have heard us ramble for a little bit, of course, and you know by the tone of my voice that I might send you to a break. But no, we're not doing that just yet. We're getting into the agent selection. I've gotten you. I've bamboozled you. Let's see what agents we are actually going to get for these players going into the server. Is it going to be stock standard? Is it something that we're going to be expecting as normal? Or are we going to be changing it up? Of course, we're used to the Astra, Jet, KO, Sova, and the Killjoy for a side of Fun Crew. Of 95X. And that is what is coming on through. Pretty easy there. And for the other side, you exchange the Omen where Astra was concerned, and yeah, it's pretty much the exact same. So things should pretty much go in order from what we're expecting here, and it's just going to come down to, on the day right now in this map of Ascent, who is going to be better, who is going to be able to claim it.
Yeah, that's definitely a point of contention, and I honestly don't know, because like you mentioned, it is going to be a mirror matchup. Personally, I would favor the Omen just a little bit more because of that verticality aspect, the fact that you're able to like just get into these really annoying corners and TP out, and of course that ultimate, while it does not have as much value on a retake as that Cosmic Divide, it can still like prove to be really pivotal in those kind of clutch situations where you have control of the site but not control of the spike, so you can just grab it with your ultimate and bring it back. Either way though, I think that this is definitely going to be a really close game. Assuming that both teams are feeling it today, there's always that little X factor, but I'm really excited to see where this is going to go.
Yeah, 95X going to start on the attacker side with Fun Crew on defense. We'll see what sort of pistol round this does look to start off to be. Yeah, do have a little bit of that aim control already yet to be established by Fun Crew, sending in that 0 point. But it is the mid presence from 95X that they are starting to put a little bit more pressure on towards Loop. So at the tree, he's going to fall back.
Using that drone though to take up a little bit of space here. It's going to be Swirl leading the charge through. Does manage to dip into that Astro smoke to stay alive. Not quite caught up by the utility. The flash though from the teammate is impeccable, and it is going to be 95X striking back here, finding 2 kills on the site. Liu gets a trade, but it might not be enough, as the spike will eventually go down on this particular site. Andy though does manage to make that ghost work out for themselves here. The Shock are doing a little bit of chip damage, but still the post-plant positioning for these players in pretty good order right now. Not much utility left in the pockets of either side. I think the recon bolt is going to be online for Scroll, but aside from that, not much that they can really do in the way of information here.
Yeah, Minimize managed to get the 0 point as well. Dropped that, got all the information that was required, and now it's all going to come down to dropping into the site if you are Fun Crew to get this retake happening. Minimize to find Scroll. It's on Andy and Lou to see if they can lock it on down, but now it is just down to Lou. The tailwind has been activated, but he has to come to this spike. He has to look for the defuse, a tap onto water, debated attempt by Swirl, but it's all a ruse. It's all to make sure that Lou can't win the round, and that he will not.
Last player standing.
Yeah, no time for the diffuse, and Swirl just plays that to perfection, playing a very, very fun game of rat and mouse. Well, cat and mouse, it looked fun to Swirl. I don't think it was very, very fun for Liu there, but nevertheless a great round coming out of 95X. Though I do have to give Fun Crew some kudos. They did manage to almost make that retake work, but Minimize broke every single bit of utility that could have possibly helped them out, and that was the difference maker in that particular round, I believe. After getting that plant and also being able to just get those kills on, you are going to see a bit of a full bite coming in on everybody except for the Sova here. 3 Spectres and a Bulldog in this particular anti-eco.
Big old stack from Fun Crew over at that A side of the map, and for 95X, they are just going to waltz into this B site with absolutely nobody to receive them. Leave the package at the door, run away, take a photo. We'll see. As these kind of rounds, I just always kind of like to see them play out, see what 95X are thinking. It is good to see that they've got a couple of this utility formulas to go in towards the site. Maybe it's a little bit too much here. If you're a team out there looking on how to break into the B site, maybe you want to look at that strategy that Minimizes cooked up in the book. But regardless, it is just going to be these Sheriffs for Fun Crew. See what damage they can deliver now, and hell, even if they could win the round, that'd be pretty weird.
I mean, at this point, if they could just contain all of these players in sight, that might be enough of a win by itself. Though it is going to be Punda starting things off with that clean headshot onto that player. It's like 2 kills coming through for Swirl as well before finally being traded out. Liu with the Sheriff able to find 2 of their own, and at least at this point, Liu was able to do just a little bit of damage. Still has the tailwind active as well to dash away. Just trying to hold on to these players in sight. Gets a 3rd on to Minimize as well. 3 kills already on the round for the Jet, and still the potential for more as these 2 players are going to be stuck uncontrollably into sight. Not quite able to hit the shot, but at least economic damage is good right now for the side of Fun Crew. And even if they lose the round, I think that's a battle that they lost, but they've definitely made headway in the war.
It's great damage to come through for Fun Crew, though, all things considered. You know, you think of 95X being able to take all the weapons that they went into that round with into the bonus round. They would be able to have a little bit more firepower than they do currently have going in towards this one. The investments for them, however, they'll be able to get some Vandals in the mix. They'll have the Spectre, Bulldog, Sheriff, so it is something that they can do. Of course, we know that Swirl is 1 away from the Bladestorm. That's why he's going in for the Vandal. He'll still have a weapon in the next round to be able to contribute to the force of 95X. But really importantly here, it's for Fun Crew. What are you going to be able to do come into this bonus round? Lou has popped the blades. Currently tucked in towards Pete, so it's a great spray from Swirl to start things off. We'll see if Lou can at least answer back with 1, though our drone, though, is going to force him back for now.
Oh, it's still going to be Swirl, though, making that rifle work out. 2 on the round already. A 3rd for Mike as well to make things worse. Finally, Liu is able to strike back, and I feel like Liu, even though he's able to hit these shots, just not able to find the right positioning at the right time. And right now, it's going to be a 2v4 situation. Spike going down, but Liu is able to still make things work with the Bladestorm floating in the air, able to get the kill, and Minimize just lets it happen. It's going to come down to 1v2. Still winnable, exactly. Andy does have that rifle, does have utility to work with as well. And Mike is super low here. manages to get the flick shot, knows the position of the last player as well. Andy, can you do it? Can you get this round for your team? They desperately need it, and you will manage to do that. The 1v2 clutch and the defuse for the side of Fun Crew, and they make it work somehow.
Oh, that is actually massive from Lou and Andy to get that one done. A 1 versus 2 for Andy at the end, and I can't help but wonder if that was a little bit of an overheat from 95X. You've got Minimize stuck on the side itself, but a godlike flick from Andy as soon as that glass is broken, able to dispatch of 95X in its entirety, essentially, it feels, when he did get that one. The defuse comes his way as well, and Fun Crew get their round on the board. Oh, 95X. That's a real rough one to be dropping in a situation where you had a pretty good advantage, you know, when you look to establish that spike. Yeah.
Also, just Minimize, like, not being able to get the kill onto Swirl before, I'm sorry, onto Liu before taking down Swirl. That was just a really bit of a misplay there. I don't think Minimize was expecting the jet to just go floating in the air like your average killing machine, but that's exactly what happens. And now it's going to be Swirl with the Blade Storm instead, trying to have the same amount of impact as they go for this A site.
Yep, combination of util, waited for Minimize to throw in that flash drive, and with the scroll being revealed over at Rafters, he's not going to get taken down by the blades of Old Mate Swell at the moment. Andy is going to be finding Minimize to start things off. You lose Swell, things go from bad to worse. It's time for Mike to finally get on the scoreboard with that, but it is still a player disadvantage here for 95X. Aldrin going in. That's going to get some good information on the players under Hell, actually. It makes things a lot more problematic for 95X to be able to put a containment on this round. However, with Mike finding that one, will they be able to close it down? It's Under and Mike both in unders, and Mike, the last soldier, the classic is brought out, but it can't be there. He would have needed the ace. So it does mean with this defuse, Fun Crew are going to tie us up.
Yeah, all things considered, considering the buy coming in for the side of 95X, it's not a bad round. They do get the plant and they do some damage when it comes to weaponry, but aside from that, not a very successful round when it comes to the objective. They do have a lot of ultimates to work with and are very close to them. Otherwise, for example, they are just one away from that Cosmic Divide, one away from that Hunter's Fury as well for a little bit of nifty post plant on that Sova, and of course Minimize has that null command to get them into sight. What they do have to deal with is going to be that lockdown coming in from Andy, especially if it's going to be on that A site. Retaking is going to be relatively very easy unless they can get that Hunter's Fury online to like perfectly counter it.
Yeah, if the Hunter's Fury is able to be gathered here by Punda pretty easily, that would be well worth it. But we'll see what sort of combinations you do get behind it. If they can get a frag and then get Mike to be able to gather it and get his lockdown as well, even that could be a really good thing. But it is going to be Punda grabbing the Hunter's Fury. And it almost does feel like Fun Crew were happy enough to look to play retake, but Lou peeking up from the rafters, able to find something, looking to give good advantage over towards Fun Crew with Plant starting to happen. You're probably not even going to see the Hunter's Fury be utilized here. Just look for a little bit of damage, although with that lockdown actually going through for Andy, let it happen. Use your Hunter's Fury in the next round to get something better.
Yeah, considering that was a half buy round, that is, at least I managed to get that pesky little ult out of the way. No more lockdown for them to really worry about, and that's going to be something that 95X might just come to regret. But it does manage to solidify the round and the lead for them, so all things considered, that's still a win in their books. They are also only just one away from that Hunter's Fury. Surprised that someone didn't manage to get the defuse there, or I don't think that they did. But yeah, they still do have that null command online as well. The counter to minimize if they do decide to use it. A lot of ultimates online or close to being online for both of these teams, and I believe that this is 95X's round to like really win here because they have so much to work with. The buy coming through, 3 ultimates as well, a 4th just one away, and if they can get that lockdown, that B orb, it's just going to be a free B side for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look towards 95X, dropping that round in the bonus to Lou and Andy. It really hurts, and maybe it had steamrolled here for Fun Crew to really start to get activated on this defensive side. Bit of early util over towards B main is going to force a Mike back for the time being and actually permit Fun Crew a little bit of a look-see. But as they do that, they will start to fall on back. Remember, your Killjoy util is actually kind of spread around the map as well for Andy. The 2 nanos in front of B main, alarm bot mid, and the turret over at the front of A. But it's going to be the Hunter's Fury to start things off from Punda. It's a great pick on towards Scroll with those first 2 bolts. But it's all a ruse at the moment. You know where that direction came from. And it looks like a bit of a setup for now towards the A site for 95X.
Yeah, the null command is going to be invested, and off the back of that, they're just going to be trying to run it in. The turret not going to be online either. Checks the corner, and it is going to be Swirl who finds that first kill, that opening entry that they're really desperately needed right now. Trying to get the second as well through the wall bank, though it's not quite connecting. And in the meantime, Mike is going to be on a little bit of a lurk, able to find value already, taking down that player from Fun Crew. It's just going to be the last two left right now. Andy, aware of the possibility of this reflank coming in, has to clear out all of these angles methodically. Only 55 HP left on this player. Killjoy versus Killjoy, and it does seem like Mike is going to come out on top. It's all down to just Lou here. We've seen this player pop off in a 2v4 before, but in a 1v5, how much can they find? How much can they do? And with the entire firing squad shooting at them from every single direction, I don't even know if Lou's going to be allowed to save this particular weapon here.
Well, we'll wait and see. There's going to be a buy for Fun Crew in the next round anyways. He'll be good to find Punda, so damage is pretty decent at this current point in time. Down to 40 HP. Spike Explosion will keep him locked in for a little bit, so he almost has to go for the challenge, and he will lose it as well. So we'll tie ourselves up 3-3. It's good for 95X to get a little bit more confidence in finding that round, but they've, you know, not been shy of being able to gain advantage and gain positions in a lot of these rounds. You look towards that round count of 3 defuses in a row is how the rounds have been gathered out for Fun Crew. So 95X have showed us that they've been able to get into these sites. It's just a little bit lackluster when it came down to that post plant due to the fact that they lost some picks before getting in.
Yeah, exactly. Like all the situations except for that 1-2v4, it's been Fun Crew having the numerical advantage and maintaining it over the course of that retake. It is going to be Liu on that operator right now, a really pivotal investment on this particular map, especially, however, that smoke is going to keep Swirl and the rest of the team alive. They're going to be popping that attacker lockdown as well on this B side. A mid to B split coming in as they go for that execute on the site. Hunter's Fury is going to be invested to try and deny this possibly from really coming in, but it's not going to work out, and just like that, they are going to be able to have sight.
Gonna be a weird one though. 5 members stampeding through mid at the moment, and there's a crossfire established, and look at it. It could have been something special. It's still a great amount of damage that has been delivered in the end, and with the plant going down, it's all onto Lou and Scroll to see what they're going to be able to do to get back into the thick of things. This flank from What, however, is looking pretty good. They're not even expecting it. There is the first one and the second. Scroll caught out with utility in hand. Another well-placed round for 95X.
Yeah, the late lurk, you expect 2 players, you expect the others to be on site, but yeah, it's just going to be the perfect timing being found by What, making his opponents say what as well after that particular play. Economy not quite in the greatest spot for Fun Crew. No ultimates really to work with aside from the shadows for Norsen, which is nice when you're an attacker, but on defense, apart from a quick rotation, it's not really going to do much for the team. Liu also 2 away from that Blade Storm, so unless they can get a couple of nice sheriff shots, which I wouldn't put past him, it's going to be very difficult for Fun Crew to do anything in this particular round, and possibly expecting the aggression. It is going to be 95X just waiting for a push.
It's not a bad shout either from them. You know, when you've got an unexpected turnout of weaponry in a situation like this, you might expect a bit of a push from a lesser equipped Fun Crew to catch you off guard as a team and as a unit. However, that's exactly what 95X are doing at the moment, going together in full force. And they will be able to bust in toward the B site, one would think, relatively easily. Andy is gone. Lou has dashed away. And that is where 95X are going to look to start to establish this plant and then just play for the posts, play to hold on to this weaponry. Their money is looking pretty decent for a couple of their members. Why not try and get it to the cap at 9k, make things a little bit easier for the remaining of this half?
Yeah, definitely. Economy really in their favor, and at this point they can really afford to farm up some of these ultimates as well. And it's going to be the Paranoia invested, the counter flash from Minimize, able to really materialize that kill onto Norsen there. Last 2 players towards CT, not going to be alive for long though. It is going to be What, making them say what yet again. It's the same 2 players as well, Jet and Sova, both going down to the crosshairs of the Astra for the 2nd time in a row. This time around, at least they didn't have guns to work with, but aside from that, not too great. I think that the lockdown was invested last round by Mike, so that's definitely going to be an ultimate that they no longer have in their pocket. Oh, it was around before that, so no ultimates really to work with aside from that Cosmic Divide. Things looking a bit rough, and Liu with the operator, if they can find some damage, it might be what Fun Crew really needs to get back into this and keep the momentum from shifting entirely out of their favor.
Yeah, they need an early pick unanswered. It wouldn't be a bad placement of the sort. It's going to be that one-way smoke, however, over towards A main. And a quick Cosmic Divide to try and bring over a lot of the members of Fun Crew here. But we can see from our God's position, our armchair analytical spot that this is a fake. The door's shutting there. It means nothing. There's no plant that's been heard just yet. And you can see that Andy is still toward the B side of the map. They've completely let into this fake. However, Swell, he doesn't even potentially need there to be a fake. If he's able to just go and stomp on the Fun Crew members, the plant will get established over at the B side. But by this current point in time, you're stuck in the middle of the map. If you are Fun Crew, do you just consider a save?
If they can save, looking at how the position of Swirl is right now, they should try to hold on to these weapons. You're absolutely right, Norsen able to find a one, trying to get the second as well, isolating that fight with Bunda. But aside from that, things not really going in their favor. Swirl though finally gets shut down, so suddenly there is a possibility of a retake happening. There has been time brought, but if they make it fast, they can still get these last two picks right now. Smokes are going to go down, and just like that, they are going to be going in for a possible attempt at making it through the side. A beautiful shot from the Jet will take down the Killjoy. All done, just the Astra here. 1v3 to clutch out. Gets the first, but with the spike being stuck, they have to go through the smoke. Has to be able to get that kill. Gets it. But the defuse will still come through. Yes, no, yes.
Yeah, there's enough time. 1.77 for Fun Crew, a 3 versus 5 actually for Fun Crew, and we think that maybe it is going to be a save from them, a couple of good isolated picks, and then they're able to just kind of go in together as a unit onto the defuse, onto the retake rather. Good picks out from Lou on that operator. A bit of an unfortunate situation, all things considered, for 95X when you have a 5 versus 3, and then it kind of just gets pulled out from under you. You know, that rug that you were standing on, it was all nice and fluffy. Not anymore. It's been pulled out, it's been thrown away, and for 95X now out on the street, they're calling a timeout here from Fun Crew. So a little bit to discuss for both the teams here regardless. A great retake from Fun Crew.
Also, you did mention those really nice operator shots from Lou, like really being able to play with elevation. That's what makes Jet so good in a sense. But aside from that, also just the confidence that Norsen had in the rest of the teammates to be able to just stick half the spike. Because if Norsen hadn't gotten half that stick, the defuse would not have materialized in time for the side of Fun Crew. So yeah, just a really well-coordinated retake coming out of them. That's the kind of gameplay that you'd expect, but also a bit sloppy for 95X because just the positioning of all of those players was just really weird. Like, for example, Norsen getting 2 isolated 1v1s, one at a time. Swirl getting a little bit too aggressive, and this is after Swirl gets those 2 kills. In theory, they should just be able to lock down these players from the side of Fun Crew between, the B side and Swirl, but instead they just lose players one by one, and the trickle becomes a flood, and they just lose the round.
Will they be able to answer back, though, into this new round after the timeout has gone away? 95X, a bit of a quick one up through mid. Complete control of market of pizza. So they know that the forces of Fun Crew are going to be contained to the sites themselves. The question is, do you look to continue to go into their spawn, into enemy territory? It's always going to be a risky gambit, but it is looking like one that 95X want to contend with. Dark cover out from Norsen as Lou does send himself in front of the... Swell does send himself in front of the Paranoia. Just a weird state of a round at the moment given by the positions of 95X. A minute to go. Spike is going to make its way through B main. Swell's position, however, here Zach is just going to be in Fun Crew's head. Rent free.
Rent 3 finally does get shut down, but takes down the controller in the meantime, so that's going to be no more smokes for the duration of this round. Lockdown invested as well early on in this particular round from backside, giving away the position of the Killjoy and pushing these players off site. It is going to be trying to possibly make a rotate through the defender spawn towards this A site. Instead, this is one of the most innovative positions I've seen. And with 30 seconds left, they have to make a choice. So we go to A or B, and after the pick from Minimize, it is going to be B2, in fact, on the round as both the Killjoy and the Sova get caught with their pants down, and great kills coming out, and this might be where you want to say.
Mr. White has run in towards the site just there. 2 quick headshots, and he's pretty much put a stopper on this round. When you think that maybe the lockdown that Andy throws on the B side is going to look to close the round, when it's going to look to force 95X back, they do answer immediately. Minimize. Some brilliant shots to come through from him, which means that we're not going to be seeing a tied scoreline here. This one is not going to be cast a curse by me from saying save for Fun Crew, because this is actually going to be a save this time from Fun Crew. However, with Wonder pushing up to top mid, it does mean that Fweshes might have his gun taken out of his hands. It's going to be a close if they do let him go. Minimize is going to be pushing in towards A main as well. I think Fweshes is a little bit stuck here. No surviving weapons.
Again,
I did. No save.
No save.
Yeah, but last time there was a retake, okay? We got to give credit for Fun Crew. They actually didn't save, but they won the round. This time, they didn't save, but they lost. So it's balanced, as all things should be.
True. Fun Crew should always go in for the retake. That's the moral we've learned. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that loss, the loss of those 2 weapons that they were no longer able to save, it's gonna put them in a very bit of a pickle. No operator or rifle that they have to work with. In fact, it's just gonna be pistols across the board. Though Liu does have that Blade Storm, and we saw the insane amount of damage that he's able to do with just that particular ultimate. It might be the difference maker in this particular round. But again, Minimize also has the perfect counter for it. The Null Command gonna be back online for this particular round if they want to choose to execute, and they are looking eyeing this A site in anticipation. Ooh.
Null Command popped. It's going to be a quick one from Minimize. Everybody of Fun Crew looking to bail back. It is just the pistols for them here as well. So maybe it's a bit of an over-commitment of utility and abilities from 95X here. But when you do have only a couple more rounds left in this half, may as well try and secure it to get 7 to at least win the half. He'll be forcing him back into the last round of the half. But let's see if this retake can actually happen from Fun Crew.
Oh. Nasty stuff, just a nasty wallbang coming in off the back of that Sova utility, and that's the problem with us. And so many of these walls are just paper thin. It's going to be free kills if you get tagged by that Sova at all. To make things worse, it is also going to be that 0 point shutting things down. Liu with the Blade Storm finally able to find one. We saw Liu being able to get that numerical advantage the last time around. This time with the knives, it's not able to do the same thing. A Swirl will be the one with the 3K pushing the team through, and that is going to be 95X taking a much more substantial lead, 7-4.
7-4, gaining the lead. That is what you do like to see. And you know what else is something that we like to see here, Zach? The fact that our head-to-head players are the ones at the top of the scoreboards. It is always nice when the universe aligns, you pick some head-to-head players, and they do what you expect them to do. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's exactly what you expect to see from your Jet players on Ascent. You know, in particular, I feel like Liu is just not getting good enough timings compared to how Swirl is playing. Also, just the way that Swirl's team is able to set him up for a lot of these picks, whether it's the smokes coming through on the Astra or other things, it's just the backup is insane for that particular player. And once again, you see it in action. Liu just peeking into, but okay, never mind. It's just gonna be Mike running that farming simulator, already getting 3 kills before Minimize gets 1 more. And now again, it's just down to Andy to 1v5. Economy, not great, but it's the last round anyway, so no point in saving. Has to try and clutch it out to get that 5th round for the team, and it's looking very difficult.
So, Fun Crew, you're wanting a 5th round. I dare say that you're not going to be getting it here, unfortunately. But for Andy, if you can find some more shots like that, maybe you can pad some stats on the tail end of this round. Should look to be 8-4 here at half. Just a very convincing one to come through from 95X. Hell, it's been 2 pretty convincing rounds, all things considered. Everybody, can we settle down? Can we stop? Can we play some Valorant that we should have normal in this game? Because Andy's doing things that maybe make things look a little bit more workable than they probably should be. The time is ticking away on the spike, however, so he's not going to be able to get it, but maybe he can find the kills. No, okay, Mike is going to find a 4K. We settle down. We return to normalcy, please.
Yes, back to schedule programming, and like you predicted here, Dion, it is going to be the 8-4 half coming in for 95X. And you know, on a map like Ascent, that's really good for attacking, because most of these teams, they do much better on defense, especially considering the agent comps that they're running. There's a lot of weight that's going to be placed on the shoulders of Liu and the rest of the squad right now to like really buck things up. I believe in particular, both Skrull and Norsen have had a little bit of a slow start on this particular map. They would like to like shake things up and do a bit better heading into this attacking half, because the entire team is going to have to wake up to make this comeback. They're 4 rounds behind. Winning the pistol would be a great start, and making up this deficit, and just like bringing Fun Crew back into
you know what?
series.
I've actually I mentioned the Jet players in our previous round for their performance, but I've actually just noticed the Sovas. Both of them only have 2 kills at the moment, with a bit there from the reconnaissance ability. So yeah, it's just always a bit of an interesting thing. But hopefully we do see everybody in the server start to have a popping off performance, start to get a little bit more excited and activated. Gonna start off things, unfortunately, for Punda, 6 feet under already, and Fun Crew starting to get into the site, looking to get a plant, and so it'll be a 5 versus 4 as well, because there's currently no real defenses from 95X here, and a couple of them already being tagged down relatively low as well.
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, usually you do see the Killjoy being able to anchor down this B side, but unfortunately this time around not much happening. They did try to use that nanoswarm to clear off a little bit of space, but just the post-plant setup looks very, very threatening and harrowing. The first peak is going to be by Minimize getting 2 kills somehow. A collateral, I think, with the Ghost, if nothing else, gets a third as well, and suddenly this post-plant just falls apart. They don't lose a single player on the way, and Minimize being able to get that 3K, it just changes the game completely there.
That is such a stomp of a retake to come through from 95X, and you can't even really discredit Fun Crew. A 5 versus 4, they managed to get into the site with a plant, but 95X, their effort that they put into this game, the amount of hours and strategies that Minimize is just able to say, and the rest of the team just completely know what to do in that situation, having each other's back, is absolutely ridiculous. It is so good to be able to see from 95X, and it's what we want to see from teams in our region, you know, being rewarded with rounds like that, convincingly so, to keep going in their trajectory in our region, to get to the grand final, to get to Ascension. It is absolutely brilliant. However, Zach, now with that round done and dusted, we have a little bit of a breath, maybe only for a couple of seconds, because Fun Crew have forced up into this round, and they're going to be walking into a pretty interesting scenario. Mike's Killjoy set up on A with the setup of Punda with a Judge.
I think that Turret and the Judge are both going to get a couple of kills themselves. Mike as well with the advanced positioning, able to just catch Leo off guard, expects it, gets Killjoy getting 2 already. Judge is still available, but it's going to be Mike who goes on clean of duty instead. Never mind, I jinxed the Judge for Punda, I'm so sorry. But yeah, just the anchor hold and just the awareness of Mike. You know, they hear the window breaking, expect Swirl to be coming there, and immediately just being able to swing and get that second and third kill is just huge right now. 95X, they're on double digits. The economy is in the dumpster for Fun Crew. They were looking at a possible 11-4 right now, unless Fun Crew can pull off a miracle of some kind. And I don't know about you, but I don't hold much stock in miracles in Valorant.
Here's the funny thing, right? I'm going to hit you with the fact that we saw an 11-3 comeback from Fnatic. And we saw the same thing yesterday, actually, in our game. It wasn't the exact same
2-10,
score.
right?
It was 10-2, yeah, but it was a comeback nevertheless. They did fall over in OT, so I don't know how much weight that actually holds to them, but the comeback was there. We can believe.
Can believe, yes. It's always good to be a believer, but yeah, lucky for Andy, that is going to be a Judge in that corner. They managed to get away alive, and the fragment not quite doing enough to clear up Punda, so it's still going to be them holding on to the anchor here. The smoke finally comes down for them to make a much necessary escape, but instead they're
he's hungry. He's certainly hungry, and he's bitten off more than he can chew. Punda down for the count. A bit of Sova diff, as you do scream their names a little bit earlier in the mix. Player advantage yet again for Fun Crew just on these Sheriffs. See what they're going to be able to turn it into here.
Spike down mid.
Swirl though in this absolutely ratty corner doesn't even have to do anything, as the rest of the team does manage to wake up. Spike drops to this incredibly awkward angle as well. It's got to just come down to this last 2 players here. Andy and Scroll between them able to find 1 each, but Minimize will be the last stay, the full stop for the sentence that is going to be that of death for Fun Crew right now. 11-4. Minimize is just consistently getting these triple kills. I want to see how many triple kills that this player has by the end of this game. Just a reminder, it will be nice.
I mean, it was funny, right? One of the statistics that I actually make mention to in yesterday's game is the duality of Minimize. Yesterday in Icebox, he's able to put up 22 kills on a harbor, a massive performance, strategic and everything in the first map of the series. The second series, he was a bot. He was sleeping. All right. So hopefully we don't see that into the next map. And he was also playing KO. So I mean, bot. It makes sense. 11-4 is the scoreline now. It is what one would argue a little bit of a delayed bonus round for this secondary half here, though. I ain't even going to call it that. An operator here for Swirl. You've got the rest of the guns. You've got Bulldogs from Minimize being the lesser of the weaponry that 95X have to play. And you might get your answer of how many 3Ks. You might get another one to that tally because he's already got 2.
Yeah, that round completely falls apart. They go for the mid peak. I thought the operator was the biggest danger, but no, it is going to be the duo of Minimize and Mike just pushing through without a care in the world, able to get those instrumental kills. And now it's down to these last 2 players. We've seen Andy and Liu clutch up a 2v4 before. This time around, they are facing a 2v5, though at least some of the players are quite tagged up. The first obstacle is going to be the Astra here. Andy trying to isolate that kill, get the shot, but it's going to be Punda instead of being able to find it. And that's about it. That's going to be match point.
Confidence kills for Fonda. That's what we do like to see. A flawless round to come through from 95X. And I don't know. I was saying that maybe the map of Ascent for Fun Crew is how they're feeling on the day, right? With an L to Mammoth, with an L to, what was the other team that I may mention to? Next Gen, but winning against Koopa Troopers. It's like, all right, you're beating some teams. You're not really beating some teams that you should be beating. You're coming against 95X. What sort of form are you looking in? And I got to be honest with you. The form right now, I mean, yeah, Lou's putting up a pretty decent amount of numbers on the kills, but together as a team, as a unit for Fun Crew, I don't know if it's just them not meshing or if it's 95X just, you know, reading a lot better.
I think that it's definitely both. It's not just the read, but also just the strats that 95X have put into place. They have a set of protocols that they're able to like enforce without too much ado, and they're just ready with their reactions. Like, sure, a player goes down, you still regroup for the retake and you make it work out in that pistol. Or even if you're at a disadvantage, Minimize is able to like really overcome those handicaps and make it work out. But for the side of Fun Crew, they just look a little bit lost on this particular map. Maybe because it's not their pip, maybe because they historically don't do very well on it, like you mentioned. But they just seem to be struggling right now when it comes to both executes and defense.
Yeah, well, the execute is what we're going to be seeing from them right now. Two detained, or rather detected from the 0 point. And as Blue starts to extend in towards to the side, he's good for one. Mike head on a swivel, gets it removed from his shoulders. So finally a bit of an advantage for Fun Crew to establish that spike. There is an ultimate for Mini. It was popped. It is down. And ill timing as well, because if it was a millisecond earlier, he potentially could have got revived. Spike goes down. 4 versus 2, and for Punda and Swirl might be a little bit too difficult. It's 8 rounds of safety and security that they technically do have for the remainder of this map. Good start for Swirl to get this retake happening, although they line up. Punda gets taken down, and with Swirl having 10 HP, yeah, this one's not going to go 95X's way.
Yeah, finally, signs of life being shown by Fun Crew there, who managed to get that coordinated execute. Also managed to yoink that operator and get away with it. At this point, it's just about how much more damage Swirl can do and if they can keep their weapon. And they will be able to do so, but they lose out on that operator. And if this is a big if, by the way, Fun Crew can make that operator work out in their favor, really help to get them that early pick that they seem to be struggling with so much. It might be what they need. And right now we saw a set play. We saw a set execute coming in on that A side, and it worked out in their favor. Fun Crew, I'm sorry, they look more than prepared for it. And 95X, they kind of fell apart. So they just need more of those rounds. Just 7 more. It's possible.
Just 7. Easy as you like it, you know. They do have a Hunter's Fury that they're going to be able to utilize in this round. They've got the choice of 3 different ultimates as well. Bladestorm, Null Command, or From the Shadows. You probably weigh them up and you think that Quesh's Null Command might be a little bit better, but he's kind of on the other side of the map at the moment. So if he can manage to get A main control himself, he could potentially get it. They're not going to be able to get B main control with the spray of Punda on the Odin. Also with the fact that Swirl's already been able to push through. That is a cheeky shock dart. Wow. Able to find, well, only a little bit of damage for Lou and Scroll. If they weren't attentive, that potentially could have taken a lot more.
The Odin still being a menace on this particular site. I feel like if they're not careful and this recon actually works out, it might be a huge amount of impact. The Hunter's Fury is going to be invested to try and clear Punda out of this pesky corner, and will in fact find Impact. Andy as well being able to get the timing, expecting that push, taken down to 10 HP, but still alive, still kicking. And now these 3 remaining players from 95X, they have you know, a lot of work to do. The spike hasn't gone down quite yet, so still definitely a doable round, especially considering how low Andy is. But numbers wise, it's not in their favor.
Difference of a Vandal and a Phantom there for Swirl as well. If that was a Vandal, he gets the headshot. Minimize is going to be able to finish the frag onto Andy. So they bring it within 1. 30 seconds to go here, Zach, and that 0 points only going to be finding Lou. The other 2 members managed to dodge it, so there are going to be smokes available for North, and he's going to send them in. Lou with the operator, head removed. Do you just relieve yourself from the situation and go for a bit of a retake, or as Minimized, do you look to use that flash drive, pop through the smoke? It is going to be the first mentioned one, as he will regroup with his team and look for a retake.
Yeah, I think they are going to be letting the Omen planted, possibly giving them the From the Shadows with that 1 kill. However, though, they're not going to have the opportunity, as it's going to be Mike finding that headshot right now, getting the lockdown online, and this is going to clear out the entire site. All they have to do is hold on to these post-spawn position, not let them out of bounds, and that's exactly what happens. A beautiful retake once again from 95X, and 13-5. That is going to be map number 1. 95X just dominating on their pick.
My word, Mini is at an absolute tear in that map on the KO, putting in a monstrous performance, frags upon frags. There was another 3K round at the end there from him, and they just get the job done. I think Punda might have been bowing down to Mini there, so all in good faith. Punda in the backpack of 95x in that map. He'll have to bring up his performance coming in towards Icebox, but a very, very large performance to come through for 95x in this first opening map of this series.
Yeah, definitely putting up the numbers there, and so we're leading the charge, but I think that overall it just came down to an entire team effort. Even Punda, I know that he wasn't up there on the frags, but a lot of those recons, a lot of the drones that he was able to use to create space for his duelist was definitely very, very impactful. I think for me, the player that really stands out there is Mike, because sheer swirl was flashy and very, very cool while getting all those frags. But, you know, both Minimize and, of course, Minimize was up there on the frag board as well, but Mike was just that very consistent clutch master that you can expect to have your back, you know, always breaking the Sova recon, always like being able to put themselves in a really good spot. So I think that Mike really stood out for me for the side of 95x there.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the statistics here, of course, from both of these squads. 333 combat score for Minimize, 24 kills. You absolutely love to see it. The team putting in a good amount of effort behind him. I guess the outlier there, Punda, as per mentioned. But for Fun Crew, I think it was a little bit disappointing for them in their performance as well. You got Lou and I guess Andy putting up some decent numbers on the fragging department, but it just really wasn't cohesive together as a team. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to pick it up come their next map in Icebox, because generally when we think Icebox in the region, I'm pretty sure everybody generally thinks of Fun Crew.
Yeah, that's the case. So very, very slow start for Fun Crew, like you mentioned, and maybe we'll see them get popping on Icebox. It is their best map. I don't think they've lost yet in this particular event on that particular map. So let's see if 95x can pull off a first, because I feel like the way they're playing on map number 1, they definitely have it in them.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, I may mention to it already that it was a pretty decent performance from 95x on Icebox in yesterday's series. We'll take a cheeky break, and when we return, we'll see if they're going to be able to continue this steamroll.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7.
Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she's, "Your friend's not, your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then yeah, so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Valley, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
And welcome back, everybody. Of course, map number 1 has been concluded over on Ascent. It was an absolute heater that comes through from 95X, but we've had some time to cool down as we look to transition over into Icebox. It has been, for the longest time, the territory of Fun Crew, but now it's looking like their ice is going to be melting because 95X are really looking spicy here.
Yeah, it's definitely a slippery slope, and all it takes is one bad patch of ice for them to really fall through. All right, that's enough of the icy metaphors and similes here. But talking about 95X, but like we did talk about before heading into the last map, they have done pretty well on Icebox. The last time that these two teams faced off on Icebox, it was 13-10. Fun Crew came out on top, but it was too close for comfort. And this was despite Swirl being able to just pop off and get 33 kills for themselves. The entire team showed up for the side of Fun Crew, and that's exactly what they need heading into Icebox this time around.
Yeah, a bit of a lackluster performance when it comes down to Fun Crew, of course, but when it does come into this, 95X, they do what they need to do to get the job done. And what really more could you ask? I mean, a couple of instances from Fun Crew where Andy and Lube were able to get stuff done, but 95X minimizes calling, his team strategy. It was just, absolutely what they needed to do to get that victory there, and you couldn't really ask more of them.
Yeah, just a little bit of a slaughter, I would say, coming out of that particular team. And I was going through the statistics after the game. Minimize had 4 3Ks. That's like half of his kills just coming in from 3Ks over the course of that particular map. So I think that for today, at least, I'm going to be renaming him Mr. 3K. Maybe you can improve that in Icebox as well heading forward. But yeah, Minimize putting up monstrous numbers alongside Swirl. The entire team, in fact, doing quite well. I know that their Sova wasn't quite up on the numbers, but they're having a little bit of a chill time there with everybody else popping off. But yeah, I think that Fun Crew are definitely gonna have to buck up here big time. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta kind of consider what we're gonna look to get out of Fun Crew coming in towards Icebox. I mean, when you like to see things and you look at the histories, you kind of see score lines, you kind of see what you want to be seeing there. But when it comes down to the performance that Fun Crew were putting for themselves, it was very lackluster. So when you got Minimize as well, 333 ACS as we'd already seen, I think it does look scary coming over in towards Icebox. I'd be expecting the similar agent style and lineups and picks to come through. I'm looking, the previous scores here from Fun Crew, 13-9 against the Honey Badgers, 13-10 against 95X, 13-7 against the Who +2. So they've been pretty consistent in that middle range performance that the opponents do gather against them. But then I'll look over towards 95X. It's 13-8 against the Who +2, 13-6 against Bobo. So even then, what the performances are on Icebox for 95X have been played with are pretty decent as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a lot of it also does come down to the agent composition. I think that this is one of those maps where the side of 95X, they like to not really go in for that dedicated sentinel. Before Chamber got nerfed in the last couple of patches, you always did see a Chamber coming up. And right now you see a lot of Killjoy coming into the meta on this particular map. But for the side of 95X, they opt to go in for that double initiator pick instead, finding so much more value off of it. And I feel like Minimize and Panda are both just really able to set up Swirl to be able to put up those Bofo numbers. Like last time around that 95X played Fun Crew, Swirl had 409 ACS by themselves, a plus 15 kill differential. So definitely one of those players to watch out for on this particular map.
Yeah, I wonder as well, you know, we've got two different agent compositions that we can come through for 95X here. We can have the one that they run the KO Sage, or will we get the one where they run the Killjoy Harbor? I'd probably be more interested to see the Harbor because it's something that Fun Crew really have played against at the moment. But for them, I mean, they're going to be running what would be the more common agent lineups when you got Viper Sova, Sage, Killjoy, and Jet. I have to wait and see when the agents do actually come in towards this one because, I mean, you kind of need to wake up. You know, it's like we need a scurry for Fun Crew at the moment. They're hiding in the desk. They're hiding in their bed. They're somewhere in a dark corner. And we need to give a little bit of a helping hand to get them out because you can't really be seeing a performance of Just Lou and Just Andy to try and drag you through the mud. We need to see the rest of the team start to step up here and have some early reads and some early tells about what 95X are throwing at them, because if they can't figure things out early and give themselves enough room to kind of breathe, then they're really just going to constrict themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And like one of the things that you did mention before we headed into the series was the fact that they're a team. Fun Crew is a team that's very dependent on what way the wind is blowing and how the sun is shining today. So far, they've looked very asleep, very dormant. They really have to like kind of get that wake up call and get going. But yeah, we are going to be heading into Agent Select pretty soon. Right off the bat, you do see Mike go in for the same Killjoy pick as we saw last time around. And hey, you're getting your wish here, Dion. We are going to be seeing that Harbor Viper combination coming through, and it might be what Fun Crew really need to like push forward. In fact, it's going to be a Harbor Viper on both of these sides. I am so excited for this series.
If I had a magic button at production right now that could zoom in at my face, I would be pushing that button and proposing the question of, Andy, why are you on Harbor? This is confusing.
Well, if Fun Crew do make that reverse sweep, you might get a chance to ask him that in that interview in person if we do get Andy on board. But aside from that, I really like this composition in particular. Like we talked about in that previous series between Bobo and Honey Badgers, you know, this kind of double controller with that Harbor is something that you love to see on a map like Icebox because of how many options it gives you in terms of attack or getting that spike down or whatever else. There's a lot of utility available that you can play with, and you don't have to worry about committing your Viper roll in one location. You can just put it down for default and use the Harbor for executes on top of it.
The mirror match, that is for certain. So we'll see who is going to be better with this composition. Minimize to at least either copy, not coin it in our region, but he certainly did a good job on it yesterday in that series. Right now, Swirl pushed off his line with the classic. Mini's been taken down to 30 HP. Kind of would like to see them change weapons to really give Swirl a big opportunity with the Ghost. But regardless, as the Cascades do look to exchange and fall, we'll start to see Fun Crew look to get their investments over towards this A side happening.
Yeah, 3 players still from the defense anchor it down. You just see Swirl with a very aggressive position right on top. Nobody on belt, luckily, to try and push him off of it. So they are going to be able to hold this angle down. No Joan either, seeing that it was already invested. The smoke comes through along with the Harbor wall. Helicopter attempt by Swirl, but the trades are going to be good. You being able to pick up the slack here and get 2 kills of their own right now. Panda with only 22 HP will be trying to stay alive so that they can use their utility as well as that recon bolt, keeping it alive for the team. The HP on these players, it's pretty much even right now. And with this retake attempt already starting out, it might be what 95X needs to try and bring it back.
Ooh, big amounts of damage dealt, however. Mike, Panda, can they get something back in it? Panda is activating. There's 3 kills. I can't even remember what he ended in the last series with, but it's got to be pretty close to that, unfortunately. Sorry, Panda, to throw you under the bus. But right now, you've done what you needed to do to potentially get this round on the board, Lou. However, you can't second guess him. He's looking for the ace and he can't get it. Not enough HP. Mike will seal the deal. The pistol to 95X. Full goalie, that got close.
Yeah, they're really desperately trying to like pull it together for the team, but this time around, again, not going to be happening. 4 kills on the round, but still, the loss is going to be coming through. However, I believe that Fun Crew did manage to get the spike down, so we might see another force coming in from them if they choose to. Last time around, we did see that option, but it seems like this time around, they're going to be going for it as well. In particular, I like how the meta has evolved. Like, just literally 2 patches ago, everybody would just, no matter whether they won or lost, they would be buying 5 stingers up with heavy armor, but with that little bit of a nerf coming into the price, 1,100 right now, if I'm not wrong, instead of 950, definitely more difficult to force every round.
Yep, indeed. See what Lou's going to be able to do with the Guardian. Bit of a tag on towards what. I'm sure some rotations out for 95X. It's actually a pretty substantial buy the Fun Crew have been able to go into the second round with. Or Lou doing the big heavy lifting for Fun Crew in the previous round. Now with all of this goo around the B site, it'll eventually start to settle. There's some headroom being made from 95X on some space control up through mid. They've completely cleared out A. They know all the Fun Crew members are going to be surrounding this B site, but what are they going to have to be able to drop still onto this site to protect them when they look to get the plant? Andy will have the high tide, will have the cove when this toxic screen does go down, but yeah, I mean, you've got these 95X members here. You have to fight them.
Yeah, 4 people on site just waiting right now to try and get some spray damage through. The recon will spot out a player doing quite a bit of damage to Lou in the process, but the spike might eventually go down if assuming that the cove stays alive, but that's already going to be shattered through the smoke, able to find 2 kills right now, bringing things back down to a 3v3, but again, the HP on these players, they're just going to be tanked down by the Viper wall, and the flank is going to be coming through as well if they're not too careful about it. They're anticipating it, 20 seconds left.
Look at that high tide as well. It's just going to block all the vision for a couple of seconds. Eventually it'll fall down. That turret is going to be able to potentially activate. I almost thought that, you know, you want a little bit of timing for it to see behind this toxic screen, because you know that Mike is going to be able to go for the spray. West just tries to bully his way through the wall, and now it is all down onto Scroll. A 1 versus 2. Mike isn't going to need to peek whatsoever. Swirl's going to be the one to bait him out, and he's even just going to be able to tap Scroll to the grave. The second round goes to 95X. The force of Fun Crew, it falters.
Yeah, once again, it seems like today they are 0 for 2 right now in these force rounds. A bit unfortunate, and that's going to push them into a very, very broken economy here. You do see the Marshall coming online for Scroll, but aside from that, just pistols across the board. Another Marshall, in fact, for Andy, but yeah, very, very rough buy right now. And, you know, for the side of 95X, it's going to be a bit of a bonus here. I think, again, an anti-eco. They managed to hold on to the rifle that Swirl invested in, Panda getting one of his own as well, so definitely weapon advantage in their favor. It's gonna take some really nice Sheriff and Marshall shots for them to be able to find any kind of purchase, and just the way that 95X are playing this, right? They're happy to give up all of this space on the entranceway out onto this B site just because of how effective the Killjoy is at deterring the plants, especially with that Viper smoke in play.
First hit going the way of Fun Crew would be pretty good. Unfortunately, Lou, maybe a member that you're looking toward for that kill, is not able to get it. Mike now up on the block for a bit of damage over at B. Nearly a little bit of timing for this side of Fun Crew to find a kill. And it does just find like it's a bit of a range shooting fest at the moment. These Marshalls are putting in a bit of damage. There's actually an advantage for Fun Crew here. Talk about a weird state of affairs with that force up in the last round. Generally, you would see this being the bonus. If Fun Crew are able to steal this round, that would be pretty damn decent.
For sure. You do have Panda watching the cross, though, expecting perhaps that push towards that A site instead. Will have to hit quite a few nasty shots here. He starts off with the 1, is able to stay alive for the other, and now has that information that the Executor is going to be gearing up towards this A site instead. Will be trying to quickly rotate over with the rest of the team here, so at least they are going to be in position to get the spike down and possibly go in for a very, very quick retake. Right now, Shock Dart not quite able to do much, and the Cole will come in for that additional smoke screen of protection, but look at the position being held by Swirl right now, so far ahead, so aggressive.
Oh, the timing.
Doesn't get the kill though.
He's missed it. Timing a little bit too quick to bail out of that situation. Fweshus is even going to sit Swirl down. That is really well placed out from Fun Crew at the moment. Putting themselves up on a pedestal to potentially clean out the remainder of this round. The Bulldog shots, however, from Micah, something better. And 95X are going to be able to recover in that one. They'll find 3.
Yeah, that was just Mike coming in at the last second, getting 1, 2, 3 headshots with that bulldog, just damaging them down, and that must have been devastating for the side of Fun Crew right there. They had all the cards they needed to win, just peaking at the worst times possible, giving isolated 1v1s to Mike, something that you really don't want to do, and they lose the third round as well. 95X really running away with it. This is going to be Fun Crew's chance to bite back, though. They are going to be having that fullback kicking in. They're not having the money, but does have the Blade Storm, so all things considered, still the same. And they also are very close to a couple of pivotal ultimates, including that lockdown as well as that Hunter's Fury. So this is a round that could definitely go in their favor if they play their cards right.
Absolutely. The cards, they almost feel like they have to know what they're going to be drawing from the deck to get something going for them. Ultimate to be gathered out here by Mr. Mini. Reckoning could be quite good for 95X. The start off, however, is going to be a Hunter's Fury, and Norton isn't going to be able to see light at the end of the tunnel for the remainder of this round. Finally now, Fun Crew starting to get into the site itself. The Reckoning looking to go down for Minimize, and maybe it needed to, because they do lose Plunder in the mix. A 3 versus 3. We're going to transition to yet another retake.
That's such an important kill, though. Scroll being able to take down Minimize is not only going to cut down the smokes, but also make things even more rough right now. It's just going to be a 1v2. Mike again in an untenable position here. A lot of post plant that they have to contend with. The lockdown as well. The Hunter's Fury online. And now it's going to be the question, do I push or do I fall back? Mike will be forced to possibly fall back here. Going to be stuck possibly in that lockdown range, though, trying to find the position, find the time. Never mind, doesn't get detained and gets away with their life, but still having so much to contend against. Tries to go for the half stick at the very least, buying some time here. The push is coming out, though, and it's going to be Freshest who gets that kill. The Hunter's Fury, though, is going to be used by Skrull as a backup, and while Fun Crew win their round, they use 3 ultimates at the end of it to really try and make it work.
A bit of a mistake from Skrull, as Freshest already found that frag. He brings out the Hunter's Fury. I potentially think he might have fat-fingered that key, but regardless, you know, at the end, the attempt from Mike, there is only one position that he can look to go towards, playing under the rafters as well from that lockdown. I'm a little surprised that that wasn't the time where Fun Crew wanted to go in for a little bit of a sneaky peek, but regardless, they do manage to get that round at the end. It was a 3 versus 3, mind you, at one point in time where maybe Minimize was a little bit too big for his boots going for the fight. Now, finally, that damage has been done by Fun Crew, it is going to be forcing 95X onto a little bit of a lesser equipped round. A Marshall for Minimize, pistols for the rest of the squad, and you've even got Watt bringing the shorty to the garage over at B. And if Norton keeps on walking forward, well, that shorty over at B is actually going to find a kill. So we'll see if that's going to happen.
It's Viper versus Viper, the most awkward fight of all time, and if Norsen's not careful, that's going to be one frag that you really don't want to go in your favor that does not work out. Never mind, Norsen is able to find the better, get the headshot, and now they're just going to be pushing onto the site here. A lot of utility being invested to clear the square out of the corner, forcing them to peek, and Andy will be able to clean up on that kill. However, Swirl has rotated over still, online with the Blade Storm, gets the reset as well. Minimize striking back with the operator. These two players are an absolute cleanup duty. The Reckoning is invested, but it might be a little bit too late here as these last two players struggle with 30 seconds left on the clock to even get onto site.
Wake up, Fun Crew. Swirl and Mini are still alive. There's still a way in which this round goes to 95X. Shock dart out from Punda. It's going to miss its mark at the moment as the returned Reckoning actually from Andy may be the thing to get the Fun Crew lads in towards the side. Andy peeking through. I can't believe he's missed that extra shot onto Mini. Caught in transition between the two shots of the Marshall. And now that flank from Swirl. That's the thing that might put the nail in the coffin for this round. Scroll looking for a bit of extra damage, but it is Swirl to find it. You see that? You see that, everybody? That's Thrifty from 95X.
Yeah, the Blade Storm really making things work. In fact, just that crossfire sort of that these two were holding between Minimize and Swirl there, just shutting down any kind of execute attempt at coming out of Fun Crew there. Beautiful round coming out, the Thrifty materializing, and off the back of that, it is this time around going to be Fun Crew looking to be in a little bit of a shambles when it comes to economy. Swirl able to pick up that operator as well might be what they need to extend their lead even further. 4-1 is already quite a dominating score on this defense half, and it looks like they can push it even further if they keep it up the way they're playing.
Early attempt at a pick from Swirl. It's not going to happen or translate into anything at the moment. Again, you know, a bit of a party mix of a buy for Fun Crew here. 2 Bulldogs, Sheriff, a classic for Scroll, and a Marshall for Lou. Score roll, probably wanting a freebie from a teammate if they do lose their life. That toxic screen going up though. Precious is going to grab that ulti orb. It's not a bad idea in the grand scheme of things. If they can get towards this cascade of minis, they might be able to find a little bit of damage. There's a lot of utility going around the A side of the map at the moment. But for all of this util, it hasn't brought two members of 95X yet over to this site.
Yeah, Minimize caught a little bit in the open there, trying to put that wall down, but in the meantime gets unfortunately caught out. And now it seems like Fun Crew are aware of the possibility that there is a very heavy stack towards this A site. Multiple players, in fact, going to be there, and it is going to be the Cascade invested to try and reposition and possibly cross over to B. Swirl not quite aware of this. They won't hear much when it comes to sound cues, though I think Lou running might be the giveaway, so as to speak, for this particular rotation that it's coming through. Grabbing the orb as well. They're making all the noise and they don't have to be quiet at all. With all 5 players available and that Killjoy lockdown, it's going to be what they need. However, through the smoke, it is nevertheless going to be the spray materializing right now. Spike plants are being taken down and the push is still heading on. All they have to do is deny this plant, try and make things difficult, and it's going to come down to a 1v1. Spike dropped in no man's land. No time left for the plant either, and Swirl is just going to be relaxing on top of the world, literally holding on to that operator and getting the round.
That would have been a cool shot if Swirl was able to find it. Regardless, though, that was, you know, a lesser equipped buy to come through for Fun Crew, starting off things chaotically so over at that A site. But when all things come down to it, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment for a couple of 95X members there, going for some fights that they didn't need to. But hey, they're 5-1 up right now. They're also a map up that has been pretty convincingly won. I think they just need to make sure that they don't go too far forward ahead of Minimizer's grand plan. They keep things all within those boundaries and they should be pretty good. New round here. Viper's Pit popped. A fall from Swirl. He knows that he didn't really want to get down from that lurch. He wanted to float over. But being forced down to the ground means he has to fall on back. And it does provide Fun Crew the funds to actually get up through towards Belong.
Yeah, Swirl still with that operator, holding down that angle. Spike dropped sort of towards B side, but nevertheless, it seems like they haven't quite decided yet, and they're gonna have to be very careful while trying to walk in. Minimize being able to get that first kill, goes for the refrag, but again, just Swirl. That's the bait that Swirl really needed to capitalize and get that kill. A side also completely shut down by this Viper's Pit. You see Liu lurking around, trying to see if they can spot a particular player, but with both the Killjoy and the Viper utility on this particular site, it's somewhere that you really don't want to go unless you have no choice. But caught between the operator and Minimize on B side, and caught with the Viper's Pit and Killjoy utility on A side, where do you even go? And that seems to be the question that Fun Crew are struggling with at this juncture.
The problem is going for the pit in this situation, you don't actually have a drone to be able to clear it, right? Scrolls down for the count. You're not running a fade that has a prowler or anything like that. So it is just going to be coming down to the body that can clear the pit. But it's all been a bit of bait to let Andy get in towards the B site and see what he can actually bring on over. And now that Andy's found 2 kills, the rest of the squad are going to move over to this B site, and they are going to have time to get the plant down. What is Punda going to be able to do to try and deny this? A single shock dart waiting for it. It's preempted, in fact. The Cove is there for a bit of protection, so when you think that 95X are going to just win this round cleanly... Oh, wait, no. Did he miss the time? No, he's got it. Okay. I thought he missed the time for a second.
Yeah, not just you. I thought that he got the blind kill through the smoke, but yeah, Spike goes down in time. However, this is still winnable if the Viper plays their cards right. Just has to somehow isolate these fights one by one. 2 of these players are going to be tagged. Really, really low surprise that the wallbang doesn't quite strike through or connect in that particular case. Still, though, it is going to be the advancement coming in, but the kill will come through once again from Lou with the 3K of his own to get the second round for Fun Crew. But that round, it might be Lou on cleanup duty, but it was all Andy. Just that lurk coming in and getting those 2 pivotal kills. Especially, I don't know how he got that kill on Minimize, considering he was like 5 HP at that time.
Well, it was 5 versus 3, right? It was a situation where you have a bit of a fumble in the beginning as 95X. You look to recover, you get a couple of kills, and then it turns upside down. Fun Crew are able to bring it into their own hands, courtesy of Andy. Even put the Cove down when they util go into it, and that is destroyed. I thought that they ran out of time to look to get the plant, but there was enough at the end, and the round does go over towards Fun Crew. I talk about overheating, I talk about Minimizer's grand plan. He probably didn't have that in his sights, so now with losing that round, they have to go down to the eco. Minimize himself is going to be bringing out the Marshal, so we'll see if they can get some tag damage out, if the Sheriffs can be put to good use here. This is definitely the time for Fun Crew to be able to start to get a couple of rounds on this attacker's side. They're close to a couple of their ultimates as well, so that would definitely help things out.
Yeah, for sure. A very, very difficult task at hand, but it's still doable, I believe. Either way, though, they are going to be heading in on this particular site. This B does seem to be where Fun Crew want to hit. Not much in the economy, like you mentioned, to work with for 95X here, despite having such a major route advantage. No ultimates either, no Blade Storm this time for Swirl to wreak some havoc with. They are, however, doing a great job at denying this plant coming through from Andy. He managed to get the Cove out, but the spike hasn't gone down yet.
And remember as well, the Cove blocks bullets, but it don't block that utility. You have to be able to have a way to still get the plant, the contingency plant, and it's going to be Lou up above, looking to Goomba Stomp on a couple of these members of the 95X potential squad. Members to go for the defenders. Are they going to be able to deny the plant at the moment? The shock dart in onto Lou, but it wasn't the planter, it was Andy. Now that Andy has been taken out, what a 95X going to be able to do? It's all Punda at the moment. A Hunter's Fury brought into the mix. What on towards Norson? It is crumbling at the moment for Fun Crew. They pull away around previously that they probably shouldn't have been able to, and now in the pistol round of 95Xs, they get the job done.
It's another Thrifty. I know that it doesn't say Thrifty. That was basically a Thrifty happening right in front of our eyes, and this time without any ultimates either. I love the way that both of these controllers, as well as the Killjoy, use their utility, being able to bait out that Cove, being able to like just take these players down while they go for the plant, and just knowing exactly where to spam with those sheriffs. Great timing. Everything was really fantastic coming out from 95X. Fun Crew, though, are still going to be able to buy, and more than that, they have 4 ultimates to work with. The last time around they won a round, I think they used 3 of them, so perhaps that might be what they need to try and bring themselves back into this game.
Take flight.
Blades out for Fun Crew. Lou, see what he's going to be able to cook up here for Fun Crew. If at all anything, Cascade to drop, minimize, maybe pushed on up as well. But behind the fences, he's not going to be able to find anything. Lou able to find Punda. Okay, we go from a round previously where 95X probably shouldn't have been winning it. They managed to do so, but they can't answer back with the gun round in the one after. The Fun Crew members all containing around the belt, all finding what they need to do. A plant in. It's Mike and Watt for a potential retake.
2v4, it's still doable considering how low some of these players are, but it's a lot of work is going to be falling onto the back of Watt here, and they might just reconsider this 2v4. They don't want to risk considering how dire their economy is right now going for this retake, and they're just going to be trying to save these weapons. They do get 1 exit onto the Viper, but aside from that, it's just going to be them holding on for dear life to these particular guns. And I think the mistake that 95X made in this particular round was just getting a little bit too aggressive, too fast. You saw the positions that players like Panda and Swirl and Minimize were all holding towards that A side, and it just felt very disjointed. There was no potential for trades to really come through, and of course Lou just being able to updraft and dash and get 2 kills just like that in 5 seconds was what really made the round.
If you're going to be pushing Minimize up defense and the rest of his players playing up on behind pipes as well, you really need to make sure that Minimize has a bailout strategy. If he gets a pick or if he doesn't, that he's got a way to exit that position with his teammates being able to pick up the slack. And unfortunately for them, he misses the shots over towards the main position, and then players up throughout the belt are able to find the kills where required. So it's the kryptonite of a play like that. But for 95X, it ain't over for this half just yet. Of course, it's only 6-3. They have another purchase to come into this new round. I'm waiting for a gun to be delivered to Norton's hands, as he has only got a classic here. He's on the B side by himself. All right, there we go. He's found his handle.
Ooh, that Hunter's Fury gonna be used, but not quite connecting, as Swirl is one of those players with that nifty little movement ability called an updraft that lets him stay alive. Minimize being pushed out as well will be detected, and it seems like this time around Fun Crew are being more than careful to avoid any kind of push taking them unaware. You do have that lockdown available on the side of the attackers here, which can be used to gain headway onto site. Nothing really available to break it either, if I'm not wrong. No Hunter's Fury for Panda, and they're gonna be forced off the side, but they do have that Reckoning available for that retake, so definitely a lot of utility to work with.
All right, Mini. You got to remember, if you're going to go for a combination of any utility to try and destroy it, you need 2 shock darts and then some because of the recent changes. And Nano, when the shock darts would have destroyed it. Regardless, we're in a post-plan scenario. We're in a 5 versus 5, and we're in an exchange of reckonings. Is it reckoning squared? Is it 2x reckoning? I don't know. It's 95X. On for the retake, on for the defuse. Minimize already going in for the tap, but the utility is going to force him off for the time being. And this is the disgustingness that this composition that DRX had first showed the world comes into it. You've got shock darts, you've got snake bites, you've got nano swarms, and you've got members of Fun Crew looking to hit the floor, actually, because 95X are getting a bit of a retake happening behind the wall. Is it on the right? Is it on the left? Where are you looking? The defuse from Mike is coming through. Scroll, he can't deny it. I don't know what is happening in this round here, Zach. It's disgusting. It's great. It's weird, but it's Valorant, and it's acceptable.
I like how you said it's weird, but it's Valorant. That's exactly how I feel about this game, and that is a round that 95X had no business winning at all, especially with the oppressive utility. But you know, I saw Swirl just kind of zoom in there with a shorty and a dash, being able to get that kill, and that kind of started like the chain of dominoes falling. Everybody was so busy with the post-fight utility that all these players advancing on their position, they were not ready for that 3-person push. And in the meantime, you have good old Mike just, you know, being like, yeah, nope, nobody noticed me. I'm not doing anything. I'm totally not defusing the spike. And well, it works.
Oh, I need a breather after these rounds. Like the thrifty from 95X, that util chaotic rounds. Oh my. All right, I'll take my breather. We've got it. Andy's teammates have guns. Andy has a classic. It is a gun. And you're walking into the territory of 95X. You've lost Swirl. That's a big pick for Scroll to be able to find a big confidence booster. A hard, heavy hitter of 95X down for the count. If you can find another one, it would be good. But it's Andy on this operator. I didn't know that he had that one in his possession. It's sneaky beaky. It's a little bit of an RDW special, it would seem, from our previous series. But regardless, Fun Crew in good stead here to win this round.
Yeah, these Harbor operator players are kind of growing on me, man. I gotta admit. But yeah, it is gonna be the lockdown invested by the defender Killjoy. Mike, perhaps expecting the push, will be putting down the Cove as well to protect it from any needless plays coming through. And it might be the play of the game here, though, for Freshest, who has already taken kitchen control. A is going to be where the executor is coming. Mike, aware of the possibility, does manage to catch a player off guard, but still gets taken out by the Marshall and trade.
Yeah, big shot from Scroll again. Some very large shots coming out with the Marshall. Time is of the essence, however, here, Zach. 10 seconds to go. 95X, they're denying the plant from going down. Mike and Minimize. Okay, Fun Crew. I think you've played yourselves here, lads. You find a 5 versus 3 scenario, and now you lost the rounds. That is very unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, just too much time taken to really get onto site. And of course, I think that lockdown coming in from Mike was really like a saver. They had to wait it through. They had to wait. They waited out everything. They waited out that the lockdown. They waited out the Killjoy utility. And of course, that Harbor wall as well to make things worse. But I think the cheekiest play of that round would definitely go to Mike. Just pushes into the Harbor code with the shorty. Denies the plant. That's it. That's the round. GG.
Yeah, Fun Crew, they are forced to call a timeout on the back of that one. Tactical nature, of course, as I mentioned, a 5 versus 3 scenario that they've seen themselves in. Yeah, they've got lesser weaponry for sure, but it's a round that they gathered that, that they lost that they should have been gathering, essentially. So a big, heavy blow. And I don't know. I don't know where to put my finger on this one. You know, I'd love to say I'll put my thumb on the pulse, but for right now, Fun Crew are missing. You know, this is not the style of Valorant that we're used to seeing them play, right? Especially when it comes to Icebox, the map that they essentially, you know, made their own in our region. Minimize and his squad at 95X are kind of shutting them up.
Yeah, very, very, very dominantly, I would say. I think it's 8-3 right now when it comes to the scoreline, just one away from getting to that cursed number. But, you know, either way, it just seems like this new agent composition, Fun Crew aren't used to it. They aren't able to use it as effectively, I would say. Like, yeah, you see individual moments of brilliance coming out from Liu or Andy, but everybody else on the team just seems to be struggling. Scrawl has woken up from the last game. It's nice to see, but overall... Sorry?
It's like you look at the last time Icebox was played from Fun Crew, it was on the 5th of February. That was over a month ago, so they've technically had time to decide a new agent lineup right now, but it ain't looking strong, as you say.
I feel like the lack of that Sage is just something that they're struggling to like deal with, whether it's coming to heals or whether it's like other things. So yeah, a bit of a disadvantage. But you know, talking about disadvantages, that's gonna be Swirl taken off, both the Operator and the Bladestorm going offline. Also, Minimize once again overextending himself, being punished just like that. Though Mike is able to get a trade towards mid. This Execute still gearing up towards his B side. Mike is gonna be having their eyes open, trying to like really prevent them from going too far. And I think Minimize before going down did manage to get a wall down, so at least that's a little bit of help that's there for the team.
Another deficit scenario though for 95X. No utility for Mike currently in possession whatsoever, so he's not really going to be able to deny too much here unless he can push over and potentially find Lou, who's holding this yellow line. Scrolls onto the plant. Lou finds Mike, so finally maybe we get another one over for Fun Crew, and it is at the tail end of this half as well. It is the last round of the first half of Icebox, a 2 versus 4 scenario now. The wall is going to go up from Watt. Got his Poison Cloud and 2 Snake Bites as well. They can potentially find a trickling of damage. What was his life? And now it's just down towards Punda. 3 targets, 1 too many. It's Scroll to sit him out. And that is going to be the half done and dusted.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, finally signs of life coming up from Fun Crew towards the end of their attacking half, but now they're gonna have to put up a stellar defense. It starts with the pistol. They have a lot of work to do. 8-4 right now. If they can get this pistol, it's gonna be what they need, but otherwise it's just gonna be a runaway victory like we saw on Ascent. I think it was the same half as well heading into Ascent, so I think it was 8-4 there as well.
What is this new half going to be able to showcase for us? This is where things get real interesting. You look towards what's recently in the game from 95X on this map against the Who Plus 2 was able to see. It was 13-8, and it was 8 rounds that 95X were able to put up on the defensive side. That's exactly what they did just then. And then they're able to find 5 on their attack. So a pistol round would go pretty good for the side of 95X. You've already taken out Andy. You expect Lou to be elevated. Well, apparently Minimize does not.
Here. 1-for-1 trade so far. Minimize still being able to find that first blood is pretty pivotal, but right now it is still going to be perfect trades coming through. 2 remaining players on either side. The Killjoy and the Viper, though, for the attackers. That might be the difference maker here. What, though, bites a little bit more off than they could chew, and it's all down to just the Killjoy. Mike has the spike in their possession, at least, so that's going to be something in their favor. Fakes to tap, trying to draw out these fights, but it seems like these players from the side of Fun Crew aren't exactly taking the bait right now. It is going to be Mike trying to still get the plant down. Does have 1 nanostorm to work with the turret, not quite watching anything, and they're going to be caught with their pants down in the open by both of these players, and that is going to be that. The pistol finally going in favor of Fun Crew, and they are starting to bring it back.
Yeah, that literally just comes down to ill placement of the turret, unfortunately, there for Mike. If you're going to try and put it down on the screens, definitely going to make sure that it does land where you needed it, because you can see when he falters with that and he brings out the Nano Swarm. The wrong timing for Fun Crew as they push, they swarm him, and they win the round. So for 95X, a little bit unfortunate that it doesn't go their way, but on the flip, it can be the start of something new for Fun Crew. It can be the way they get back in towards not only just this map, but this series. They win that pistol. If they win this one, it's 8-6. If they can convert the bonus as well, then we start to really consider that, all right, maybe the defensive side is where they flourish.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, like you mentioned, with the Sage and Comp as well. Just a lot of utility that we saw being really oppressive in the previous half when 95X were on it instead. This time around, once again, it's going to be some mid-present show and this push towards Kitchen. 4 players this time around trying to make their way through again, and this time it is going to be freshest armed with a better weapon for sure. So they might be able to get consistent multi-frags instead of just falling and making those trades as even as they were last time around.
Big dink on a Fleshist, actually. Well reading that one, and now Punda being sent in to catch him pulling Util out. What is with Killjoys and pulling Util out at the wrong time in this series at the moment? Well, that's a classic. That's a free gun, by the way. That shouldn't be able to do that at the distance. But we'll see if we can get anything else as well, because now Norton pulls out Utility 2. He's lucky enough that Punda couldn't quite get the trade. 45 seconds to go before they start to get that plant on down, and Punda is going to find himself an upgrade, but now he's the only soldier alive. Well, he was, as Fun Crew managed to get the remainder of the frags.
Yeah, also do manage to pick up those very pricey Vandals that two of their players did drop. So that's definitely going to be a buff to the economy. They didn't lose some guns, but the fact that they managed to hang on to these rifles makes this bonus round much less of a bonus round than it seems to be. Because if these players with the rifles are going to be the ones taking that first contact and engagement and being able to win it out, that's not only going to be the numbers advantage going in favor of Fun Crew, but it's also going to be possible weapons that can be picked up by the rest of the roster. So definitely a round that is very much doable. No ultimates available for either side. And I think that it's just going to come down to pure gunplay on this particular round.
Yeah. And the only way we get an ultimate really is if Lou gets 2 kills or an orb and a kill. Scroll, he's just managed to go and get himself 1 step closer by getting the A orb, I believe. So he's now 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, which is pretty well placed actually if you've got that to come into the round after this. Everybody in 95X going to start to come over towards the A side. The high tide sent out. It's going to be met by Andy's Cascade, but we do see them get in front of it. A gap in the toxic screen. Andy loses his life. First casualty in the round. Plant starts to get established, but they lose what? Maybe they lose some more. Scroll, he can't quite wrangle the spray for anything more than 1. They need to start to look to get the bailout factor, but Lou is here looking for 2 of his own. It's a 3 versus 3.
Patience coming in from Swirl, just being able to get these picks pushed through, and it's all down to just 1 player right now. Does manage to pick up the upgrade, knows the position of where Swirl is, but the spike is still planted in such an awkward angle. Wall goes up, might be able to get half the defuse here, still gonna be sticking it. It does manage to materialize, and now they have to check, they have to make a play work out, and it's just going to be Morrison stuck between these 2 players. Finally, Swirl will be able to clean it up, and 95X, they're back on the board, and they lose 3 other players while doing it, but still, they managed to get another round, the first in the half.
Yeah, on the board in that little late bonus round there. 3rd round in this second half, and now is when we do start to look at getting into the meat and potatoes of this half, isn't it? When the ultimates do start to come online, when we get in toward a lot of these rifle rounds. Do some quick maths if you are 95X at the moment, because you lost a couple of members that you didn't really want to. You have to go down onto a couple of these light shielded members. Mike is going to be down on towards the Sheriff here as well. Swirl is actually 1 away from the blades, so if he can find something with this Vandal, I would expect that he would be tossing that over towards his teammate and then rocking in on those sharp knives. And he will indeed be able to find that frag. Swirl, do the thing. Yep, toss that and get the blades. Good man.
Yeah, we do have all our eyes on Swirl as the watch this comes through. Unfortunately, though, looking in the wrong place at the wrong time is going to cost him his life, and Narson will be able to clean things up there. Things back down to a 4v4. Duelist versus Sova, though, I think I would take that trade, seeing that Scroll is the one taken out. That makes retakes much more difficult. Fresh is holding the most passive angle in the history of angles, and hey, it might work out, but the timing from Mike here, unfortunately, that's going to be a bit of a whiff. Lou barely staying alive, and Mike, aware of the possibility of a second player, will be forced to just hold onto this power position while the rest of the team comes down for backup.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You haven't seen Andy at the moment. You know he's kind of lurking about. Lou and Andy, they go together. 2 peas in a pod. We'll see what's going to happen. Lou loses his life to the shock dart. It's nice. Ricochet from Plunder. And the rest of them all die. And Plunder's even going to find Fweshest through the toxic screen. All right. Nice shot. Double digits for 95X.
Panda has like 3 times the kills that he had last game, so yeah, definitely the dude has woken up. Good for the team. I wish we could say the same for the opponent team. It's still gonna be Lou on top, but everybody else on the team just seems to be struggling to hit shots. Scroll as well has woken up. Both the Sovas, in fact, from last game have woken up. I guess Icebox, that splash of cold really does that to you. It is the where Sova fits in, so it makes sense.
Yeah, of course, Panda only having 4 kills in the last map, so he's nearly 4 times the scoreline. It's good to see.
It's gonna be the Hunter's Fury invested early on here by Scroll, just trying to get some pick. Does do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not quite able to connect a kill there. Might still materialize over the course of the round, but still gonna be very difficult. However, though, Lou with that hero rifle is gonna be able to swing out and get that kill, get away to an untradeable position as well. And with that numbers advantage firmly cemented, it might be what they need to try and make this round work. That Molly going to push them off Spike as well, denying the plant here, and with 1 minute left, they still have to like try and go forward once again without the protection of the cove this time to get it down.
Yeah, I'm wondering what what, if he can get the plant here, he can get the Viper's Pit, but the kills are starting to be collected for 95X. On top of the wall, Lou, maybe observe a view that he's able to spot his opponent, or he just doesn't want to go for the fight. There was an opportunity for it as the pit gets put down. Might make things a little bit more difficult for Fun Crew. They can technically send in Scrolls. Our drone start to clear out that pit, gather a little bit of information, but Minimize in dropping the Reckoning is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works for Fun Crew's retake. Snake Bite on the spike. Just trying to bind time at the moment. Poison Cloud in. Great shots out from Lou. There's what. Able to find Norton with the Snake Bite, and the wrap around. The hunt is on for Fun Crew. The what is taken down. The pit is ceasing to be, but you know what else is ceasing? That's the time on the clock remaining. So it does mean with the explosion of this spike, the 95X are going to be gathering the round.
That was some beautiful positioning coming out of Mike. Just being able to just reset and be that backup plan once again for the team was really good. But overall, just the fact that for Fun Crew, considering how low their buy was, they only had that one hero rifle. They were able to force out not just the Reckoning from the Harbor, but also that Viper's Pit. So at least that's one less thing they have to worry about in their buy round here. So it's not an entire loss, but with the scoreline like 11-6, things are looking a little bit dire right now. There is still the possibility and probability of a comeback, but as the rounds go on, as they keep losing that crucial momentum, things are looking so much more rough for them.
Very big round for Fun Crew now as well. They haven't got big amounts of credits built up if this one is dropped, and that would be 95X finding 12 rounds and series point. On this attacker's side, it is a stronger lean that they would have to contend with if they go towards B. So towards A might be the better choice. Minimize down for the count early on, and the spam on towards Lou. He's even hungry enough to go for another frag. Tailwinds to get out of that one is very cheeky. But now Fun Crew, they got to set their sights on going to this A site, because that's where 95X are going. Lockdown in. Will Fun Crew actually respect it? They do have the numbers that they kind of can.
Yeah, they definitely do have the player advantage here with that jet going down. Again, the positioning of utility here is just going to deny the plan for quite some time despite the lockdown going down here. They do manage to get some utility on board though. So, however, it's going to be a plant in the open, and Lou is able to get the better just like that. That's a very, very crucial kill right now. Swirl playing in this corner has a lot of work to do with this 3v5. We'll have to find the timings perfectly. Not quite materializing though. It's all down to just Mike in this 1v4. Has to ace to clutch it out. Gets the first. 3 more to go. Is aware of the possibility of a flank, isolates the first, and now all they have to do is dance around and buy some more time. Gets the shot, and now it's down to a 1v1. Killjoy versus Killjoy. Mike is lower on HP, but are they aware of the possibility of this crossover? They are not, and it is going to be Fun Crew staying alive for another one, but Mike almost pushed it out.
Mike was so convinced that Fweshus was going to start to come over through maze, wasn't he? Fweshus jiggles out from behind the site at the bottom of the rope at default, and is able to find him. Oh, Mike, you made that look so workable. Holy. All right.
I need a breather after that.
Yeah, that is true. Fun Crew hold on though. They won't seat 12 over towards 95X just yet. Who are looking to go in for a bit of a half-buy, a bit of a force. A couple of Vandals, Spectre, Stinger, and a Sheriff as well. So it definitely would be wise for them to start to build a couple of ultimates here. You get Mike a little bit closer towards his lockdown again. You know, he used it in the last round, so he's already 5 out of 8. It's pretty sharp from the man.
I still feel very sad about the ace clutch not working out, but yeah, like you mentioned, a bit of a half buy. If they can convert this, great, but otherwise they are on track to getting a lot of those major ultimates online. They are still looking to come in towards this A side. Swirl already being able to dash in and take up so much space, and aware of the possibility that there are still going to be multiple players on this site. Just Fury invested as well, buying Swirl the time and space that they need to really just wreak havoc on this particular site. The spike is planted as well in the Pandemonium, and while they don't have it for post plant, they're still going to be able to hold on to this power position.
This is going to be big Of course, the plant down, a player advantage for 95X, and no real ultimates to get back into the piece of fun crew unless they get a frag. Fleshless would get locked down, and Andy would get Reckoning. Dinks out from Swell, but he can't get it, and there the Reckoning goes. How much utility does 95X actually have to be able to deny this plant? Lou is up in the skies. They are not expecting that one whatsoever. Lou is just destroying them at the moment with this Blade Storm. Will he get shut down? Will the spike start to be diffused? Punda needs to get a wriggle on, but Andy's going to decapitate him. What a retake from Fun Crew.
Right here. Not ready yet.
Oh, I feel so bad for what there. He was just looking up with the lineup, and suddenly there's a jet flying in his face with the knives. And of course, just the way the Reckoning works in conjunction with that ult, this is a map that's like kind of made for it. Just the Reckoning being able to pinpoint the positioning of these players exactly, while also slowing them down, stunning them, letting Swirl like really, letting Lou like really wreak his havoc there. That was such a pivotal ult, and this is kind of Lou's map if you look at how it's playing out. He's already at 27 kills, just 3 away from that 30 bomb. And I feel like Fun Crew definitely have it in them to come back. In fact, it's going to be attack pause called by the side of, I believe it's 95X, because they have been losing way more. Sorry, Fun Crew, because they just want to figure out, like, now that there's a viability of this comeback actually occurring, how are they going to make up that deficit of the remaining 8 rounds?
Yeah, Fun Crew are starting to figure out their momentum and figure out what they need to do to get back in towards this series, haven't they? After such a valiant attempt from Mike with that almost near, clutch of the year or something like that. The 1v5 would have been absolutely disgusting. Fun Crew, they got that round. They get the next one after kind of conceding the A site. A great retake on the back of Lou, getting those blades and really just elevating himself to a position with the updrafts. The 95X had no idea it was going to be coming on through. That Reckoning, as I mentioned too, for Andy, put to good use as well. And now things get ever so closer. 11-8. 95X, they do provision themselves a purchase. Mike is 2 away from that lockdown. Lou up on yellow. He does have a buddy here in Andy. I told you that there are players that like to play together time and time again. That's not going to be any different here towards this Bravo site. Cascade for Andy to bail himself out. As 95X, they take it a little bit slow, which is, not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've gotten what they came for, which is... oh, never mind. They didn't pick up that Killjoy orb. I thought that they would try to get Mike's ult online. Talking about Killjoy ults, though, it is going to be freshest with one of their own. So if they have to plant, they have to try and get it in an open position, because any kind of safe plant is just going to be diffused for free by that lockdown being invested. But yeah, once again, it's going to be that change of pace that we've seen so many times before from these teams coming through for 95X. They started off the last couple of rounds with some really fast executes. Right now, they're just building a little bit of confusion. They show some presence towards that B side, the trigger rotation over where there are 3 players, and now on this A side, it's all down to just these 2 players remaining to try and hold on to it. In fact, they leave it open for retake once again.
The funny thing is as well,
this might be a mistake.
The funny thing is as well, they used one nano swarm to put an off-put 95X where they would try and like to plant. The spike is going to start to make its way very, very late towards the B side of things. Mike finds Lou, but Andy finds Mike, and now there's no protection on this plant. No one's looking for Norson. No one's looking for him, and Andy now is going to be the one that can start to cause a little bit of chaos. Less than 10 seconds to go. The spike is dropped, and I think again we saw something like this happen over on Ascent from a 95X, where they played their own hand, where they thought that they could go to one side of the map to try and get a plant and then go to the other, and it wouldn't work like that. They didn't bring the rotations off B. Andy and Norson a little bit too wise to that fact, and 95X not able to get the round.
Yeah, I don't know who let these guys cook, but a little bit overcooked of a meal. Burns, I would say. And at the end, it is going to be that lockdown coming in clutch in a way that like nobody expects. With the scoreline being 11-9, it's going to be the timeout called by 95X this time. Not much of an economy to work with. They should be able to scrape together another buy, but this map looks at risk of sliding out of their hands. Only 2 rounds away from an equalizer and a possible overtime, or even just a 13-11 if things keep up. Because at this point, I feel like these players on the side of Fun Crew, they've won almost every single round with the exception of that one Thrifty that materialized.
Yeah, and of course, Fleshless with having the lockdown as well, they don't have to fight over towards the A side there. If they do want to concede it, they can play retake. A couple of words in from Crash on that one as well. Always great to have a brilliant observer coming through for us. Catch up with Crash. Well, you guys are getting it here and now live during this timeout. So we do like to see that one.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, I think that at this point, 95X, they just seem like they're a little bit lost right now. They're like struggling to really like find those openings in the map. And even if they do, they're not taking full advantage of them. You see them getting a little bit anxious, a little bit over aggressive. Like literally the round where Liu and Andy pulled off that really good combo. Andy only had that reckoning online because of the fact that Swerve got too aggressive and gave him that very crucial kill. Right now, though, it is going to be the operator online. Liu, though, being pushed off the angle by that recon. That's huge.
I want to see 95X not leave 30 seconds or less on the clock. I want to see them go in properly. And they're going to be dropping the lockdown over at A. This time there is no counter lockdown that can come out from the side of Fun Crew. Flesh just used it. There is no Hunter's Fury from Scroll either, so it's going to come down to what utility is actually on the site. And they're expecting where Scroll is going to be playing, but they cannot dislodge him at the moment. Wow. Minimize not expecting himself to also lose his life there. And now with Norton catching what? It is all onto Punda. They line up, but he can't get the job done. It's double digits for Fun Crew. And if you are 95X, I think now is the time where you start to quiver. You start to shake in your boots, because Fun Crew, they're mounting an assault on this defense.
You know, this is my pet peeve with anybody who plays with a Killjoy. Why do you push before the lockdown shuts down? Every single time. This happens in my ranked games as well. But yeah, a bit of an unfortunate circumstance. And 95X, they get a little bit too over-eager and are immediately punished for it by a very stellar defense coming up from Fun Crew. They also retain control of that operator. And now this is 95X's chance to like fully equalize things. The buy on the opposite side. Sorry, this is a chance for Fun Crew to like equalize things. The buy for 95X not looking the greatest. You do have that Stinger and the Marshall. The Stinger in particular is what I'm keeping my eye out on. And this is 95X's chances. Even if they don't win the round, they can get almost every single ultimate with the exception of Mike's online. So that might be what they need.
Yeah, it feels like even though 95X have the lead, that they're backed into a corner at the moment. Less the weaponry. The Hunter's Fury from Scroll going to be utilized nice and early. He's going to be able to pick up Punda, and he's got to guess at where he's going to send that next bolt, looking for some more damage. Speaking of, Swirl been taken relatively low with his fight, where he's able to find Precious. Oh my lord, how is Minimize able to get out of that one? A plant down. Blades brought out for Swirl, and an early reckoning from Minimize. This is just a bit of a half buy from 95X. They are really investing into this round to try and be able to gather this one. And they have set themselves up in this post plant. Did Mike manage to get nanos on? Is what going to be able to capitalize on these snake bites? This wrap around from Minimize on 7 HP. It has to be pretty perfect as well. A tap on the defuse. Swirl, good for 2. Swirl, he's doing big things, but now that flank is going to have to come on through for Minimize, or maybe even not here, Zach. It's all on to Norton, and now Mini is going to kiss him in this cove, and this round should go to 95X. Look at that, Norton gets the kill. It doesn't even matter. He's going to go up with the spike. 95X, they thrifty it. They swindle it. I can't believe it.
This is the second time they're doing it as well. I think the only 2 rounds that they won in this half so far, aside from those first 2, are going to be these thrifties. And that's such a cruel way to get to match point. Just getting that spike down, going for the post plant, and you see a little bit of revenge coming in from Swirl as well with the Blaze Storm of his own. Just getting those 3 kills and farming things up is huge. Still gonna be enough money for the side of for Fun Crew to buy up, including that operator. But that Viper Spit is what I really have my eyes on. Norton will be forced to like kind of shut down a site by themselves, and yeah, they're gonna be playing aggressive just for that.
No more mistakes for Fun Crew. 2 rounds to try and send us into overtime, and they have lost Loot, one of their heavy hitters, one of their paramount players that has really pulled them through in this series. I mean, from what, 15 kills in the first map? I think you have to kind of forget about the first one, because we've seen a lot more from Fun Crew here on Icebox.
Take flight.
Under does have the Hunter's Fury. What does have the pit as well. Be some very vital ultimates to be able to secure this round. There is that Hunter's Fury as well. We'll see what Punda can get from it. As Scroll is at least good for 1 on towards Mike. It is still 95X holding advantage.
Welcome to my world.
It is going to be the Cove and the Viper Spit invested as they try to get the plan down. Though you see Norson just pushing in, able to take down the Viper. That's going to be a major kill there. The Viper Spit no longer available for the side of Fun Crew as that kill comes in. 2 remaining players to prevent this map from slipping out of their hands. It's down to Andy and Freshest here. No ultimates for either one to really work with here. That lockdown could have been a lifesaver, but unfortunately, all 3 players right now are going to be in that Viper Spit. They have to clear it out inch by inch, step by step, and they're going to have to converge on it. Andy does manage to find the first one. A huge kill through the smoke. These last 2 remaining players, though, are going to be playing pretty close. This is still doable right now for Fun Crew, but not if this happens. 1v1, and it is going to be denied by that Viper Spit and the Viper herself. 95x 2-0 over Team Fun Crew.
Wow, I thought that maybe a comeback was going to be able to be mounted by Fun Crew too, but at the end of the day, it was just those 2 little rounds that 95x needed to get in at the end. It's good to see that Watch is staring into my soul, but and 95x, you know, a round that they saw they needed is 13-10 at the end of the day, which actually means in a day that I thought we were going to get 2 series, potentially go the distance to the 3rd maps, maybe our region just doesn't get split yet. Maybe we're just not getting that 3rd map.
I am personally very sad about that, but also just really good performances coming out, especially on that map number 2. I felt like Fun Crew really saw what they were capable of, but that is going to end their unblemished record of not losing Icebox over the course of the split so far. They've lost it. They still have a chance in the lower bracket, so it's not entirely over for them. But overall, 95x just proving that like they've really made that hero climb there. Like, you know, you watch an anime and you watch all of these characters level up over the course of these last few weeks. They have been getting so much better, inch by inch.
Yeah, big props to 95x at the end of it throughout this highlights package. I mean, you look at what Mike was able to do to get a couple of crucial rounds. You look at what Lou was able to do on the flip side as well. A lot of individual members on both of these teams having some great performances. But I think one of the biggest things, you know, that we can look like is in this series is maybe Fun Crew just didn't give themselves enough room. 95x being able to get some pretty decent retakes, and on their attacker side as well as some pretty good executes over to this A site with the util dumping. And then Mike, I mean, that round here that we're seeing where he's just able to pull away with the 4K potential on for that ace, it was absolutely ridiculous. But at the end of the day, for all of the valiant efforts from Fun Crew, the game goes over towards 95x in that 2-0. It's 13-10 here on Icebox, and for these scores, I mean, you look, 28 kills for Lou at the end of the day. The closest to him is Scroll on 23. It falls on down. So even though there's so many kills that Fun Crew are getting, it's the rounds and the cohesion of a team like 95x that gets them over the line more so.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, again, like for this map as well, I think that Mike was such a pivotal player for the side of 95x, just being able to use that Killjoy utility to deter things so much, getting those counter frags, popping off in general, and of course that one round where he just stole the defuse away, sticking it in like the side of everybody on the team. Yeah, definitely one of the MVPs for me, and I feel bad for Lou there, because even though they did so much and got so far and arguably has like the best statistics of anybody across this entire series, it's still going to be a team difference that shines through at the end of the day, and that's what's going to propel 95x forward into the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with that, we kind of know how this bracket is shaping up at the moment, and it's going to look to be a bit of a spicy one, of course, you know. But I want to kind of throw it back to what we were seeing in the interim, right? Between those 2 maps, we wanted to see a little bit more from Fun Crew. We wanted to see them step up and not just be, you know, the likes of Lou trying to put up a performance that he did sort of over on Ascent. And I think in terms of that, we kind of got that delivered, right? We got a little bit more from Scroll, certainly so, because of the performance that we did see over on Ascent as well, just in that comparison. And we saw just a lot more rounds be gathered on Icebox cleanly so from Fun Crew. So I think, you know, in terms of that, they can pat themselves on the back for getting those rounds. At the end of the day, it just wasn't for them because 95x were one step ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I think you could really see the difference in the shot calling across both teams in the middle of the map. Like, you know, Fun Crew, they looked on Icebox on the second half, they looked much better. But that entire first half of both of these games, they just looked extremely, they looked like they were struggling to really be coordinated. And it seemed like 95x, apart from that second half on Icebox, they just looked super well put together. Yeah. So kudos to them for that.
Absolutely. And of course, now finally, we spoke to him yesterday. It's getting back on the line. It's minimized. I called him a bot. He was a bot over on Ascent, but he was a bloody good bot, mate. How you going?
I'm doing good, brother.
Very good. Of course, again, you know, a series today that we thought potentially could have gone the distance, but you guys take it 2-0. What was prep like going into this one specifically? Because we know you guys always like to come out with the plans. You know, you had some great executions over on Ascent, some great executions over on Icebox. How things turn out?
Prep for this game, we weren't really like going in like, oh, you know, we're prepping super hard for Fun Crew themselves. But we have been practicing the maps in this series a lot. So normally, like, I think we banned Icebox against Fun Crew last time, but I think now that we've practiced it a lot with the new comp, we're kind of willing to let that slide.
All right, I have a question for you. So, you know, you had like a pretty good lead on Icebox. You were 8-4, and it just seemed like they were coming back. At one point, you were 11-10. So, what was the mental really like for the team, and how did you guys like finally pull it together?
We weren't worried too much about our mental. We kind of saw the leaks in the defense, and we just took him.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Of course, I'll throw one more here at you before we look to send you away. Bobo's next for you guys. You got a little bit of a break before you do look to get in towards that one. With the state of Bobo at the moment, you know, some roster inconsistencies, some agents that, you know, they're throwing into the mix. What do you think is that game is actually gonna look like?
Well, I'm expecting like Harbor vs Harbor, a lot of knife kills, a lot of joy, you know, like Christmas. Yeah.
Very good. Always great to hear from you, Minimize. Of course, congratulations once again, and make sure you have some good rest, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Congrats.
Cheers, brother. Have a good night.
Well, there you go, Minimize on the line from 95X. The smile of him there, you do love to see it. We'll check in with the bracket right now to see where things are in order for the remainder of this week coming in towards finals. Of course, you know, we've had 2 days played already. Yesterday, Bobo, NXG, 95X and the Who, and we saw the winners in today's matches. And I just got to reiterate here, Zach, we thought they would probably go the distance at the 3 maps, and they didn't.
Yeah, me too. I was really hoping for that split for both of these games, but we're gonna get neither of them instead. But I have hopes for tomorrow. We are gonna be heading before venture into the lower bracket, I believe, and we're gonna be seeing these teams face off against each other. They have another chance, and tomorrow it's do or die, and I'm really excited to see how that goes.
Indeed. Now, top 5 players. We have some big performances from a couple of them today. Let's see if we've had any shakeups in our ACS leaderboard. And we have indeed. We did see Crunchy was at the top, and with his performance, I did hear that he was a little bit ill actually coming in towards today's series, so maybe that had something to play with as well. But Lou's performance, even though the loss was there, manages to propel him up to the top of this one. Dragon stays a little bit consistent. We've still got Lou and McKinley in the mix, and then Gal's able to sneak in the bottom.
Yeah, just lying in wait, for lack of a better phrase. But of course, Lou completely deserves it after his pop-off performances today. MVP on both the maps despite losing it. Dragon, of course, we saw them like really being able to do it. So yeah, a bit of shakeups in the leaderboard, but I'm sure we'll have more tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that is farewell from us tonight, everybody. We thank you once again for tuning in to the Valorant Challenges for Oceania. We hope you enjoyed the games. Make sure you do tune in for tomorrow as well. I'll disappear for tomorrow, but I believe, Zach, that you'll be here again, right? Is that right?
Yes, I think I will be joining Zenox, so I'm super excited about that. We're heading into the lower bracket, got some spicy games, and hopefully they go to the distance.
Awesome to hear. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in tonight. We'll send you away. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow, or else we'll get to it. See you then.